This is the doomsday scenario. In a strategic miscalculation, Pakistan's military command issues an order that no nation should consider. Pakistan activates its nuclear weapons. Within moments, missiles are screaming across the skies. The incoming missiles face India's advanced anti-missile defense systems, a mix of both homegrown and foreign origin systems. First up, they encounter the Prithvi air defense that intercepts ballistic missiles outside the Earth's atmosphere. Next comes the indigenous missile advanced air defense that intercepts and destroys targets in the lower atmospheric layer. This is followed by the Akash missile system that hits aerial targets up to 30 kilometers. And finally, India has the Russian S-400 that can take on a wide range of aerial threats, including ballistic and cruise missiles. Years of meticulous intelligence gathering and advanced satellite surveillance have stripped Pakistan's nuclear infrastructure of any element of secrecy. India's war plans have precisely factored in each silo, mobile launcher and weapons storage facility. Strategically positioned, Pakistan's nuclear missiles are hidden in fortified garrisons and underground facilities. Pakistan's land-based missile silos are located at the Akru garrison, the Gujranwala garrison, the Khuzdar garrison, the Pano Akil garrison and the Sargodha garrison. Pakistan has placed its nuclear-capable bombers at the Minhas Airbase, the Shehbaz Airbase, the Rafiki Airbase and the Masroor Airbase. India is one of only 4 nations with a fully operational nuclear triad, land, air and sea-based nuclear delivery systems. Which means that even if Pakistan uses nuclear weapons first, India's second strike capability, especially its stealth Arihant-class submarines, will guarantee a punishing response, nullifying any nuclear blackmail.
Pakistan, we have seen over the years that if you compare the Pakistan Army and the Indian Army, and if you compare their conventional strength, you will find that the Indian Army is twice as strong as the Pakistan Army, whether in terms of air power, land power, or naval power. So the country which can't match you conventionally has to resort to this nuclear rhetoric. And that is what we are seeing from Pakistan.
History is witness to Pakistan's futile attempt to alter the status quo in 1999 during the Kargil conflict. Its covert incursions were met with a blistering Indian counter-offensive. Leveraging air power and high-altitude warfare, India's military not only recaptured lost ground, but called Pakistan's bluff of having nuclear weapons. Former Indian Defence Minister George Fernandes once put it bluntly, "There will be no Pakistan left when we have responded." He wasn't bluffing. The former defence minister was underscoring a truth that still holds. India's second strike capability is devastating, assured and precise. Pakistan may speak of full-spectrum deterrence, but India's response is spectrum-shattering. The first strike is no protection for Islamabad. It will only seal its fate. Bureau Report, WION World.
This is WION's continuous coverage of the tensions between India and Pakistan. At this point, the situation is developing very, very fast. Let's bring you a roundup of all the latest developments at this hour in the ongoing conflict. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has summoned a meeting of National Command Authority, the NCA. Now, this is the primary body, viewers, which is responsible for Pakistan's nukes after reports of its 3 air bases being hit overnight. Now, Pakistan has claimed that its 3 air bases have been attacked. These are Pakistani claims, and that includes the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, the Murid Air Base in Chakwal city, and Rafiki Air Base in Punjab provinces, in the Jhang district in Punjab province of Pakistan. They are also among the bases hit. Powerful explosions were reported at these bases. Another big development, the US State Department says that the Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with the Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir as he continues to urge both Pakistan and India to find ways to de-escalate and offers US assistance in starting constructive talks in order to avoid future conflicts. Just to give you a slight reminder, it was just yesterday that the US Vice President had said that it is none of America's business to get inside this conflict between India and Pakistan. And as far as escalation is concerned, it started in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. China has urged India and Pakistan to avoid an escalation in fighting as the conflict between the two countries spirals towards war. Beijing's foreign ministry said that it strongly called on both India and Pakistan to give priority to peace and stability, remaining calm and restrained, and return to the track of political settlement. India likely has brought down Pakistani fighter jets over Jammu and Kashmir as Islamabad continues its attempts to target Indian sites. And these are civilian sites and military sites inside India that Pakistan has been targeting since day one. And they are using drones and missiles to do this. All Pakistani attempts have been thwarted by the Indian forces. They are responding proportionately. Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along western borders in India. These are India's western borders. Armed drones have been spotted flying over the Khasa Cant in Amritsar. This is what the Indian Army has shared. The drones were engaged and they were destroyed by the Indian air defense units. Once again, neutralizing any Pakistani onslaught coming towards India. 5 people have been killed in multiple incidents of shelling by Pakistani army in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri and the Poonch areas. The Poonch district has been seeing repeated attacks by the Pakistan army. They have not held back from hitting civilian sites. They are attacking homes. They have even hit a Gurdwara a few days ago. Women and children are among those dead in the recent firing. Several houses have been damaged in Jammu and in Poonch. These are civilian houses, viewers. The Indian Army responded to the shelling in a calibrated manner. An additional District Commissioner Rajkumar Thappa died in the explosion in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri as Pakistani Rangers continue to target civilian areas along the line of control with shelling. This is artillery fire. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, expresses condolences. He has... All right, we're cutting live to the press conference being held on Operation Sindur.
Welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindur. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैव ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई. मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की. एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई. पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए. टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया. रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए. पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए. इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की. चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वह अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके. ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया. साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए. भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है. नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए. कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही. भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई. पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है. भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है. अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है. भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर मैं आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स एलओसी पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the airbases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years, targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
And that was the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh addressing the media, laying it down clear about what Pakistan has been trying since the early hours of today morning, wee hours in the night, and since then they have been targeting. Very quickly, Pakistan actions, they have led to escalations. This is what we want all our viewers to understand. The first escalation happened in Pahalgam, and it's Pakistan's actions which are escalating this further. India is only appropriately and proportionately responding in the same manner of intensity and in the same domain. Now, as for the morning, Pakistan is not holding back. From fighter jets, from long-range munitions to loitering drones, they are going all out. Along with that, the development that we shared with you a little earlier, Pakistan is also holding the NCA meeting, which is the National Command Authority, which manages Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. That is what the Pakistani Prime Minister, that meeting has been called after 6 long years. Last it was held in 2019. Going back to the developments which have been shared in the presser, as of now, 26 locations in India were attacked. That's a figure that we had shared with you earlier as well, but the attacks were greatly neutralized. There have been certain amount of damage which has been caused in the military infrastructure that we have in Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. Apart from that, all attacks have been neutralized completely. Now, when it comes to Adampur, there was a claim that Pakistan has been making, and this has been doing the rounds since a number of hours, that Pakistan was able to successfully hit an S-400 unit. S-400 is a Russian air defense system that India has, and is one of the pioneering air defense systems. And Pakistan is claiming that they damaged it. This is absolutely false. Be advised, viewers, no such thing has happened. No S-400 asset of India has been damaged in any respect. This is the latest which has been shared, which we have been debunking for you since the morning hours right here on WION World is One through our war fact check. Now, apart from these locations, Udhampur, Adampur and Srinagar, there were certain damages which were caused. Let me quickly go across to Siddhant Sibal, our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs. Siddhant, a lot has been shared in a very quick duration of time. Give us more on your key takeaways here.
Situation is rapidly evolving, I can say that, and I can say one thing, additional information which is now coming is that the CDS has met the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh at his residence and briefed the Indian Defense Minister on the situation. We have seen a very important pressure concluding right now, and the focus, of course, in that pressure was as to how India is spotting Pakistan's attempt, both kinetic and in terms of the misinformation in a strong way.
Siddhant, now a very important message which came out from the Foreign Secretary, and he mentioned this earlier yesterday as well in the previous press conference. The kind of discord that Pakistan is so desperately trying to infuse inside India, targeting repeatedly, and Vikram Misri mentioned this 3 times, the state of Punjab and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, saying that Pakistan is purposely targeting in these regions, trying to sow some kind of discord within India. And today, for the first time, he even mentioned Amritsar Sahib. That is where Pakistan is essentially trying to sow some kind of discord here in India. Your thoughts on that? Because the government is very strongly emphasizing and letting all civilians know in India that no such thing is going to happen. It's a Pakistani agenda to create that kind of doubt around what India plans for Amritsar, because Amritsar is an inalienable part of India and no such thing is going to be planned. Pakistan is suggesting India may attack it itself, and that's what Vikram Misri said yesterday, that is absolutely preposterous. All right, we'll try to get back to Siddhant Sibal a little later in the day, and also just to go back to the developments which were shared by during this presser. A school in Srinagar was also targeted. A high-speed missile was fired into India at 1:40 a.m. That came in from the Pakistani side. Now, on the other end, air-launched missiles through the Air Force, through the Indian Air Force, those were gone towards the air bases in Pakistan. Rafiki, Sialkot, Murid and Chaklana. These were the areas inside Pakistan which have sustained hits. Now, Pakistan is using, rather I would correct this and say misusing international flights in its airspace by not giving them an advisory and keeping them clear of Pakistani airspace. They are using these international flights. Viewers, these are international passengers in these flights, international airlines. Pakistan is letting them fly in their own air zone, trying to use them as human shields. And that is essentially what our Foreign Secretary has also highlighted now in yesterday's presser as well as today. This is a very serious issue, viewers. This is what Pakistan is attempting. India navigated through these flights, and India is responding responsibly in a measured and calculated way. India is only responding as per what Pakistan is trying to escalate. At India's borders, at the line of control, in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and in Punjab especially. But apart from this, many other locations have also, as per Pakistan, they have been hit. They mentioned a lot about Sirsa, which is in Haryana, very close to the national capital of Delhi. But as we saw in the press conference right now, that has been completely debunked. The airbase in Sirsa and Suratgarh, they remain absolutely operational. No halt in operations there. These are Air Force bases, and with a time and date stamp. That is what in the press conference they have shared, that nothing has stopped. Pakistani claims have been debunked here as operations remain normal in these air bases and military regions. The disinformation campaign, that is again something that they addressed very strongly in this press briefing. The disinformation campaign that Pakistan has been trying very desperately to infuse inside India through post after post after post. Again, we advise all our viewers here at WION World is One. Viewers, do not believe what you're seeing coming in from these strange Pakistani handles which have no precedence, which have no credibility or legitimacy. They are using different videos which need not be relevant, need not be even current, and they're using that to infuse a narrative that they are hitting different regions inside India. We'll bring you the latest on all that is happening as of now. Pakistan has once again raised its nuclear bogey. Our next story takes a deep dive into how India outclasses Pakistan across land, air and sea. Take a look.
India boasts the world's fourth largest military, while Pakistan's ranks 12th. India fields a formidable 14,55,550 active personnel, more than double Pakistan's 6,54,000. This overwhelming manpower advantage gives India unmatched depth for sustained operations and rapid mobilization. India's Air Force soars with 2,229 total aircraft, dwarfing Pakistan's 1,399. In the skies, India commands 513 fighter aircraft compared to Pakistan's 328, ensuring air superiority in any conflict scenario. Another critical edge is aerial refueling. India operates 6 aerial tankers while Pakistan has just 4, allowing Indian jets to strike deeper and stay airborne longer. India's rotary wing strength is also unmatched, with 979 helicopters versus Pakistan's 430, enabling rapid troop movement, logistics and close air support. India has frontline fighter jets like Rafale, Su-MKI, Mirage and Tejas. Pakistan's Air Force relies heavily on JF-17 Thunders and aging F-16s. On the ground, India's 4,201 tanks outnumber Pakistan's 2,627, and its 1,48,594 armoured vehicles utterly eclipse Pakistan's 17,516. This vast mechanized force translates into overwhelming firepower and mobility along any front. Indian forces have focused on modernization, acquisition of advanced weaponry, and indigenous defense production. India's blue water ambitions are clear. It boasts 2 aircraft carriers, INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya, while Pakistan has none. These twin colossal fighting machines help India to rapidly deploy air power anywhere and the ability to serve as a command center for joint operations. India is a true blue ocean navy. Again in the sea, India's 18 submarines and 13 destroyers further outclass Pakistan's 8 submarines and 0 destroyers, ensuring control over the Indian Ocean and vital sea lanes. India also has a robust satellite-based surveillance and advanced missile defense system like S-400, giving it a 360-degree edge over its western neighbor. Simply put, while both are nuclear-armed nations, India is a military powerhouse with technological depth, strategic alliances and battlefield experience. Pakistan, despite the bluster, is vastly outmatched and knows it. Bureau Report, WION World is One.
All right, I'm now being joined by special correspondent Idris Lone, who will be joining me from Srinagar. Idris, again, there is, in the press briefing, we heard of the names of Udhampur, Pathankot, and of course, the increase in deployments that Pakistan is now doing along the LOC. That is again something that was mentioned, and the drones and constant shelling at the LOC, Kupwara, Poonch, Baramulla, Rajouri, names that we have been reporting on and what is happening in these regions in several days now, of course. In the latest, anything further that you share with us?
Well, Shivan, 5 people have been killed so far in the shelling that has been going on across the line of control and international border, especially in Jammu's Poonch and Akhnoor sector. We've seen Pakistan resorting to heavy mortar shelling as well as drone attacks near the line of control, also in the Jammu city. There's been a lot of damage to the properties as well, and what we've heard from the government authorities that in the 5 people that have been killed include women and children. A 2-year-old boy also has been killed in the shelling that has been carried out by Pakistan continuously. In the last 3 days now, Shivan, continuous ceasefire violations from the Pakistani side on the line of control and international border. And today as well, we saw that Pakistan Army was not only launching these drones and missiles towards Jammu and Kashmir, but also carrying out heavy mortar shelling at the same time, basically trying to engage Indian security forces at every nook and corner. But all of these attacks have been thwarted, have been foiled by the Indian security forces, but the civilian population that is being targeted by the Pakistani army is bearing the brunt. There has been damage and destruction to the properties of a lot of people who live close to the line of control. We also saw among the 5 people, the ADDC of Rajouri district was also injured, and he later succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. We also saw how Umar Abdullah has been reaching out to the victims of the ceasefire violations. He's visited the injured in the hospital from the Poonch sector. He also went to the house of the ADDC. He said he was in a meeting, video conferencing meeting with him yesterday, because ADDC was responsible for the victims who were being brought to the hospitals and also given shelter at safer places, especially to the people who live close to the line of control. So a civilian population who are living very close to the line of control and international border are bearing the brunt of these continuous attacks from across the border.
Idris, along with that, The Foreign Secretary mentioned this very categorically, that essentially in Jammu and Kashmir, and which is more relevant to what I would like to ask you, and also he also mentioned Punjab, that is where Pakistan is really trying to infuse a narrative and trying to sow seeds of discord so that there is certain amount of unrest within India. Now, India and anything that you've picked up from people around you, how are people looking at these developments? It's a very tough and a difficult time for anyone who's there dealing with these kind of shellings coming in from Pakistan and the escalations that Pakistan is doing on an hourly basis here that we are seeing. But the reactions you've picked up.
Well, absolutely, Shivan. There's a lot of tension among the people of Jammu and Kashmir at the time. The whole of Srinagar, Udhampur, Poonch basically woke up to loud bangs, loud blasts that were carried out by the Pakistan army. There were drone attacks that were done at different locations, especially in Srinagar as well as in Udhampur and Poonch. And that is how people woke up in the morning. And since then, people, although have been advised not to venture out of their houses, be at safer places, especially the ones who live close to the line of control and international border. But we've also seen in Srinagar right now, Shivan, there's very less movement. People who really have emergencies are getting out of their houses. Otherwise, we don't see many people out on the streets. There's hardly any traffic on the roads as well. We also saw that is still not been confirmed whether it was a shell from a missile or a drone. It fell in one of the areas in Srinagar in Lasjan, and there was a lot of panic in that area as well. Now, security forces completely cordoned off that area and the debris has been picked up for investigation. But there has been panic all across Jammu and Kashmir during the night because of the blackout and also with the big bangs that they heard early in the morning.
What's a regular day looking like there in Idris? You have been out and you have been out on the streets ever since these escalations have happened from the Pakistani side. You've been reporting morning, day, night. But what's a regular day looking for everyone else? As you mentioned that people have been advised to stay inside, minimal traffic on the roads. Anything further that you can tell us about how people are going about their daily lives right now in the midst of these heightened tensions?
Well, Shivan, authorities have already closed down all educational institutions, which includes the schools, colleges, as well as the university. All the exams that were to be held in the last 3 days have been postponed till further orders. So that is one thing that is taken care by the government, that all the children have been, all the schools have been shut, and that's why they are home. We see a lot of, there's no commercial activity also happening at a large scale. We are also seeing the busy markets like Lal Chowk and other markets in Srinagar are not really seeing a lot of rush. People are not coming out of their homes because there is a lot of scare among the people, especially after the blast that they've heard early in the morning. People are obviously attached to the social media, and authorities have been advising people to stay indoors and to stay at safer places, and also not in the topmost floors of their buildings but the ground floors. There's a lot of rumor mongering also happening all across Jammu and Kashmir on the social media, and people have been advised not to pay any heed to that as well. While as there should be no panic, the government has been asking time and again people not to panic because the security forces are doing their jobs. All the attacks, especially the drone and missile ones, have been thwarted by the air defense system.
Yes.
So people need not to worry and not to panic. That's what the government has been messaging people since morning in every district of Jammu and Kashmir.
Idris, thanks so much. All right, we'll stay in touch with you to get us the latest. I'll come back to you in a bit. All right, viewers. Now, let's go back to the fact checks, because this is coming out very, very strongly from the Indian government. They are debunking myth after myth which Pakistan is sowing inside India through these strange social media handles. We are on special segment on government fact checks to keep India vigilant and informed. Here are them for you. Posts on social media claim that an Indian pilot ejected from a fighter jet over Pakistan occupied Kashmir POK, and this claim is absolutely fake. You hear any such thing, you should know this is not true. Then an old video is being falsely shared as footage of a missile strike on New Delhi airport. This video shows a gas station explosion, but this is from Aden in Yemen from August 2024. It has no connection whatsoever to even the Indian subcontinent. And we will continue to debunk all these fake narratives which Pakistan is sowing inside India, this, and keep getting you the latest from the India-Pakistan tensions as they soar due to Pakistan's actions. This and a lot more lined up for you on the other side. We'll take a quick break. I'm Shivan Chawna. This is WION World is One. Stay with us.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan.
It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. Thank you for staying with us. This is a continuous coverage. I'm Eric Njoka. Now, we begin with some breaking news coming in In our newsroom at this hour, hundreds have gathered in India's Union Territory of Chandigarh to sign up as civic defense volunteers. As tensions between India and Pakistan continue to soar, the Chandigarh administration has invited the youth of the country to join as civil defense volunteers to support emergency preparedness. Countless from across the Tri-City or the Tri-City have gathered now to volunteer their time and services for emergency preparedness. Once again, this is news from Chandigarh. And according to information, hundreds have gathered in India's Union Territory of Chandigarh to sign up as civic defense volunteers. Now, tensions between India and Pakistan continue to soar. The Chandigarh administration has invited the youth of the country to join as civil defense volunteers to support emergency preparedness. Countless people, as you can see on your screen, from across the Tri-City have gathered now to volunteer their time and services for emergency preparedness. Also at this hour, Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Indian External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. He further proposed U.S. support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. And this, according to the state spokesperson, Tammy Bruce. Siddhant Sibol is our assistant editor for Foreign Affairs, is now joining us live on the phone. Siddhant, there have been a series of meetings between the Foreign Minister of India and some dignitaries from other countries. Probably you can tell us the latest.
Well, essentially, a lot of meetings are happening in Delhi. The CDS met the Indian defense minister, briefed about the situation. It's a rapidly evolving situation right now. Focus, of course, from the Indian side is to make sure that it thwarts the attempts by the Pakistani side. And that is true. In fact, the Indian side has confirmed action on a Pakistani basis for the first time in the presser. The Pakistani military bases at Muri, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukut, and other places have been targeted by the Indian side. So significant comments by the Indian side on the developing situation.
Siddhant, also the Defense Ministry was or has given a statement. This briefing was really keenly awaited for. What further details do you have from that briefing?
Well, in the briefing, we know that the Indian side detailed that as to how Pakistani side launched the military operation, and of course, India was able to thwart that. We also know that the Indian side was able to neutralize the threat in a major way. Essentially, the focus remains from the Indian side is to make sure that it sends a message to Pakistan that if it continues, it will get a strong response. Clearly, that's something that we have seen in the last 4 days.
All right, that is our assistant editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibol. Retired Lieutenant General Subrata Saha is a former Deputy Chief of Army Staff and currently member of the National Security Advisory Board. General Saha is now joining us live from New Delhi. Welcome to the program, sir. The latest information that we have in our news desk is India has accused Pakistan of carrying out misinformation and disinformation campaigns, both to the public and also on social media. Despite that the country is relentlessly attacking India, what would you advise the public to do in situations like this where two nations are confronting each other?
See, first of all, I think it is very important to wait for the official briefing, as you're noticing that India has been carrying out very regular briefings for the media on a daily basis ever since the beginning of this situation, as it were, Operation Sindur. So I think they must rely on the official briefing and not get carried away by fake media, number one. And even from the official briefing, which is coming from the Pakistani side, unfortunately, it's lies after lies after lies. And this is nothing new, because even as the Foreign Secretary highlighted yesterday, that this is a state which has been built on lies right from 1947-48, when they sent in the Kabalis, the Lashkars, and nothing else but their own special forces people, dressed as Lashkars, and sent in only to be discovered later as that they were regulars. So let's, without going into so much of details over here on your show, the fact of the matter is propaganda, disinformation, misinformation, this is very well ingrained in whatever they are doing. We are in a very strange situation here, that you have a delusional army chief whose calculations have gone completely awry, supported by a, if I may use that term, deranged defense minister, who in the parliament is saying that our madrasas, which are schools, the students are going to be the second line of defense. And now we are seeing the Secretary of State of the US talking directly to the army chief, bypassing the foreign minister, the defense minister, and the prime minister. So clearly a defunct polity. So in those circumstances, what can you expect, from them? So they are completely reckless in the manner in which they are targeting. First, you target unarmed, innocent civilians through a terrorist attack in Pahalgam. And now you see the way they are targeting civilians across the line of control with artillery, heavy artillery. And now you see the drone attacks which are coming through across the entire international border, engaging civilians and trying to, in a sense, put some pressure on the government of India by sort of engaging civilians. Unfortunately, neither is it having any impact on the targets, because they are not successful in engaging the targets, and neither is it having any impact on the civilians. Just a little while back, you were showing the large number of volunteers who are coming up as civic volunteers in the Tri-City of Chandigarh, and in fact, even in the other method of targeting that they are doing, trying to target the Golden Temple, which is a much revered shrine of all religions, irrespective of religion. People go with a lot of reverence to the Golden Temple. They are trying to. They have tried to target the Gurudwara in Poonch, in Rajouri. They have tried to target a school. So the point which I am trying to make is that all these attempts to create a communal divide, these attempts to put pressure on the civilians, to indirectly put pressure on the government, this recklessness in their targeting, it's all failing. It is not giving them any result whatsoever. So they are desperate now. And on the contrary, if you see, it's a very, very systematic targeting which India is doing after due cautioning. In the very first go, when India had targeted the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, they had made it very clear that our response is measured, it is focused, it is non-escalatory. We are not targeting the military infrastructure. It was a message to Pakistan that should you, choose to escalate, we will escalate and we will target your military infrastructure. And now that they have done it, we are targeting it in a very systematic manner, degrading their defense potential, degrading their war waging potential. So therefore, Pakistan is going on escalating recklessly, and now we hear that they have moved troops into forward positions. This is what comes out of the latest position. So it is an escalatory movement which is going up, and now we are hearing that the Secretary of State has spoken to the Foreign Minister in India, asking for methods to de-escalate. Well, that's a good initiative from the US. But I must add over here, only day before yesterday, or was it yesterday, that the US has helped Pakistan by bailing them out with the IMF package. This is a completely, reckless move that the US has done. If they wanted, with virtually veto powers in the IMF, they could have stopped that bailout package and put enough pressure on Pakistan to stop this nonsense that they have indulged in.
General Saha,
yes, please.
Let me interject you for a minute there. Let's talk about other issues at this juncture. How long can this confrontation or conflict stretch if there is no resolve or either side refuses to compromise very quickly?
Well, so there are two ways of looking at it. That A, Pakistan must realize what it is entering. So far, India has only shown a very limited, part of its military might. It has engaged a very limited range of targets in Pakistan, which has degraded up to a very small extent their air defense potential. India has hardly exercised its military might. If it chooses to enhance that, it is going to hurt them much more. And we have not at all talked about getting at the economic targets. If India chooses to go and strike Pakistan's economic target, I'm afraid that country, despite this IMF bailout, I must remind them that they are going to be in dire straits. Okay? And this time the military action is not alone. They have not factored the impact of the Indus Water Treaty suspension that is going to play out in its own, span as the time elapses, as the time goes on. So the point is, Pakistan is stuck in a time warp. Their calculations were based on the fact that, okay, there will be international pressure on India to de-escalate, and they will get away with what they have been doing in the past. So the short answer to your question is, the international community has to exercise pressure on Pakistan to de-escalate if this whole business has to stop. Okay, the compromise is on the international community to ensure that some good sense is drummed into this, the Pakistani military leadership, because in any case, they don't listen to their political leaders. Because if they were listening to their political leaders, you have seen the scenes in the Parliament of Pakistan where all the opposition leaders are literally crying in the Parliament, saying that do not go down this path. They don't seem to listen. So as far as India is concerned, it is repeatedly telling them, do not escalate, do not escalate. It is cautioning them, and they have to take the words of caution rather than going on in this radicalized and in this escalatory nature in the manner in which they are going.
General Saha, finally, the nuclear rhetoric you mentioned there, Pakistan is using it as a threat. Some would call it bluff, but in a sense, what would happen if Pakistan does indeed fire nuclear missiles towards India?
I'm glad you bring up this question. All this nuclear saber rattling was there before we struck at the terrorist infrastructure. Have you heard even once this nuclear saber rattling after we have struck? The answer is no. This damn bluff has been called during Kargil. It has been called out again during the surgical strikes in 2016, again post the Pulwama in 2019. So I think it is better that we don't go there, because this is a bluff which Pakistan has been calling and fooling the world again and again. Okay, so now it is, I think,
then we should leave it there.
For countries like the US and the countries like China to drill this sense into Pakistan. They cannot get away with this nonsense of nuclear, strikes on the one side and maintaining terrorist as strategic assets. You can't have terrorists as strategic assets and nuclear threats as strategic assets at the same time. So some sense has to be put into this country, if they want to exist in the community of nations as a sensible nation.
All right, we'll have to leave it there then. I've been talking to retired Lieutenant General Subrata Saha, who is a former Deputy Chief of Army Staff and currently member of the National Security Advisory Board. General Saha, thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority, which is responsible for Pakistan's nukes. However, there is nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing is Pakistan's DNA is its rhetoric of a nuclear war with India. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defense Minister Khawaja Asif had threatened the world of a nuclear war. In an interview to Pakistan-based Sama TV, Asif said, and I quote, "If our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we leave or no one does." At the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative Asim Iftikhar Ahmad repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes, as it will lead to a nuclear face-off. In April, Pakistan's Railway Minister Hanif Abbasi also issued a stark threat to India. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Gauri, Shaheen and Ghaznavi missiles, along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Water Treaty in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians will. Pakistani Prime Minister has called the meeting of National Command Authority. This is the top body responsible for Pakistan's nukes. This is the first time such a meeting is called since 2019. So what if Pakistan dares to use its nukes? Our next story explains how India is one of 4 nations in the world to have a nuclear triad.
This is the doomsday scenario. In a strategic miscalculation, Pakistan's military command issues an order that no nation should consider. Pakistan activates its nuclear weapons. Within moments, missiles are screaming across the skies. The incoming missiles face India's advanced anti-missile defense systems, a mix of both homegrown and foreign origin systems. First up, they encounter the Prithvi air defense that intercepts ballistic missiles outside the Earth's atmosphere. Next comes the indigenous missile advanced air defense that intercepts and destroys targets in the lower atmospheric layer. This is followed by the Akash missile system that hits aerial targets up to 30 kilometers. And finally, India has the Russian S-400 that can take on a wide range of aerial threats, including ballistic and cruise missiles. Years of meticulous intelligence gathering and advanced satellite surveillance have stripped Pakistan's nuclear infrastructure of any element of secrecy. India's war plans have precisely factored in each silo, mobile launcher and weapons storage facility. Strategically positioned, Pakistan's nuclear missiles are hidden in fortified garrisons and underground facilities. Pakistan's land-based missile silos are located at the Akru garrison, the Gujranwala garrison, the Khuzdar garrison, the Pano Akil garrison and the Sargodha garrison. Pakistan has placed its nuclear-capable bombers at the Minhas Airbase, the Shehbaz Airbase, the Rafiki Airbase and the Masroor Airbase. India is one of only 4 nations with a fully operational nuclear triad, land, air and sea-based nuclear delivery systems. Which means that even if Pakistan uses nuclear weapons first, India's second strike capability, especially its stealth Arihant-class submarines, will guarantee a punishing response, nullifying any nuclear blackmail.
Pakistan, we have seen over the years that if you compare the Pakistan Army and the Indian Army, and if you compare their conventional strength, you will find that the Indian Army is twice as strong as the Pakistan Army, whether in terms of air power, land power, or naval power. So the country which can't match you conventionally has to resort to this nuclear rhetoric. And that is what we are seeing from Pakistan.
History is witness to Pakistan's futile attempt to alter the status quo in 1999 during the Kargil conflict. Its covert incursions were met with a blistering Indian counter-offensive. Leveraging air power and high-altitude warfare, India's military not only recaptured lost ground, but called Pakistan's bluff of having nuclear weapons. Former Indian Defence Minister George Fernandes once put it bluntly, "There will be no Pakistan left when we have responded." He wasn't bluffing. The former defence minister was underscoring a truth that still holds. India's second strike capability is devastating, assured and precise. Pakistan may speak of full-spectrum deterrence, but India's response is spectrum-shattering. The first strike is no protection for Islamabad. It will only seal its fate. Bureau Report, WION World is One.
Well, as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation shut down additional airports, according to the latest NOTAM. All civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut down temporarily. The date of this temporary measure has been extended to May 15th. Now, according to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15th at 5:29 a.m. IST, that is Indian Standard Time. Indian airports where the operations are suspended till May 15th include Adhampur, Ambala, Amritsar, Awantipur, Bathinda, Bhuj, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Halwara, Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Kandla, Kangra, Keshod, Kishangarh, Kulu Manali, Leh, Ludhiana, Mundra, Nalia, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Sarsawa, Shimla, Srinagar, Toys, Utalai. Meanwhile, Delhi Airport has issued travel advisory for its passengers due to changing airspace conditions. Flight schedules are said to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. The airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from the respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Indian airlines like Air India and Indigo have issued travel advisories and confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till May 15th. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. This is a WION World is One continuous coverage. That's the latest at this hour. Thank you for watching. Do stay with us. This is WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Learn about tokenization, the future of ownership, with me on Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan.
It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One. This is the continuous coverage on WION regarding Operation Sindur. Let's start with the headlines. At a joint press conference, India's defense forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces are alert and they are ready. India says Pakistani officials are making lame attempts to divide India by claiming that Indian missiles were being fired at religious sites. India admits bases attacked by Pakistan, debunks claims of heavy damage, equipment and personnel damaged at Air Force bases in Udhampur, Bhuj, Pathankot, Bhatinda. India gives a swift and calibrated response to Pakistan. Indian jets hit at least 8 bases, including a radar site. All right, let's begin the bulletin. We're bringing you on top of things at this point. These are the latest developments at this hour in the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. India hit back hard at Pakistan after Pakistani drones attack the bids of Pakistani forces to attack across the western sector, carrying out precision airstrikes. India carried out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. In a special briefing on Operation Sindur, the government said Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, a radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base, they were also targeted.
Calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunia were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
The Indian government said that Pakistan continues to provoke India along its western border, targeting civilian areas and military infrastructure using unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter jets. Now, Indian armed forces successfully neutralized these threats. However, there was limited damage which India sustained on equipment and personnel at the Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. India categorically rejected Pakistani propaganda of major damage being caused to India's military infrastructure in the overnight strikes. In the press briefing, India said Pakistan attempted to spread malicious misinformation with false claims of destruction of the Indian S-400 system, a prime air defense system, destruction of airfields at Surat and Suratgarh. India outrightly rejected these false claims and even showed photographs with date stamps to show exactly that there was no damage caused or halt in operations. Take a look.
Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan.
India said that the Pakistani army used drones and other high-caliber weapons to attack India's western front. Islamabad tried to infiltrate Indian airspace at more than 26 locations, viewers. This happened overnight, and these included drone incursions and sightings of armed UAVs in Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipura, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj and Jaisalmer across states and union territories. The government said that India neutralized most of these attacks. The Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, said that Pakistan made yet another completely ludicrous claim that Indian mailers have hit Afghanistan. He called it a totally frivolous allegation and even sent out a message to Afghanistan that the people of Afghanistan don't need to be reminded about which country has targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years.
There is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has, on multiple occasions, in just the last 1.5 years, targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
India said Pakistan Army has been observed to be moving its troops towards forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness, and all hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided the Pakistani side reciprocates on this. Pakistan is carrying out a very, very intense effort to sow seeds of discord along with a lot of disinformation in India. This is a very important segment for everyone. Viewers, it's time for some fact check. This is WION's special segment on government fact checks to keep India vigilant and keep India rightly informed. An old video is now being falsely shared as footage of a missile strike on New Delhi airport. This video shows a gas station explosion, but it's not anywhere close to India. It's from Aden, Yemen, and it's from August of last year, 2024. It has absolutely no connection to the Indian subcontinent, leave alone the current India-Pakistan situation. Then, posts on social media claim that an Indian pilot ejected from a fighter jet over Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, and this claim is again absolutely fake. There were earlier also claims that Pakistan had destroyed a S-400 unit in Adampur. That is again not to be believed, viewers. No such thing has happened. No S-400 unit or any air defense unit of India has been damaged to any extent. There is a major disinformation campaign and there is too much clutter on social media that we will advise all our viewers right here on WION World is One to stay clear of. Be advised, be alert, be vigilant. Do not fall for these false narratives, because that is essentially exactly what Pakistan is relying very heavily on. They are trying to send in wrong information to create any kind of confusion within civilian populations or within the military installations, but any military installation in India, in any armed forces of India, any personnel from the armed forces, they all know far better than this, because this is exactly what Pakistan has resorted to in this ongoing conflict. They are going on all means that they can find to sow seeds of discord and create any kind of disinformation campaign inside India to send out false narratives. The Defense Ministry is putting out post after post, and we would advise all of you all on platform X. There is a handle called @PIP Fact Check. You can follow that and get constant updates on this. Apart from that, we, of course, right here on WION World is One, are carrying out the fact check systems for you. And to assess the ongoing situation, I'm being joined by all of my colleagues here. Dharamjot Kaur, who's joining me from the newsroom. There is Idris Lone joining me from Srinagar, and Siddhant Sibal, who's our Assistant Director of Foreign Affairs, who's also here with me. Let me start with Idris, who's there in Srinagar. Idris, there is recent updates regarding 2 blasts which have been heard on your front in Srinagar. If you can give us whatever else we know at this point.
Well, even Shivan, just 10 minutes ago, there were 3 major blasts, massive blasts that were heard all across Srinagar city, especially areas close to the airport. The intensity of the blast there was much more. We do not know where exactly was the location of these blasts, or whether they were drones that were basically being neutralized by the Indian armed forces at the moment. But 3 major blasts took place again in Srinagar after a break of around 3 to 4 hours. We saw early morning there were multiple blasts in Srinagar, Udhampur, Poonch, but after that there was a lull. But now we heard 3 massive blasts yet again in Srinagar. Let me tell you that there has been debris found at 2 places early in the morning. One in Lasjan area of Srinagar, where security forces picked up the debris for further investigation. There was debris also found close to Dal Lake in Srinagar, which has also been picked up by the Indian Army. Army and the FSL team is now investigating whether it's a part of a missile or it's a part of a drone. On the other hand, we've seen ceasefire violations being carried by the Pakistani Army continuously at various locations along the line of control and international border. In North Kashmir's Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, and now even in Gurez sector, we've heard that there has been ceasefire violation from the Pakistani side. They're resorting to heavy mortar shelling in these areas, and not only are they targeting the army installations, but they're also targeting the civilian population living close to the line of control. On the other hand, in the Jammu division also, where we saw early morning, there were multiple blasts heard in Jammu, Udhampur and Poonch area as well. There was massive shelling from the Pakistani side in the Rajouri sector, in which 5 people have been killed so far, which includes women and children. The ADDC of Rajouri district was also killed during that shelling.
Yes.
The one of the shells had actually blasted on his house, and he was injured, later taken to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. So
Yes.
the situation still very grim. A lot of tension among the people after hearing these blasts again. A lot of people preferring to stay indoors. Government has been making appeals to people, especially living close to the line of control, as well as to army installations or airports, to stay indoors and not create too much of panic.
Idris, stay with me. I'll come back to you. Now, let me cut across to Siddhant Sibal, our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs. Siddhant, their disinformation campaigns, using international flights to keep their civil airspace open when they're in the middle of a heavy conflict with India at this point, and then the seeds of discord that they're trying to sow inside India when it comes to specifically targeting religious sites across Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. We've seen Gurdwaras being hit. Is this showing Pakistani desperation? What they're unable to do on the front, they're trying to sow inside India?
Well, we know that there has been a major escalation. Yes, the Indian side has pointed out that as to how commercial flights are being used as a shield by the Pakistani side at a time when they have been indulging in strikes as well. I'm standing in front of India's Ministry of External Affairs, where almost a short while ago we saw the big presser. It is now starting to rain as well. So we will be continuing with the update on the ground, but we will see another briefing most likely in the evening, because India basically is also making it clear that when it comes to the information warfare, India will continue to put its facts which are very important at a time of Pakistani misinformation.
All right, Siddhant, leave you to take some cover there as it starts to rain. I'll come back to you in a bit. Let me cut across now to Dharamjot Kaur, who's there with me in the newsroom. Dharam, we heard what the Foreign Secretary said just like a little over a half an hour ago. He has been mentioning this in presser after presser, talking about how especially Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, specific sites in these regions, and let's not mince any words. Gurdwara in Poonch district was attacked on the first night itself, and then we've also heard the Foreign Secretary mention Anandpur Sahib and also Amritsar, which was in the trajectory of missiles coming in from Pakistan as they try to sow a narrative inside India that India itself is trying to attack Amritsar. It's absolutely preposterous and a new low for Pakistan. Give us your thoughts.
Well, you're absolutely right, Shivan. I think this is part of Pakistan's entire apparatus with respect to trying to create discontent and divide the Indian populace in different demographics, even though despite all the efforts, it still stands united. Having said that, we've seen multiple efforts on Pakistan's front with respect to trying to target different religious sites. We saw it happen on the first night in Poonch, not just with the Gurdwara in Poonch, also a church that came under attack and a convent school near it that came under attack. Fortunately, the school was empty, so there was no loss of life at that point. So that was fortunate enough, but again, a lot of infrastructural damage on that front. Then a lot of attempted strikes by Pakistan on Amritsar and Anandpur Sahib, religious sites in these places. Of course, the Indian Armed Forces foiled these bids repeatedly, time and again. We've also been hearing how the Civic administration has been actively involved in activating sirens, ensuring that the public stays inside, ensuring that there's minimal panic and minimal damage on the ground, that people stay at home. Another very interesting thing, Shivan, I wanted to point out, I was speaking to people from all across Punjab, especially the border villages and states, and this is what they had to say. They said war is no human's first choice, but if push comes to shove, The people of Punjab and the villages and the cities of Punjab are standing like a wall every time Pakistan is going to attack. So no matter the amount of effort that Pakistan keeps putting in terms of trying to divide the country demographically or communally, it's not going to happen. And repeatedly, when we speak to people, when we speak to our reporters on the ground, when we discuss these things, we keep seeing those examples coming up every single day. So this is where the situation is right now, Shivan. No matter how many attempts Pakistan makes, Indian armed forces are doing what they need to do militarily. The civic administration and civic defense mechanism authorities are doing what they need to do with respect to ensuring that there's minimal panic and correct, accurate flow of information to citizens and residents in India. And the Indians are doing what needs to be done with respect to staying together and not allowing Pakistan to color this into a communal hue, Shivan.
That is absolutely correct. Dharam, you've mentioned some very important points, and what I think is most pivotal and important in what you mentioned, that the people of Punjab are standing like a wall. That is the kind of support we as civilians, as citizens of this country, can offer to our Indian armed forces. Because at this point, the entire country is speaking in one voice that we don't want a war, but we will defend ourselves decisively. And that is essentially what India's stance is. We did not look for any kind of escalation. We never looked for a war. First escalation happened on 22nd of April in Pahalgam. Now India is responding. Pakistan should have thought this through. I'll come back to you, Dharam. Let me cut across now to Idris Lone, who's there in Srinagar. Idris, there is an advisory which has been issued in the Rajouri sector. If you can give us, what the administration there has advised to the civilians and people living in that region.
Well, Shivan, there has been massive shelling from the Pakistani side in the Rajouri sector, in which we've seen destruction, especially targeting the civilian population and their houses. 5 people have already died in the current shelling that was done by the Pakistan Army, which also included the ADDC of Rajouri district. We've seen since last many days that Pakistan Army has been targeting the civilian population all across the line of control and international border. But since morning, Rajouri has seen intense shelling from the other side, and that's one of the reasons that the authorities have now given out an advisory to the people living close to the line of control, and especially in the Rajouri sector. They've asked people to take shelter at safer places. If there are any bunkers present, they should move to those bunkers. They've also told them if they can put sandbags in front of their windows and not to venture out. Also, they've been asked not to look through the windows at a time when the shelling is taking place. So this advisory not only for Rajouri but all the districts of Jammu and Kashmir which lie close to the line of control and international border. We've also seen the evacuation of people from the northern part of Kashmir, whether it's Kupwara, Baramulla, Udi, now even Bandipora and Gurez sectors. People have been advised to move out of those houses and move to safer shelters. There have been a lot of places that have been opened in Baramulla, like the degree college has been opened for people to shift and take shelter in. Same is the case in Jammu division. Also in Rajouri, we have seen people have been advised and asked not to go to their houses which are close to the line of control, but move out of them till basically the situation calms down on the line of control. But at the moment, ceasefire violation continues from the Pakistani side at multiple locations, and this is not small arms being used by Pakistan Army, but heavy mortar shelling, not only targeting the Indian Army posts and bunkers, but also the civilian population and whatever comes in their way. We've also seen among the 5 people that have been killed since morning in Rajouri district, there are women and children. A 2-year-old boy has also been killed in the mortar shelling from the other side.
Idris, stay with me. Let me quickly cut across to Dharamjot, who's going to debunk some more claims which again wrongly have been pushed by Pakistan. These are claims coming in from Bhatinda about certain damage being caused. Dharamjot, over to you. Tell us what is right and what is wrong here.
Well, Shivan, another false claim that has been made on social media. This is pro-Pakistan pages that are spreading this information around. But PIB Fact Check has debunked the claim. It is allegedly, the claim was that the Bhatinda airfield has been destroyed by Pakistani strikes, which is absolutely false. It is now saying that PIB has confirmed that the Bhatinda airfield is fully operational and there is no damage whatsoever. Now, this PIB Fact Check is coming just minutes after we heard the joint press conference between the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Armed Forces, where the leadership also clarified that for all the air bases that Pakistan has claimed to attack, most of them have no damage whatsoever. Few of them have minimal to negligible collateral damage, but all assets remain intact. So Bathinda in particular, there is no damage to the airfield, and that's the latest we have on the PIB fact check. Shivan.
Thanks, Dharam. Let me go back to Idris, as we will continue to debunk all those wrong claims being made by Pakistan, just to create some kind of confusion inside India. And us as a channel, as WION World is One, we're trying to tell all our viewers to be advised against this narrative. Follow PIB fact check on social media, and of course follow WION World is One as we bring you all what is right. Let me now go to Idris. Idris, you had mentioned cross-border shelling, which is now also happening in Gurez. If you can give us an understanding of the location of this region, how far is it from the border, and what is the condition there?
Well, Shivan, there are at least 4 districts which lie very close to the line of control in the northern part of Kashmir, which includes Bandipora, Baramulla, Kupwara and Handwara. All of them have borders with the Pakistan, and in the last many days, around 16 days, we've seen Pakistan breaking ceasefire at multiple locations along the border in the northern part of Kashmir, whether it was in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Gurez. Today they've also basically broken the ceasefire at Gurez, which lies in the Bandipora district. So the whole northern part of Kashmir is basically under attack from the Pakistan side. Continuous shelling going on, not only targeting the armed forces bunkers and posts, but also the civilian population, their houses. We've seen the massive damage that was done to Tangdar residential area for the last 2 consecutive days. The people have been evacuated from those areas, but there has been massive damage to the properties, whether it's houses, commercial properties, their cars, even cattle for that matter in those areas. On the other hand, we've also seen ceasefire violation taking place continuously in the Jammu division, which has line of control as well as the international border. At all the places, Pakistan has been resorting to ceasefire violations, and not only using small arms but also heavy mortar shelling. Since morning in the Rajouri district only, where people now are being evacuated to safer places, we've seen 5 people have been killed, which include a woman and a child as well, and also the ADDC of the Rajouri district was killed in the same incident as well. So there has been massive shelling going on from the Pakistani side, and we've also seen the drone attacks creating damage. Thankfully no casualty in those, but in the Jammu city, we saw one of the houses was completely damaged because of one of the drones that fell on top of it. On the other hand, there is a lot of panic across Jammu and Kashmir right now, especially in Srinagar, where I'm standing right now. Just like 15 minutes ago, there were 3 major massive blasts that were heard across Srinagar city, especially people who live close to the airport. The intensity of the blast was much more intense there than the other parts of the city. Now people basically preferring to stay indoors. That is what government authorities have also been appealing to people, that if there is no emergency, people should prefer and stay indoors, because the drone attacks started early today morning are still continuing, it seems, although there's no confirmation from the Indian security forces about the drone attacks that must have taken place now, but it looked exactly the same, it sounded exactly the same that was in the morning. So there's a lot of panic, but people have been advised to stay indoors and not to basically pay any heed to the rumor mongering that's going on the social media as well, because there is a lot of misinformation that is being spread across Jammu and Kashmir as well, and people have been advised to verify before sharing any sort of that sort of news.
Idris, I'll let you go for now, as you've been reporting since the wee hours of that Operation Sindur on the 7th of May. You have hardly had any rest, and the entire region remains in high tension at this point. But again, we advise our viewers to only follow government guidelines and do not get fed by the narrative that Pakistan is putting in through social media handles. That was Idris Lone getting us the latest. Idris, I'll come back to you in a bit. Dharamjot Kaur, thank you so much for joining me here, and I'll come back to you after some time as well. As of now, we will try to debunk more false claims which are coming in from Pakistan. Amid the escalating tensions, viewers, between the two countries, internet has been flooded with fake news and misinformation. You open platform X and it is flooded with video after video after video, claim after claim. Do you need to believe these? Not at all. Old videos are being used to spread fear among civilians. do not get fed by this. Like this video. The video claims that Indian soldiers have abandoned their posts amid the war. Now, upon fact-checking by the Press Information Bureau in India, it was found that the video was posted on the 27th of April and it featured students becoming emotional after being selected into the army. Now, this is the fact of this video and this is how it was being presented. Next, pro-Pakistan social media handles claim that an Indian female Air Force pilot was captured in Pakistan. Now, this was also found to be 100% fake. The female pilot has not been captured anywhere. It is also being claimed on social media that there have been 10 explosions around Srinagar airport. Now, upon fact-checking this, it was found to be fake and misleading. Then a similar post speaks of explosions at Jaipur airport. District collector, the DC and the magistrate of the city termed it baseless and said that the airport is completely safe. Anyone comes to you asking you about what happened, you need to know that this is fake. Claims of temporary closure of services on the Delhi-Mumbai airline route was also completely rejected. No such thing has taken place. The Airports Authority of India has extended the temporary closure of 25 segments of air traffic service routes within the Delhi and Mumbai flight information regions due to operational reasons. Now, additionally, 32 airports in the country have been temporarily closed for civilian flights till 5:29 a.m. local time on the 15th of May. That part is true. Now, a post claiming that 3 Indian Air Force jets crashed in the Himalayas, and it was found to be fake as well. In fact, the video dates back to 2016. The government at this point is in overdrive to rid the Indian population and everyone in the civilized world of these false claims. Additionally, PIB rejected claims that an Indian post was destroyed by Pakistan. It's fake, viewers. No such thing has happened. Misinformation is misleading viewers on social media, creating panic, at least attempting to create panic and fear. The Indian government is urging them to stay calm. It is urging everyone to stay calm and not fall prey to unverified information on the internet, because the internet is full of clutter. WION is where we bring you the facts. On that note, let's quickly take a break. Come right back. Our continuous coverage will be on after this short break. I'm Shivan. This is WION World is One.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Shivan John. Now let's start with the headlines. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces alert and ready. India says Pakistani officials are making lame attempts to divide India from inside by claiming that Indian missiles were being fired at a religious site inside India. India admits that bases were attacked by Pakistan and it debunks claims of heavy damage, equipment and personnel damaged at Air Force bases in Udhampur, Bhuj, Pathankot, Bhatinda. India gives a swift and calibrated response to Pakistan. Indian jets hit at least 8 bases, including a radar site. All right, let's begin with the latest developments at this hour because this is a very fast developing situation between India and Pakistan. India hit back hard at Pakistan after its drone attack bids across the western sector, carrying out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Now, in a special briefing on Operation Sindur, the government said that Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, a radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base, they were also targeted. Listen to us.
Calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunia were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
The Indian government said Pakistan continues to provoke India along its western border, targeting civilian areas and military infrastructure using unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and jets, fighter jets. Indian armed forces successfully neutralized these threats. However, limited damage was sustained in India to the equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. India categorically rejected Pakistani propaganda of major damage to India's military infrastructure in the overnight strikes. In this press briefing, which ended just a little over an hour ago, India said Pakistan attempted to spread malicious misinformation inside India with false claims of destruction of an Indian S-400 air defense system, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa. India outrightly rejected these false claims and even showed photographs with date stamps to prove.
Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan.
India said the Pakistani army used drones and other high-caliber weapons to attack India's western front. Islamabad tried to infiltrate Indian airspace at more than 26 locations, and these included drone incursions and sightings of armed UAVs in Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipora, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj and Jaisalmer. The government said India neutralized most of the attacks. Now, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said that Pakistan made yet another completely ludicrous claim that Indian mailers have hit Afghanistan. He called it a totally frivolous allegation as it is, saying that the people of Afghanistan know very well and they don't need to be reminded about which country has targeted civilian populations in Afghanistan and civilian infrastructure on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years.
There is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
India said Pakistan Army has been observed to be moving its troops towards forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness, and all hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded to proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided the Pakistani side can adhere to this and reciprocate accordingly. All right, on the bulletin, I'm also being joined by our special correspondent Idris Loan, who is joining me live from Srinagar, and I also have Dharamjot Kaur joining me in the newsroom. Idris, let me come to you first. Now, in the press briefing, we heard from Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. Is there anything further that you picked up on which of these areas Pakistan is pushing towards at this point from its end?
Well, Shivan, it's very evident that Pakistan wants to escalate the situation on the line of control, and that would be one of the reasons that they would be moving more forces towards the borders, whether it's in the northern part of Kashmir, whether it's the POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, or whether it's the other areas like Punjab borders and Gujarat border and Rajasthan border with the Pakistan. We've heard that the Pakistan army has been moving towards these bordering areas, but we've also seen on the ground, which is also a fact, that they have done escalations all around, which also means that they wanted to engage with the Indian armed forces at multiple locations all across the line of control and international border, and it seems that they are now moving their troops towards the borders, and that is one of the reasons that they have been engaging with the forces. Shivan, if we talk about the northern part of Kashmir, there were at least 3 to 4 places where the escalation from the Pakistani side was continuing for the last 15 days. But today now they've opened one more front in the Gurez sector in the Bandipora district, where there has been ceasefire violation reported from that side also. We've also seen evacuation of the people from these areas, but the armed forces are making sure to give a befitting reply to Pakistani army at every quarter whenever there is a ceasefire violation. On the other side, if we talk about Jammu's line of control as well as international border, we've seen escalation from the Pakistani side there as well. There was massive shelling from the Pakistani side in the Rajouri sector, in which 5 civilians were killed, including women and children, which also included an ADC of the Rajouri district itself. So there has been massive damage to the civilian population, properties, as well as civilian lives. And we've also seen how they've not only targeted the Indian army and their installations, but the civilian population, which have now been moved by the authorities from these areas. But they're still making the civilian houses their targets. They're still destroying the properties of the civilians in these areas. And that could only be done, Shivan, when there is more force, when there is a more number of troops present on the line of control from the other side, because they are wanting to engage with the Indian armed forces at every nook and corner of the line of control and international border.
Idris, I'll come back to you. And before I cut across to Dharamjot, who's here with me in the newsroom, I just want to quickly bring a few facts to the viewers. Viewers, the original escalation happened on the 22nd of April in the Pahalgam terror attack. After that, India gave Pakistan 2 weeks to take some action. Pakistan failed to even condemn that deadly terror attack. Instead, Pakistan went into a rhetoric which included nuclear talk, saying our nukes are pointing towards you, India. That is what came from Pakistan. They batted for the TRF, which carried out that deadly attack in Pahalgam. They even went ahead and called that special forces officer which came, that soldier from the Pakistan army, the elite forces soldier who came and carried out that deadly attack in Pahalgam, Pakistani Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar called him a freedom fighter. That is what came from Pakistan. After that, we've only seen escalation after escalation from Pakistan. They have been attacking civilians. They are trying to sow seeds of discord within India, trying to target religious sites. They have also been talking about nuclear weapons. This is how Pakistan is escalating. And what was earlier only known as small arms fire across the LOC, that was part of the ceasefire violations, that quickly transitioned into heavy shelling, and that heavy shelling, which was limited to nighttime shelling, gradually escalated into daytime shelling. That is where I want to bring in Dharamjot, who's there with me in the newsroom. Dharamjot, these shellings which were earlier only happening during the nighttime, now they're happening in broad daylight. Escalation after escalation from Pakistan's side. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts exactly, Shivan, which is what has everyone wondering, at what point does Pakistan really want to de-escalate, or does it even want to de-escalate if this is what the approach is going to be like from the Pakistani military? The last 2 days what we saw is, we've been seeing this sitting in the newsroom around 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. our local time is when usually the drone attacks and the small shelling used to begin, small scale shelling used to begin in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, and then in some parts of border areas of Punjab, some parts of Rajasthan, which is why certain airports were shut down, which is why sirens blared, which is why civic defense mechanism became active in these areas. Today is the first day that we're seeing massive shelling and massive violations, not just at the LOC but also at the international border by the Pakistani military in broad daylight. This is something we saw at 5, 6 a.m. in the morning. That was expected because it happened yesterday as well. But then the fact that it's happening at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., now in the afternoon. We just heard our correspondent Idris tell us a few minutes ago how at noon time Pakistan is increasing its shelling across the border and how more blasts were heard in the capital, in the Srinagar city, which is, it's not a border village at just a few kilometers away, Shivan. It's a major city in Jammu and Kashmir district. So the fact that it has become so much more blatant now, and the fact that it's escalated through this level, it raises a lot of questions with respect to which direction are we going in terms of dealing with Pakistan, because India since the beginning has maintained its stance. Like you mentioned, April 22nd was the point where it all started. This is what India's Foreign Secretary has also been saying in multiple press conferences. The escalation, the war, the attacks did not begin with India. It began on April 22nd with the Pahalgam terror attack that was financed and backed by Pakistan's entire terror apparatus. After which, as you rightly mentioned, over 2 weeks' time given to Pakistan to come to terms with what has happened, to come to the negotiation table, but they did none of that. In fact, they tried to seek intervention at the international level from the UNSC, again, a backdoor attempt that failed on their part. Then also creating hue and cry and playing victims, saying that, well, we're also victims of terror, it's not us who's doing that. Well, if it wasn't Pakistan doing that, how is it that on May 7th, India successfully targeted 9 terror hotspots in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and also in the Punjab province of Pakistan? Cut to now the escalation that's coming from Pakistan, and India still trying to ensure that it is targeting certain bases with minimal damage to civilian life and civilian infrastructure, despite the fact that until a few hours ago, Pakistan kept its airspace open. So they're treating their civilians and civil air services like a shield, and despite that, India is trying to navigate all the curveballs that Pakistan has been throwing in the name of whatever de-escalation it is trying to project, but clearly not doing so on the ground, Shiva.
No, as far as the escalation debate is concerned, Dharamjot, there is no debate. The escalation is only coming from one side, and it is not from India. India is only decisively responding to all that Pakistan is doing in the name of some kind of retaliation, whereas they should have not retaliated at all, because India's Operation Sindur was non-escalatory in its nature. India only targeted terrorist outfits and terrorist camps. I'll go back to Idris here. Idris, the daytime shelling that we're now seeing, and you've been seeing it closer than any one of us. You're right there. You're hearing it as it happens, and then we hear it from you. You're right at the front. Give us a sense of, you've already told us that there is a major sense of panic which is being created, of course, with the kind of shelling that is being heard here at this point. But you've also mentioned what is being heard in Srinagar, 3 blasts that we've heard, and you mentioned Gurez as well. Anything further that you can add?
Well, absolutely, Shivan, there is a lot of panic among the people across Jammu and Kashmir, not only in Srinagar, but various districts across the Kashmir division as well as in the Jammu division. We've seen the ceasefire violations taking place at the same time, at the time when Pakistan is also launching drones towards Kashmir. We've also heard about the missile strikes that Pakistan has done early in the morning today. So all of that did create a lot of panic among the people living in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially those who are living very close to the line of control and international border. We've seen massive shelling being carried out by the Pakistan forces across various parts of the Jammu division as well as in the Kashmir region. Tangdar area in Kupwara saw the massive shelling on the civilian properties where crores of rupees was completely dismantled and damaged. On the other hand, we also saw the Rajouri shelling earlier today morning, wherein 5 people have been killed, while as properties worth crores destroyed across Rajouri as well. Earlier, we also saw in the Poonch district as well, where 17 people, which included 1 army personnel as well, were killed in the Pakistan shelling there in that district. Around 60 people were injured across line of control, who have been shifted to the hospitals, various hospitals where they're being treated at the moment. And this includes women and children and old people mostly, because that has been on the target of the Pakistani army. They've mostly been targeting these civilian areas close to the line of control, and that's one of the reasons that people have been moved out. People have been advised to move out of their houses close to the line of control. Some of the areas like Kupwara, Tangdar area, the people were asked to move out of the bunkers as well, because some of them wanted to take shelter in the bunkers and live close to their houses, but that is the authorities have advised them to move out of those houses as well. While as we see that in areas like Poonch, Akhnur, people have been taken out and moved to safer shelters. But Pakistan shelling continues on the line of control, and these drone attacks that are being carried by the Pakistan, the 3 blasts that we heard in Srinagar, also causing a lot of panic among the people, but authorities making sure and sending out messages all across Jammu and Kashmir that people should not panic and they should not give any heed to the rumor mongering that's happening all across Jammu and Kashmir, especially on the social media, and they should just remain calm and preferably stay indoors and not come out and stay at safer places.
Going on that same note, Idris, would definitely request you also to exercise full caution as you continue to report day in and day out, day and night. That was Idris Long getting us the latest from Srinagar, and Dharamjot, who joined me here in the newsroom. We'll continue to track all the developments as Operation Sindur continues. India is tackling major onslaught coming in from Pakistan, and in the latest, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has now denied reports of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, the NCA, which essentially is responsible for Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. However, there's nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. They've done it time and again. It's a standard with them. It's standard part of their playbook. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing in Pakistan's DNA is its rhetoric of a nuclear war with India. First thing they say. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif had threatened the world of a nuclear war. In an interview to Pakistan-based Sama TV, Khwaja Asif said, "If our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does," quote unquote. At the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative Asim Iftikhar Ahmad repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric that Pakistan has been parroting over years, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. Time and again, nuclear saber rattling, it's a standard part of Pakistan's rhetoric. In April, Pakistan's railway minister Hanif Abbasi also issued a stark threat to India. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Ghori, Shaheen, Ghaznavi, these missiles along with 130 nuclear warheads has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani foreign minister, the former foreign minister, this is Bilawal Bhutto we're talking about, he threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians. Now, The war between India and Pakistan continues to escalate every passing day, with both countries firing missiles and drones across the line of control. Escalation comes from Pakistan and then India responds adequately. Now, in the midst of all of this, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting with the National Command Authority, the NCA, which is the official body that takes a call on using nuclear weapons. Earlier, we spoke with Major General Neeraj Bali and Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council Secretariat, on Pakistan's nuclear threats. Listen to these statements from them.
You wouldn't have heard a single statement coming out of any Indian functionary about our nuclear capabilities. And today, this meeting of National Command Authority, which has been called by the Pakistani Prime Minister, I think at one level is messaging, one level is kind of a implied threat, which of course we will note. Which is unfortunate, because this is absolutely the worst time in the middle of escalation to provide yet another opportunity for miscalculation. So that is what is happening.
Precedented. What we've seen earlier is that they normally do all this nuclear saber rattling when they want a bailout, when someone to step in and stop this. You know, either the US, somebody will come and say, okay, now you have to scale it down. This time what they've got is actually an IMF loan from a body in which the largest shareholder is the US. So that for them is not either it is I don't know. It's like I said, this is not something I've ever seen before. But this signaling that of their willingness to go into the nuclear option is extremely irresponsible. I mean, at this moment, in actual fact, what you're seeing is a series of drone attacks. Neither country has used its aircraft to go inside either territory. That is how it is now. Now, at this point, you want to bring out your nuclear weapons. It's quite unbelievable. I mean, how can you be so irresponsible? But this is a signaling. Let's see what happens next.
As tensions between India and Pakistan escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has shut down additional airports according to the latest NOTAM. All civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut down temporarily. Now, the date of this temporary measure has been extended to the 15th of May. According to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15th, 5:29 AM IST. Indian airports where the operations are suspended till the 15th of May, well, these include, and here's the list in front of you, Adampur, Ambala, Amritsar, Avantipura, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Halwara, Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Kandla, Kangra, Keshod, Kishangarh, Kullu Manali, that is Bhuntar, and higher up north you have Leh, in Punjab you have Ludhiana, Mundra, Nalia, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Sarsawa, Shimla, Srinagar, Uttarlai. And that's a full list for you. Meanwhile, Delhi Airport has issued travel advisory for its passengers due to the changing airspace conditions. Flight schedules are said to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. Now, the airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from their respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Indian airlines like Air India, Indigo, they have issued travel advisories and have confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till the 15th of May. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. And let's bring you some quick fact checks because that is a very important need of this hour. Amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, the internet has been flooded with fake news and misinformation, and no points for guessing where all of that is coming in from. Old videos are being used to spread fear among civilians, and Pakistan is behind it. Like this one, you see it on your screens now. The video claims that Indian soldiers have abandoned their posts amid war. Now, upon fact-checking by the Press Information Bureau, the PIB, it was found that this is in fact a video which was posted on the 27th of April, and it featured students becoming emotional after being selected into the army. They are in fact training to come to the front and fight for the country and not the other way around as Pakistan is suggesting. Then let's take a look at the other one. Pro-Pakistan social media handles claim that an Indian female Air Force pilot was captured in Pakistan. And this was also found to be fake. The female pilot has not been captured. No female pilot or any pilot for that matter, male or female, has been captured. It is also claimed on social media that there have been 10 explosions around Srinagar airport. Upon fact-checking, this was found to be fake again and misleading. A similar post speaks of explosions at Jaipur Airport District. District Collector and Magistrate of the city have termed it baseless and said that the airport is completely safe. There is no such thing which has happened. This is only being done for fear-mongering. Claims of temporary closure of services on the Delhi-Mumbai airline route was also rejected. The Airports Authority of India has extended the temporary closure of 25 segments of air traffic service routes within the Delhi and Mumbai flight information regions due to operational reasons. It has nothing to do with the current situation. Additionally, 32 airports in the country have been temporarily closed for civilian flights till 5:29 a.m. local time on the 15th of May. A post claiming that 3 Indian Air Force jets crashed in the Himalayas. That's again a post that has been doing the rounds. A lot of people are spreading this, are sharing this, being concerned about it. It is absolutely false, viewers. No such thing has taken place. No such jets or anywhere have crashed in the Himalayas, and this been found to be fake. In fact, the video dates back to 2016, the video which is being doing the rounds. Additionally, the PIB rejected claims that an Indian post was destroyed by Pakistan. Misinformation coming in from Pakistan is misleading social media users. Do not feed into it. Creating panic and fear, do not feed into it. Again, I repeat, the Indian government is urging everyone to stay calm and not fall prey to unverified information on the internet. The Indian Ministry of Defence, the PIP fact check, is on overdrive at this point to debunk all these false claims coming from Pakistan, because this is a major part of their war effort. We will not fall prey to it. That is what the Ministry of Defence has made clear, and we are bringing this to you right here on WION. All right, viewers, we'll take a quick break now. Stay with us. Our continuous coverage on Operation Sindur will continue on the other side of this break. I'm Shivan Chandna. This is WION World is One.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One. This is our continuous coverage of Operation Sindur. Let's start with the headlines. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have confirmed that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces are alert and ready. India says Pakistani officials are making lame attempts to divide India by claiming that Indian missiles were being fired at a religious site. India admits the bases have been attacked by Pakistan and debunks claims of heavy damage, suggesting that equipment and personnel damaged at Air Force bases in Udhampur, Bhuj, Pathankot, Adampur. India and Pakistan. Tensions have been mounting and the escalations have been coming in from Pakistan as India rightfully, decisively, proportionately responds in the same intensity and in the same domain to what Pakistan has been doing. Pakistan escalated on the 22nd of April. India has been responding decisively ever since. Now, at this point, latest that we heard in the press briefing by Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, along with Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh, that Pakistan is moving its forces to the forward fronts. More forces are being deployed to the forward fronts. And what they are also suggesting is that Pakistan is using its airspace by not shutting it down, allowing international flights to move freely in Pakistani airspace, acting as human shields. And this is a new law even for a country like Pakistan. There is also news that the Pakistani Prime Minister would be chairing a meeting of the NCA, which holds command over Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. Now, a lot of claims have been coming in. India is debunking claim after claim, which is false. And we are tracking those developments right here on Beyond World is One. All right, to discuss this evolving situation further, I'm being joined by Major General Bipin Bakshi from New Delhi. He's a former IG at NSG and Division Commander of the Indian Army. Major General, thank you so much. Pleasure having you here. It's an honor. Sir, to begin with, I just spoke about, and this is what we heard from the Foreign Secretary himself regarding Pakistan using Pakistani airspace and using international airlines and flights in Pakistani airspace, not telling them, not shutting down its airspace, using them as human shields. 1 inch here and there, any damage which could have been caused to any one of these international flights, there would have been an international uproar. That is what India is dealing with here as Pakistan continues to fire at civilian and military infrastructure within India. Give us a sense of how Pakistan is resorting to all kind of means, no matter how, without any scruples, without any models, and fighting this against India. Is it a new low for Pakistan?
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show, Siddhant. You mentioned about using international airliner as a shield. It is not new for Pakistan. Right from the 47-48 campaign, they tried to conceal the Pakistan army troops behind what they called Kabaliyas, who entered into Kashmir, and they kept on claiming right till the end, and even the UN mandate was achieved on the ground that Pakistan army never entered Kashmir, whereas actually they did. What they did in East Pakistan in 1971 and even thereafter, I would remember 95 or so, they had sent in an operative which burnt down the Kashmir's Cherar-e-Sharif. So while in recent times, you may say it's a new low, but then if you look at the attack on Taj, where they killed so many innocent international people, so this is a history which Pakistan keeps on repeating itself.
Sir, also, I wanted to understand from you the role of the international community, and when I say that, I'm essentially referring to the US over here, because there have been differing statements that are coming in from the US. Once you hear the US president saying that he's willing to mediate between India and Pakistan, on 22nd of April after that, Donald Trump was soon spoke with the Indian Prime Minister expressing condolences and condemning the attack in Pahalgam. Sir, I'll request you to please hold on with me. There is a breaking development which is coming in. I'll need to go to that. I will come back to you. Please stay on. That was Major General Bipin Bakshi here with me on the broadcast. All right, this is breaking news coming in. India's tri-services chiefs have reached Prime Minister Modi's residence. The Prime Minister of India is chairing a high-level meet, and the Chief of Defence Staff, the CDS, is also present here. And this is in light of the serious escalations that have taken place from Pakistan's side. Rajnath Singh, India's Defence Minister, is also at the Prime Minister's residence. A high-level meeting taking place. The Chief of Defence Staff, all three Armed Forces chiefs, the Indian Defence Minister, the Indian Tri-Services chiefs, they've all reached the Prime Minister's residence at Lok Kalyan Marg. The Prime Minister is chairing this high-level meet for Operation Sindur. Earlier in the day, we had also heard of the National Security Advisor of India who had met the Prime Minister at Lok Kalyan Marg. And now we are hearing of another meeting which is taking place at the Prime Minister's residence in the national capital of India. Siddhant, I'll come to you. So that's our Assistant Director for Foreign Affairs. Siddhant, give us more on the developments so far.
Well, there are meetings after meetings happening in Delhi. This is another meeting that is happening, and this is the situation for last few days, I would say. And there has been an escalatory action by the Pakistani side, and we know that Indian side has been able to thwart it in a major way. We have seen the details being given by the Indian side earlier today, and also that the Pakistani side, there are two movements to the forward area as well. It looks like a dramatic escalation, and we know that India has made strikes deep into Pakistani territory, especially their air bases, their military bases, which is significant. This is for the first time since 1971 war that strikes have happened so deep in Pakistan. So this is something happening at a time when Pakistan has been attacking India using drones and other projectiles.
Siddhant, earlier in the day, we had also heard of news of the National Security Advisor having this meeting with the Prime Minister of India. Clearly, meeting after meeting, we have not heard from the Prime Minister in the open since a while now, but he's definitely tracking all the developments along with the entire cabinet and all our tri-services chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff. The meeting in the morning which took place, anything more that you've picked up on that?
Well, as I said, that in Delhi there are meetings after meetings which are happening, and essentially the focus is to monitor the situation. If you notice something that the visuals that were released of yesterday evening of the Prime Minister with the three service chiefs, they were all wearing combats. That clearly is a signaling by the Indian side Operation Sindur continues, and that is why if you pointed that why the political leadership hasn't made any major remarks as the foreign secretary who is briefing so far, because the operation continues. It is only once the operation comes to an end, there will be a message by the Indian side, something that Islamabad will be, of course, closely watching.
All right, Siddhant, thanks so much for giving us those inputs. Very important that Siddhant mentioned. The political side will come forward later. Right now, it's only the armed forces who are addressing and the foreign secretary who is giving out the briefings on a daily basis. All right, I'll now cut back to Major General Bipin Bakshi, who is here with me on the broadcast. Major General, another point that I was referring to before we had to cut for that breaking news, the role of America at this point. While the US president was quick to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, he even offered to mediate. And then there came a statement from Vice President J.D. Vance saying it is none of America's business about what is happening between India and Pakistan. And then today we've heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, again suggesting that he's willing to mediate. Give us your stance of where US stands in this entire conflict, or what the stance of US and perhaps even China is.
Yeah, as you last mentioned, their Secretary of State, which is like their foreign minister,
Yes,
has had a word not with the civilian counterpart, but with the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff.
Yes.
That is what was the news in the morning. Connecting further to what you just last said, that as of now it is more of military and the political will come later, I will take you back again to the history. The only time when Pakistan agreed to a cessation of hostilities without international intervention was 1971, when they had a complete military defeat. So until and unless there is a complete military defeat, the only way this conflict ends is with international intervention. So you were very right in bringing in what you mentioned about USA. But I would also like to bring in here the aspect of China.
Yes.
Because as I was mentioning in another talk some time back, around 30 years back, we used to say that the only thing which matter to Pakistan are Allah, Army and America. Now, the American influence to some extent has waned in the recent years. And as you're aware, with the CPEC coming in, the Chinese influence has really increased. So now coming back, will there be an exit? Will there be an off-ramp? I don't see Pakistan taking an off-ramp on its own, unless its back is to the wall, or unless there is a strong international intervention. So we don't want to escalate to the point where we are going to completely break their war machine. We are taking very precise, very measured steps, which are non-escalatory in nature. In every day's briefing, you will hear our foreign secretary saying that we are non-escalatory.
Rightly said, sir.
It is up to Pakistan to take the discipline to de-escalate at a point. But now coming back to their history, the de-escalation, the off-ramp will only come either with a complete military annihilation or with a strong international intervention.
Major General, as you mentioned, you went back to 47, and whether it was the 40s, whether it was the 60s, the 70s, or in the 90s, and now we're in 2025. Pakistan has lost every single time, but this time, and we've spoken with a lot of analysts, they are suggesting that Pakistan is really eager to keep this war on and escalate. And we've been seeing this through their actions, that escalation after escalation, breaking all bounds, even though India is still managing to respond responsibly, calculatively, and in a measured fashion. But Pakistan is breaking all molds of any kind of measure here. What is Pakistan really eager for to keep this war going, given that precedents only suggest that they've lost every single time?
So you are imposing your thought process, which is a logical thought process on this.
Understood, sir.
But there is a concept of the rationality of irrationality. So as you just said, they lost all the wars, but they don't think so.
Understood.
They say, well, we didn't win, but not winning is not the same as losing. So it is they have a very irrational way of going about this. And as I said, until and unless their back is to the wall, or there's a strong international intervention, they don't have a very, very rational approach to all this.
Sir, you have mentioned international intervention a few times in the previous responses as well. Where do you feel that intervention can come from to bring any kind of calm now at this point, because escalation is continuously coming in from Pakistan's side? Who can bring that calm at this point from the international community?
So you have mentioned, well, US is a very strong player.
Of course.
We've had interventions right today morning, as was just mentioned, the US Secretary of State spoke to the Pakistan Army Chief. What I'm looking for also is the role which may be played or may not be played by China in the future. Whereas as of now, China has no great interest in getting this conflict to de-escalate. They would have an interest to de-escalate at a point of time whenever it suits them. As of now, it is their arms and equipment, their missiles, which they have supplied to Pakistan, which are utilized and being war-tested, so to speak.
Understood.
So as of now, it might be suiting the interest of China to keep it going. But at a point of time, I am hoping maybe with the help of Russia, we should get China also to intervene in this conflict.
Major General, you have known the previous wars closer than any one of us here at this point. From your reading of the past and what you're seeing right now, how much of what is happening right now is different from Pakistan's usual playbook of what they've done in the past?
Well, if you look back even at Op Vijay, Kargil,
yes, sir.
You look at Op Parakram time, at no point did our air defense come into play because no Pakistani aircraft or no Pakistani munition crossed the border or the line of control even in Op Vijay. This time around, with the drone warfare having come to the fore, you are finding a lot of munitions which are going trans-border, but without the crossing of military personnel. So both of us are able to target a lot of important installations and facilities on either side without using our military personnel to cross the line. So that is one difference. The other main thing is that we have been able to hit most of our targets, I would say all of them, and they have hardly been able to inflict any damage. So this time around, they will find it very difficult to sell to their public their notion of victory. As I was mentioning, not winning is not the same as losing. They also have this concept of notion of victory. They will just, give some spin to some small thing and say, well, this was a victory.
Major General, and this is again as per analysis from the previous, this being the third surgical strike. Of course, the Operation Sindur happened, then 2019 we saw before that, and the surgical strike before that. India has taken anywhere between 10 and 15 days to calculate, responsibly respond to the provocations that have come from the Pakistani side. But when the Pakistani side comes in, they don't waste any time. It happens within hours. We saw it after the Balakot airstrikes. We saw it after Operation Sindur. It only goes further on to show that for India's side, India maintains responsibility in terms of only targeting terror infrastructure. But when it comes to Pakistan, for them, of course, they will find no terror infrastructure in India, but for them, civilians, military infrastructure, it's all the same. That's why they need to take no time for any kind of planning. Or is there something else to it?
So whenever they have upped the ante, they have already been preparing for India to take action. So therefore, they take no time to react, and their reaction is wanton, indiscriminate. Ours is deliberate, measured, and very, very precise. We try to keep it controlled. So therefore, I would say this particular time difference. But you drew a reference just now to the surgical strikes which happened earlier on the ground,
yes,
the 2019 Balakot attack. In both the cases, our military personnel crossed the border or the line of control.
Yes, sir.
And immediately after that, in 2019, their fighter aircraft crossed the border. This time around, so far, no military personnel have crossed the border. So there's a fine difference in this.
You've highlighted a very important point there, sir. That is a very major difference between Operation Sindur and what we've seen earlier in the past. Going back to a point that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri mentioned, and he mentioned this in yesterday's press briefing as well, and again today, and gave it more stress today, in fact, how Pakistan is very meticulously targeting Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab when it comes to a certain narrative that India is trying to target in its own religious sites. And to put it a little more specifically, he spoke about Anandpur Sahib in Amritsar, and we of course understand the other spiritual significance in Amritsar and of course in Jammu and Kashmir. Now at this point, there was What is exactly Pakistan going for here? They're trying so desperately to sow seeds of discord within India. Is that only showing Pakistan's desperation to get the war off its own front and let it just burn inside India?
I would agree with what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
What you also have to understand is that what is happening in Poonch, Rajouri, certain areas which are very close to the border, it is artillery shelling which is also causing some of these casualties, including to the Poonch Gurdwara. Now, this is lower altitude, dumb ammunition, and nobody has any system to stop an artillery shell in its tracks. But deeper inside, what they're doing in other areas in Punjab, they are sending armed drones, which have a longer trajectory. It permits us and our air defense to stop them, and we are able to have a much better success there. Now, whether this is a very, very deliberate attempt to draw these communal divides, as you're, I think, hinting at, as you said, this is like a last-ditch effort. What you would have also seen today, they have called the nuclear authority. There's a meeting there. So the nuclear saber rattling is also on. I would say desperate attempts, but again, knowing the rationality of irrationality, one does not know which way it would go.
Major General, I want to again pick your brain on this one. As per your appreciation and your assessment, what are the chances that Pakistan can really pull that trigger, regardless of how many nuclear NCA meetings they may try to have? They've been saber rattling on the nuclear front time and again. It's a standard part of their playbook. Whenever anything they are faced from India's side, that's the first thing they say. Even after Pahalgam, they said our nuclear missiles are facing towards you. They're not just for show. What are the chances Pakistan can resort to that?
Well, in my personal opinion, nuclear weapons are only possessed by a country to prevent war and to make sure that they are not used. So it is a non-use kind of a weapon. It's a deterrent, so to speak. We know very well we have a no force use policy. They have not yet, clearly articulated it, but they have said that only if Pakistan's existence as a state is under threat and certain red lines are crossed, only then they would use nuclear weapons. I don't see that happening right now. And I don't see the world, including China and Pakistan, permitting the nuclear bogey to go up beyond just nuclear saber rattling, as you have just said.
Major General Bipin Bakshi, it was an honor speaking with you, and definitely an education as well, as you brought in anecdotes right from the 40s, bringing in and explaining how Pakistan really functions and how it really thinks and what you expect Pakistan will and won't do going forward. I'll definitely love to have you on the broadcast once again. That was General Bipin Bakshi speaking with us here on WION World as well.
Thank you.
Now, as hostilities between India and Pakistan continue to escalate, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has rubbished Pakistan's false claims and allegations in a joint press conference which was held earlier in the day today. Take a look at this.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
All right, viewers, time now for a quick break. Come right back. News and updates will continue on the other side. I'm Shivan Chandna. This is WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One. I'm Shivan Chan. Now let's start with the headlines. Indian Prime Minister holds crucial meetings with the three services chiefs at his official residence in Delhi. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also attend the meet. Amid failed attempts by the Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students asked to go to their home states. Authorities provide them buses. India gives a swift and calibrated response to Pakistan. Indian jets hit at least 8 bases, including a radar site. Indian Army releases video of fire assault on terrorist launch pads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. At a joint press conference earlier in the day today, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says its armed forces are alert and ready. India says Pakistani officials are making lame attempts to divide India by claiming that Indian missiles were being fired at a religious site. India admits bases attacked by Pakistan, debunks claims of heavy damage, equipment and personnel damaged at Air Force bases in Udhampur, Bhuj, Pathankot, Adampur. Amid the escalating tension between India and Pakistan, social media is flooded with fake content. At WION, we are continuously debunking false claims being peddled on various social media platforms about India and Pakistan. Now, one such post claims, and I quote from it, "Heard of attack on Nagrota Airbase? Beware." And this is an old and digitally altered video being falsely circulated as footage of a Pakistani attack on the Nagrota Airbase. This video was originally posted on Instagram in October of last year. Take these fact checks very importantly, very seriously, viewers, because they are extremely important to stay clear of any kind of false narrative, because this is only stemming from Pakistan. Another such fake post claims about a Pakistani cyber attack knocking out 70% of India's power grid. Well, of course, this is completely fake. No such thing has happened in India. And this is nothing but a desperate propaganda aimed at spreading panic and confusion in India. We will continue to bring you these fact checks so that you stay alert and vigilant and you know what is right, what is wrong. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has denied reports now of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, that is the NCA, which is responsible in Pakistan for its nuclear arsenal. However, there's nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing in Pakistan's DNA is its rhetoric of a nuclear war with India. This is the first thing they resort to. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif had threatened that the world of a nuclear war. In an interview To Pakistan-based Sama TV, Asif had said that if our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does. That's a quote-unquote from the Pakistani Defence Minister. This is how he speaks, and these are his words. At the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative, Asim Iftikhar Ahmad, he repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, all too familiar for Pakistan, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. Then in April, Pakistan's Railway Minister Hanif Abbasi also issued a stark threat to India. They're free to say what they wish, and this is what he said, that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Ghori, Shaheen, Ghaznavi missiles, along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty recently, and this happened in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April, Pakistani former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians. As hostilities between India and Pakistan escalate due to Pakistan's actions, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has rubbished Pakistan's false claims and allegations in a joint press conference held earlier in the day today. Take a look.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false, once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc., being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
And Pakistan's defense minister has said no meeting of the top military and civil body overseeing the country's nuclear arsenal had been scheduled. And this is following a military operation against India earlier in the day. Pakistan's military earlier said that the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, had called on the authority to meet. But now the Information Minister, Ataullah Tarar, did not respond immediately to a request for a comment. This is the latest that has come in, viewers, that Pakistan's defense minister has said that no meeting of the top military and civil body overseeing the country's nuclear arsenal is scheduled. And this comes after news of the Pakistani Prime Minister calling for the National Command Authority meeting, NCA, which is essentially responsible for Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. This was the news that had been doing the rounds since the morning, making headlines that Shehbaz Sharif is looking for a meeting with all the leadership in his nuclear arsenal. Now, the defense minister of Pakistan comes out saying that no such meeting was being planned. Was there international pressure? Was there some other reason behind this sudden U-turn? Because U-turns we've seen Pakistan make in plenty, this one being the latest, that the defense minister in Pakistan is saying that this meeting was never scheduled. All right, I'll cut across now to Siddhant Sibal, who's our assistant editor for foreign affairs. Siddhant, yet another U-turn from Pakistan. The defense minister saying the NCA meeting was never scheduled for the nuclear arsenal in Pakistan. Give us more.
Well, yes, U-turn is something that is a hallmark of Pakistani establishment. In fact, after the Indian side had made strikes on 7th of May, there were several comments by the Pakistani defense minister. But Pakistani defense minister, information minister, all of them have a little difficulty in terms of speaking about what they want to say, what they want to talk about. And the U-turns, of course, have been something that they have been doing several times. Now, essentially, the nuclear threat is something that Pakistan has been giving. This is not the first time. After the Pahalgam terror attack, we saw the Pakistani ambassador, sitting ambassador to Russia, saying that we have nuclear weapons. So clearly, off and on, they come out with the nuclear threat, but India has called the bluff, and that is very clearly done with the strikes India has done. Deep strikes in Pakistan multiple times, the first since 1971 war.
And definitely, Siddhant, the kind of actions that Pakistan is taking on its front, the means that they're resorting to, whether it's their disinformation campaign, whether it's using international flights to keep them active in its own airspace as they go to war with India, it only, and of course the kind of seeds of discord they're trying to sow within India, it only shows Pakistani desperation at this point, while we also hear that they're pushing their troops forward.
Correct. Of course, in fact, the Pakistani media right now is full of misinformation, and the leadership, of course, it looks like has been backing it as well. But situation, let's see if it calms down, because it is up to Pakistan to make de-escalation. So far, we haven't seen that. But all in all, the invincibility of the Pakistani military has been smashed by the Indian side, by the Indian military in last 4 days.
Siddhant, also the religious tones that, Pakistan has tried to take time and again, and it started right on the 16th of April when Asim Munir made that first address talking about a communal divide. And then we heard what the terrorists on 22nd of April said, checking religion first and then killing people who could not recite kalmas. And then we've heard of Pakistan targeting gurdwaras, not just in the Poonch district, but also we've hearing that they were targeting in Amritsar as well, because Amritsar has been in the trajectory of Pakistan's fire night after night. Repeatedly they are targeting Amritsar. And Amritsar, we're talking about Punjab here and Jammu and Kashmir. This is what the Foreign Secretary also mentioned earlier in the day today. He mentioned these two regions, Amritsar, the state, and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan is really desperately trying to bring some kind of a divide based on religion inside India, but India seems too strongly intact with its armed forces this time around. There is a very, very ingrained emotion here within every citizen that we stand together with the armed forces. I think everyone's seeing through what Pakistan's so desperately trying to do.
Well, yes, in terms of the attacks on temples and, of course, the holy city of Amritsar is something that has not gone unnoticed. Essentially, we know that Pakistan, with its own two-nation theory, something that the Pakistani military, the army chief has spoken about last month only, shows that how this is largely a very communal thought process that India is fighting. And we know that earlier today also, if you look at the visuals that are being released by the so-called Pakistani security sources, all these visuals of attacking India, they begin with the very religious overtones as well. So essentially religion is being played in every aspect by the Pakistani side, which is very dangerous as well. But India, being a secular country, has been able to withstand these forces in the past as well. 1999, 1971, 65, 1947. So essentially there is a history, and India has been able to defeat that, something that the Indian Foreign Secretary mentioned during his press briefing.
Siddhant, thanks so much for getting us the latest. I'll come back to you later in the day as we have more developments. Now, there's something very important that Siddhant Sibal mentioned over here, and this is something the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also mentioned earlier in the day, that this is Pakistan going against India, and Pakistan is desperately trying to make it some kind of, give it communal overtones, undertones, even in the visuals that they're putting out. Religious chants are being heard in that. There is nothing to do with religion here. It's one rogue country trying desperately to escalate against India, and India is only responding to that in the right manner. Now, the war between India and Pakistan continues to escalate every passing day, with both countries firing missiles and drones across the line of control, the LOC. In the midst of all of this, the Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, he had earlier called for a meeting with the National Command Authority, the NCA, but now the Defence Minister of Pakistan has come out saying that this meeting was never really planned. And that is the story that is at this point. But Pakistan resorts to saber rattling, its nuclear saber rattling, and it's all too familiar. Everyone knows what Pakistan always resorts to. Earlier in the day, we had also spoken with Major General Neeraj Bali and Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council Secretariat, on Pakistan's nuclear threats, which they make time and again. This time they've made a U-turn, but nuclear saber rattling is something all too common when it comes to Pakistani leadership. Listen in to their thoughts here.
You wouldn't have heard a single statement coming out of any Indian functionary about our nuclear capabilities. And today, this meeting of National Command Authority, which has been called by the Pakistani Prime Minister, I think at one level is messaging, one level is kind of a implied threat, which of course we will note, which is unfortunate, because this is absolutely the worst time in the middle of escalation to provide yet another opportunity for miscalculation. So that is what is happening.
Precedented. What we've seen earlier is that they normally do all this nuclear saber rattling when they want a bailout, when someone to step in and stop this. They will either the US, somebody will come and say, okay, now you have to scale it down. This time what they've got is actually an IMF loan from a body in which the largest shareholder is the US. So that for them is not either. It is I don't know. It's a like I said, this is not something I've ever seen before. But this signaling that of their willingness to go into the nuclear option is extremely irresponsible. At this moment, in actual fact, what you're seeing is a series of drone attacks. Neither country has used its aircraft to go inside either territory. That is how it is now. Now, at this point, you want to bring out your nuclear weapons. It's quite unbelievable. How can you be so irresponsible? But this is a signaling. Let's see what happens next.
Several border regions in India have issued advisories for citizens, which include blackout protocols. Pakistan fired drones for a second night. This was night after night that Pakistan is doing this into Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, and these were neutralized by the Indian forces. The Union Territory had issued an advisory for citizens, which is essentially a do's and don'ts list in case there are air raid sirens. Citizens have been advised to stay indoors, not be in balconies, take shelter in nearby buildings, and as they stay indoors, stay away from windows. Citizens have also been told to switch off their lights, close the windows, draw the curtains, while making sure all automatic lights are also disconnected. Now, in the city of Panchkula in Haryana, all shops, banks, restaurants and ATMs have been directed to switch off all external lights by 7 p.m. every day until further notice. The lights on the road will also remain off for this period. 7 p.m. is essentially when it gets dark in these regions in India in this month, and that is the advisory which has followed. There will also be a complete blackout in the city of Ambala in Haryana from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice, as directed by the District Magistrate of Ambala. Then let's talk about Faridabad. Citizens have been urged to prepare an emergency kit which has essentials such as medicines, mobile phones, charger and a flashlight. A blackout has also been imposed as a precautionary measure in Gujarat villages bordering Santalpur Taluka in Patan district. Citizens have been advised to stay away from rumours and follow instructions issued by administrations and don't panic. Now, the district of South Goa has also issued a standard operating procedure, the SOP, for air raid alerts and blackout protocols. Private vehicles must be parked off-road with all lights off. Normal activities will only resume when the green signal is given through a 2-minute hooting siren. Now, in the midst of the rising hostilities between India and Pakistan, the G7 list of countries has urged both countries, India and Pakistan, to de-escalate tensions and engage in direct dialogue. In a statement, the group of 7 countries urged for maximum restraint between both the countries. It has also called for both New Delhi and Islamabad to engage in diplomacy for a peaceful outcome. Meanwhile, the White House said that US State Secretary Marco Rubio is in constant touch with leaders in New Delhi and Islamabad. It also added that US President Donald Trump wants both countries to de-escalate the conflict. Trump has urged for both India and Pakistan to stop the war and added that the US has had good relations with both nuclear powers.
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
Furthermore, US State Department said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with the Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir. He didn't speak to his counterpart in Pakistan, who is Ishaq Dar. He spoke with the Army Chief Asim Munir. He also called for the Pakistan Army Chief to de-escalate tensions. And in Central America, Panama, which is a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement, the country's foreign ministry has urged both countries to prioritize diplomatic dialogue to avoid actions that could escalate the conflict. Similarly, the European Union has called the war between India and Pakistan as very concerning. Speaking at an informal meeting in Poland, the EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said that they are trying to mediate and simmer down the tensions. France, on the other hand, said that it is deeply concerned on the current situation between India and Pakistan. It has also called for de-escalation and protection of civilians. In addition to this, Russia has asked both India and Pakistan to show restraint, while Ukraine has called upon both parties to maintain composure and pursue meaningful diplomatic dialogue. Further, Belarus has called for sustainable peace in South Asia and settlement of disputes through consultations and negotiations. Additionally, Norway's foreign ministry has reiterated its condemnation of the Pahalgam terror attack, while urging both parties to de-escalate the conflict. Meanwhile, Turkey, which has been backing Pakistan, has expressed its concern over the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan used Turkish drones to attack deep inside India, and it has been using these drones night after night to do the same. In a post on social media platform X, Turkey's President Erdogan extended his condolences to the people and the state of Pakistan, as expected. In the midst of all of this, Saudi Arabia said that its Minister of State for Foreign Affairs visited India and Pakistan in a move to de-escalate tensions between both parties. And other countries like Brazil, Singapore, Sri Lanka and Nepal have called for both countries to show restraint and urged for a regional peace. As tensions between India and Pakistan escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation shut down additional airports. According to the latest NOTAM, which has been issued, all civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut down temporarily. The date of this temporary measure has been extended to the 15th of May. According to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15th, 5:29 a.m. IST. Indian airports where the operations are suspended till May 15th, and these include, here's a full list which I'll read out for you now. Adampur, where Pakistan was claiming that they had shot down an S-400 unit. That has been completely false. No such thing ever happened in Adampur. Then Ambala, Amritsar, Avantipur, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Halwara, Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Kandla, Kangra, Keshod, Kishangarh, Bhuntar, Leh, Ludhiana, Mundra, Nalia, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Sarsawa, Shimla, Srinagar, Uttarlai. That's the full list. 32 airports temporarily shut. Meanwhile, Delhi Airport has issued a travel advisory for its passengers due to the changing airspace conditions. Flight schedules are said to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. Now, the airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from their respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Indian airlines like Air India and Indigo too have issued travel advisories and confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till the 15th of May. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll take a quick break now. Stay with us.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet as we yield the power of tokenization only on WION.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Shivan Chan. Now let's start with the headlines. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India after Pakistan's military said that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. Five top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terror hubs in Pakistan's Muridke and Bahawalpur, including two brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds crucial meeting with the three service chiefs at his official residence in Delhi. Lok Kalyan Mark, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and Defence Minister of India Rajnath Singh also attended the meet. Amid failed attempts by the Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students have been asked to go back to their home states. Authorities provide them buses. Indian Army releases a video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces alert and ready. India admits bases attacked by Pakistan, debunks claims of heavy damage and equipment which has suffered certain amount of damage at Air Force bases in Udhampur, Bhuj, Pathankot and Adhampur. Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has now made another U-turn. He has denied the reports of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, the NCA. Now, this is an authority in Pakistan that is responsible for Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. Essentially, the Pakistani Prime Minister was calling for a nuclear meeting, and now the Defence Minister of Pakistan comes out saying that that was never scheduled. However, there's nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail besides terrorism, which is the only other consistent thing in Pakistan's DNA, along with its rhetoric of a nuclear war with India. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif had threatened the world of a nuclear war. In an interview to Pakistan-based Sama TV, Asif had said, and I quote from it, "If our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does." Now, at the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative Asim Iftikhar Ahmad repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. Now, just last month, Pakistan's Railway Minister Hanif Abbasi also issued a stark threat to India. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Ghori, Shaheen and Ghaznavi missiles, along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty in the wake of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack, which Pakistan could not even condemn, Pakistani former foreign minister, Bilawal Bhutto, threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians. Well, as things stand, or as of now, no water is flowing through the Indus on a regular basis, and definitely no blood of Indians has been spilled. And these were visuals of the funeral which was held for, this is after Operation Sindur, when India targeted terror infrastructure at 9 locations inside Pakistan and in the POK. These are visuals of Lashkar-e-Toiba commander who is being surrounded by uniformed men of the Pakistani army, and then Pakistani army says that there are no connections with terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. Here the visual is there cleanly for everyone to see, and then you also take a look at the coffins in front. You see them wrapped in the Pakistani flag. State honors are being given to the family members of a terrorist, with a terrorist standing right in front, Asim Rauf. And then you have the Pakistan army standing right behind. This image, viewers, that we had on the screens gives it all away. All right, breaking news coming in, viewers. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba factions. Top terrorists were neutralized in strikes carried out by India as part of Operation Sindur. Viewers, top terrorists were neutralized in strikes carried out by India as part of Operation Sindur on the intervening night of May 6th and 7th. According to sources, at least 5 dreaded terrorists were eliminated on that night. Operation Sindur, the actual results of it are now being made public. Top terrorists were neutralized in that operation. At least 5 dreaded terrorists were eliminated. This is the figure which has now come out. This is confirmed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed, 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists were killed in Operation Sindur. All right, now I'll cut across to our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibbal. Siddhant, the news is out. India had targeted 9 terror sites on the night of 6th and 7th of May, intervening night. Operation Sindur, results are now out. State honors being given by Pakistani army along with terrorists to the terrorists which have been killed from Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, factions which have carried out terror attacks inside India for decades. Give us your thoughts over here.
We know that several terrorists have been killed. Now, what is interesting for me is one of the terrorists who has been killed, he has been given the state honors, and wreaths have been laid on behalf of the Pakistani Army Chief and the Punjab Chief Minister, Pakistani Punjab, of course, Maryam Nawaz. Now, this is something that shows that how the entire country is in many ways radicalized. In fact, his funeral prayers were held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who is a designated global terrorist. Also, we have seen how Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, who is the elder brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, he was killed. Another one, Yusuf Azhar, he is the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar and handled weapon training for the JEM. Other than that, there are terrorists like Khalid, who were involved in terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, Muhammad Hassan, who has been involved in terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly, it is something that is a big victory for India, because these terrorists have been responsible for terror attacks in India and also responsible for attacks or have linkages with supporting global terrorism.
And Siddhant, look at the state honors these terrorists are being given in Pakistan, and then Pakistan has the nerve to come out on a public platform in front of the world and say we have no terrorists in our country. Ataullah Tarar said this on an international news channel, their information minister, and this is after their defense minister says yes, we back terrorists. And here we have the visuals right in front, regardless of what their leadership says, of state honors being given. Flags are not wrapped on the coffins of regular civilians, as Pakistan has been claiming that India targeted civilians. India targeted terror infrastructure. And it's clear over here who is standing at this funeral procession. There is a terrorist who's standing, or Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, surrounded by Pakistan army officials, and coffins wrapped in flags being given state honors.
Well, yes, this is something that is, which is shocking. Now, we know that when it comes to India's major victory, killing these terrorists in Pakistan, is significant, as we have been talking about. This is the largest and deepest strikes by India in the scale since 1971 war. So essentially, this is something that is truly shocking for the Pakistani establishment.
All right, Siddhant, thanks for getting us the latest on that. Just to make our viewers understand the extent of Operation Sindur, which is still on the first day when Operation Sindur was launched. These are results that we are seeing on the screen. These are the people who have died in Pakistan being given state honors. The funeral procession was being carried out, was being attended by a known terrorist, a commander with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, who was on your screens, the man standing in the center, who was who's surrounded by Pakistan Army officials in uniforms. You see all these uniform men. The men in the coffins are known terrorists who were eliminated in Operation Sindur. And the fact of that is the terrorists standing in front of those coffins, surrounded by Pakistan Army, as Pakistan remains a supporter of terrorism, state supporter. All right, we are now being joined by Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal, who's a former security advisor, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Brigadier, thank you so much for joining me here on WION World is One. Sir, the breaking that we just had for you, there are 5 terrorists who, I mean, it's confirmed news now, apart from the final figure, which will come out once Operation Sindur concludes. As of now, it is still on. But there is no doubt, do you feel Pakistan can still go ahead and say that they have no links to these terror outfits, as the visuals are clearly indicating the man standing behind those coffins is a known terrorist. He's surrounded by Pakistan Army officials in uniform, state honors being given to these terrorists in those coffins?
So, Shivan, there is no element of doubt even in the skeptical, doubting Thomas's minds with these visuals going viral across the world. It is a different matter that various countries and news portals will play it down and not show this open state sponsorship, support for terrorism, terrorists, and their coffins being draped in national flags with uniformed Pakistan Army and police people there on ground to bid them there on their last journey. Undoubtedly, on the narrative front, this is clearly the last nail in their coffin, notwithstanding whatever their information minister, the fairy tales that he has been trying to tell the world.
Brigadier Agarwal, you mentioned it absolutely precisely and correctly. There is no iota of doubt left anymore. India has known this all throughout. It's for the world to see what India has been saying for so many decades already. I also wanted to come to you on the nuclear saber rattling that Pakistan resorts to, which is a very regular part of their playbook. Earlier, analysts that we were speaking with said that Pakistan resorts to this kind of saber rattling when they want the international community to intervene and get the two sides to resolve and come to the negotiating table. Here, at this point, is there any method you feel that Pakistan, do you think that is what it is attempting once again, and is there any way of denuclearizing this nation which resorts to nuclear saber rattling at the earliest?
So, Shivan, this is a good question. And the first part I had touched upon the last time I was in WION 2 days ago, the fact of the nuclear saber rattling and the financial begging bowl aspects. Now your question about, can we denuclearize Pakistan? So understand, dear viewers, that nuclear capability is fundamentally a weapon of deterrence, not a weapon for actual use in war. Unless, of course, faced with an existential threat. And it is this last part that Pakistan wants to play up because of the asymmetry in conventional warfare on the escalation ladder. Fundamentally, nuclear weapons are for avoiding a war. But the way I see it, Pakistan projects a deliberately casual and irresponsible behavior on their nuclear capability. This is risk-prone and accident-prone. And therefore, at some stage, we have to understand that the danger of their falling into rogue hands. So how to denuclearize Pakistan? Is it possible? Yes. How? Two ways. One, Remember what Israel does with nuclear capable Iran, and Iran which is on the cusp of nuclear weapon capability also? Israel uses direct kinetic means to neutralize nuclear infrastructure, assets, hardware, software, skinware. All nuclear scientists, 11 of them targeted. You would remember those, it was much in the news. So that's one model, but I would keep that as the last option because it is unsavory, it sets a bad global precedent. So what is the other? The other is the moment the big people in the world, primarily America and China in this case, realize the irresponsible rogue danger of nuclear weapons in rogue hands, then the option is either to put these weapons under strict, regular, permanent international scrutiny, or offer Pakistan to denuclearize. Remember, viewers, a precedent exists. Remember, Ukraine in the early 1990s had about almost 3,000 nukes, 2,900 if I remember correctly. And with a package of economic and financial and recurring incentives, they were incentivized to denuclearize. Similarly, Pakistan can be given an option once at the P5 level in the United Nations Security Council. Primarily America and China agree, the rest will, and then they tell Pakistan, there is a disincentive, you will not get IMF loans, you will not get funding from Saudi and China if you don't denuclearize.
Understood.
If you do denuclearize, you'll get a carrot. And therefore, hopefully, Pakistan will choose existence over anarchy and chaos, and therefore that will happen.
Brigadier,
so this is the way, in my opinion, to denuclearize Pakistan. Two options.
Understood, sir. You've broken that down for our viewers very beautifully, sir. You mentioned the IMF, you mentioned America, you mentioned China. Let me from that come to my next question, the role that the international community can play, whether it's America, whether it's the UN. Let me start with the US. First, the US president says he condemned the Pahalgam terror attack very strongly. He says he offers to mediate. Then you have the vice president saying that it is none of America's business. Then you have the state secretary saying that we are willing to mediate. And then you have the IMF offering that $1 billion to Pakistan. And all of this has happened pretty much in the last 48 hours. So what US really stands for, that is essentially part of my question. And also, what role can the UN play or any other international player, what role can they play here in this conflict?
So the developments in the last 48 hours need to be seen as strategic messaging to the decision makers in Pakistan. Earlier when they said, and finally when they said it's India will handle it, it's not our problem, they are fundamentally telling Pakistan that when you go up the escalation ladder and you want to go nuclear, India will sort you out in the second strike capability. Maybe that will happen before. And please remember, the second strike can happen before the first strike happens, technically speaking. The moment we know irrevocably they are going to launch, we can neutralize them. So one part is the strategic messaging from America with these changing statements to Pakistan to not look over their shoulders as a break from the pattern in the past in the Biden era. Now coming to the UN question. All of us remember that China is a part of the permanent 5 at the UN Security Council. What many of us tend to forget is that Pakistan is also now a part of the 10 non-permanent UN Security Council members for 2 years starting this January. Which means they are a member till December 2026, which is why you got such a weak resolution condemning about the Pahalgam massacre. Because the option then was that they have to have a consensus. So if you make a strong resolution, there will be no consensus. So the option is have a weak resolution or have no resolution. So this factor of Pakistan being till December 2026, a non-permanent member of the 10 countries in the UNSC ensures that UN cannot take a strong stand. This is important to understand. There will be no UN resolutions condemning terror the way we would like to see them. The lowest common multiple would ensure that Pakistan takes full use of its seat there presently.
Understood.
And as it is, UN being fairly toothless requires serious revamp, and that's an old argument that India has been strongly advocating.
Brigadier Agarwal, you've really broken that down for all our viewers, because it can get quite complicated for a regular viewer to understand how the UNSC really works and why they really bowed down to Pakistan's demands of removing the name of TRF from that resolution which came out, TRF from the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which carried out that deadly terror attack. I wanted to just come to the other step that India took, the Indus Waters Treaty that happened in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. How effective do you think it really is on the ground level here? Because we've heard of how the gates in the Salar Dam and the Paglihar Dam are suddenly opened and then they're shut. What essentially is happening there on ground, in your understanding?
Okay, so just as a matter of interest, decades ago, I was the commander sitting on the Paglihar Dam. Just as a matter of interest, decades ago.
No, would love to
But
hear
apart
from
from that, the actual impact, we are talking of water. I want to talk of the Kharif crop. As non-urban people will know, but the urbanites may not remember, that the Kharif crop is what is now between now and November. And because it's monsoon in the subcontinent, this is a water-intensive crop. And then from November till April is the Rabi crop. So now for the Kharif crop, of which both rice and cotton are part, they are going to get affected. Both water-intensive crops. And rice and cotton, ladies and gentlemen, constitute 63% of Pakistan's exports. So, when India holds water, throws water. And let me tell you the facts. 6th of May this year, the water level in Pakistan was 43% less than last year. And suddenly 2 days later, that is day before yesterday, 8th of May, India more than doubled the water. This is Pakistan statistics, publicly available Pakistan statistics. That India doubled the water, creating now flood-like situation. Earlier it was drought-like. So this alternating flood and drought, big problem. Psychologically and physically, the Kharif crop getting badly affected. Also, therefore, internal food crisis, drastic drop in exports, forex earnings becoming low, the balance of payment situation worsening, the fiscal deficit widening, inflation becoming increasingly rampant, and therefore the social unrest increasing even further. Remember, there's major social unrest because of what the Baluch Liberation Army and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan are doing in Baluchistan, KPK, and in Gilgit-Baltistan.
Yes, sir.
So all in all, Pakistan is in between the devil and the deep sea because of all this. And finally, with all this, remember that I just give you the background of the IWT. The whole thing is for the 6 rivers which constitute this system, the Indus, Jhelum and Chenab in the north. 80% of that water goes to Pakistan, 20% we can use, run of the flow and generate electricity and etc. And the bottom 3 rivers, the Ravi, Beas and Satluj, we are supposed to use, and it is sad that for the last 60 years, remember that the Indus Water Treaty was signed in 1960,
yes, sir,
after being negotiated for 9 years. Yet India did not build capability to divert its own lawful water, and it was going to add prosperity to Pakistan for the last 65 years. We have in the last 10 years developed some capability to divert this water. Details are available. The point here is that this capability is both physical, and psychological. It's a serious issue, and there are many more wheels within the wheels for this. For example, right on top where the Chenab enters Pakistan, they have the Marala headworks. And down south near Muridke, they have the Hussainiwala headworks. Very wisely, Pakistan has made a series of interconnecting channels and canals. Now, if we choke the Chenab, or if we play with the water supply, the entire irrigation of Pakistan and a small desert that they have called Cholistan goes for a 6. Serious issues both physically, psychologically.
Brigadier, you've broken that down beautifully for us, and for sharing something so close to you, as you've commanded that region at a certain number of years ago. Who better to understand and explain this than you? That was Brigadier Agarwal joining me here on the broadcast. A pleasure speaking with you, sir. It was an education understanding from you how this works, and would love to have you on the broadcast again.
Thank you. Good day to you and to all your viewers. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. All right, viewers, we are going to quickly take a short break. This is Beyond World is One. We'll come back as news and updates continue on the other side. I'm Shivan Channa. This is Beyond World is One. Jai Hind.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Unlocking the future of finance. Dive into the world of tokenization with me
as we yield the power of tokenization.
Discover the future of ownership, where I decode,
demystify tokenization for you.
Empowering the tokenized revolution.
Get ready to dive for an in-depth look at tokenization.
Busting the myths around tokenization.
Catch me on
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet only on WION.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One. I'm Shivan Channa. Lots to discuss. Let's start with the headlines. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia. Radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base also hit. 5 top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terror hubs in Pakistan's Muridki and Bahawalpur, including 2 brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India after Pakistan's military said Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds crucial meeting with the 3 services chiefs, Army, Navy, Air Force at his official residence in Delhi. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also attend the meet. Amid failed attempt by the Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students asked to go to their home states. Authorities provide them buses. Indian Army releases the video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. India debunks Pakistani claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes. Rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana Sirsa and Rajasthan Suratgarh as completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces alert and ready. In the midst of the rising hostilities between India and Pakistan, the G7 has urged both countries to de-escalate tensions and engage in direct dialogue. Now, in a statement, the group of 7 countries urged for maximum restraint between both the countries. It has also called for both New Delhi and Islamabad to engage in diplomacy for a peaceful outcome. Meanwhile, the White House said that US State Secretary Marco Rubio is in constant touch with the leaders in New Delhi and Islamabad. It also added that US President Donald Trump wants both countries to de-escalate the conflict. Trump has urged for both India and Pakistan to stop the war and added that the US has had good relations with both nuclear powers.
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat. So hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
Furthermore, US State Department said that Secretary Marco Rubio spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. He also called for the Pakistan Army Chief to de-escalate tensions. In Central America, Panama, which is a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement, the country's foreign ministry has urged both countries to prioritize diplomatic dialogue to avoid actions that could escalate the conflict. Similarly, the European Union has called the war between India and Pakistan as very concerning. Speaking at an informal meeting in Poland, the EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said that they are trying to mediate and simmer down the tensions. France, on the other hand, said that it is deeply concerned on the current situation between India and Pakistan. It has also called for de-escalation and protection of civilians. In addition, Russia has asked both India and Pakistan to show restraint, while Ukraine has called upon both parties to maintain composure. Further, Belarus has called for sustainable peace in South Asia and settlement of disputes through consultations and negotiations. Additionally, Norway's foreign ministry has reiterated its condemnation of the Pahalgam terror attack. while urging both parties to de-escalate the conflict. Meanwhile, Turkey, which has been backing Pakistan, has expressed its concern over the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan is using Turkish drones to fire inside India, attacking civilian sites and military infrastructure. On social media, Turkey's President Erdogan extended his condolences to the people and the state of Pakistan. Elsewhere, China has also been backing Pakistan and has called for a de-escalation in a statement. China's foreign ministry urged India and Pakistan to give priority to peace and stability, remain calm and restrained. Now, in the midst of all of this, Saudi Arabia said that its Minister of State for Foreign Affairs visited India and Pakistan in a move to de-escalate tensions between both parties. Other countries like Brazil, Singapore, Sri Lanka and Nepal have called for both countries to show restraint and urged for a regional peace. Now, joining me live on the broadcast from Delhi is Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, former Indian diplomat and distinguished fellow, VIF. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining me here on the broadcast. We just spoke about the international reactions which are coming in to the ongoing war. Now, as far as, let's start with the US. Let me get your appreciation on that front. You know, very quickly, the US president was very quick to condemn the Pahalgam attack, even offered to mediate. Then the vice president comes out, says it's none of America's business to mediate between the two countries. Then the Secretary of State comes out saying that he's willing to mediate again. And then you have the IMF fund, which was declared and given green lit for Pakistan. That happened just yesterday. What do you feel regarding America's stance in this? Do you find them taking any kind of a stance on what they're going to be doing?
Well, I think that whatever you have also mentioned, and we have seen the very first day when President Trump said, these guys have been fighting for centuries and all that, as if it was a given. The problem is that what is the cause of that? You know, root cause of the problem between India and Pakistan is the cross-border terrorism perpetrated by Pakistani deep state, and I would say the military and the intelligence. And that has been going on for more than 3 decades. Now, the world has often taken double standards against India and against other. Whenever it's convenient for them, they support Pakistan. When it's not, they put some sanctions, and they keep on giving these kind of mixed signals. Now, Pakistan feels emboldened, and I believe that what happened yesterday of the 1.2 billion or 1.3 billion other facilities again to Pakistan, and you must understand that in Pakistan, it is not their government, elected government, so-called elected government. It is the establishment, or which is militarycracy in the country, which runs it. And you have a jihadi general there who has been, after the Pulwama attack, when he was the ISI chief, and now he is the army chief, and therefore he is also involved in that. A few days ago, what he said was also a creation of it. So they use these terrorists as a tool and instrument of their foreign policy. Now, that is something that the rest of the countries in the world are unable to appreciate or understand. Why so? When 9/11 happened, and what did America do? Went and blasted the whole country in Afghanistan and created the whole mess. They suspected some kind of things in Iraq or elsewhere, and they went and demolished the countries. So you can't have double standards. World should think about exactly what to do about this terror haven. And they are just talking, okay, de-escalate. What about de-escalate? Once again, we will have another Pahalgam or another Pathankot or another Pulwama by Pakistan. So those are the things that need to be done. As far as the United States is concerned, it's playing both sides. And of course, we have a global comprehensive strategic partnership. And then they bring out this bogey of the nuclear powers and all that. This is what is made out by the media and some of in their establishment. I think they should try to tell Pakistan, what did India do? After the escalation that was conducted by Pakistan-based terror groups, which was admitted by them, killing 26 people, innocent people, and the way it was done in the heinous crime, India simply took recourse and retribution against the terror groups, 9 terror groups, and 9 places, and killed them. And now they know who all were there. Now, they are proscribed, internationally proscribed terror groups gallivanting around there under the tutelage and protection of the Pakistan army. Now, in that kind of a situation, international community is very much, I must say, loves the idea of these verbose statements, but they must deal with the reality of Pakistan.
Ambassador Trigunath very rightly said, when you talk about the double standards that are clearly on display, what out of America's own history can one gauge? When they were attacked, we all understood what happened post 9/11 and how they went after these countries in the Middle East, in West Asia. On what basis do they come and tell India that you need to resort to some kind of dialogue and diplomacy? But as you mentioned, they play both sides and they will give it as per convenience. But, I also wanted to understand from you that now the world, there is nothing for anybody to debate with India over regarding no presence of terrorists inside Pakistan. Those visuals of those funerals being held, state honors being given to to terrorists who have died in Operation Sindur, and military personnel standing behind a known terrorist, designated terrorist here. Is there any way that Pakistan can still go ahead and now say that we don't back terrorists anymore, because Pakistan has pretty much unfurled the curtain on its own reality, something India has been shouting and telling the world since ages?
No, you are absolutely right. In fact, the Western world did not even recognize terrorism as a problem till 9/11 happened. It's only after that they started talking about terrorism when Bush said that I'll flush them out from wherever and all kind of things. And we have seen what has happened after that. On the other hand, as far as Pakistan is concerned, the whole world knows it. Their intelligence knows it. They are being briefed every second day. But they have used Pakistan. As I say, that Pakistan has this uncanny ability to encash its nuisance value with the major powers. Earlier, it was in the case of Afghanistan. They tried to say that then the Islamic bomb that they have, so-called nuclear bomb, and then that's where they try to just dangle around these carrots to all the people while creating mischief in the region. And therefore, India has to take the things in its own hands. Nobody wants war. India is the last one. We also said in the first time when we attacked these 9 terror structures, infrastructure there, and the terrorists, it was very clear. India says it's non-escalatory. It was very targeted. It was not against the military or against the civilian installations. What did Pakistan do in return? They did that. And secondly, all their ministers, starting with Musharraf, starting with this Khwaja Asif, their defense minister, and their foreign minister, all of them are taking great pride that we were the tools in the hands of the Western countries to nurture and use these terrorists against their enemies. Now, so they have agreed that they are the factory, even if for outsourced purposes. But that's what they are using now against India for the last 3 decades. We have to sort them out. There is no other way. And India is doing that. And I hope during this time we are able to also take out some more remaining hideouts that we know about it. If Pakistan wants to escalate it to a full-fledged war, so be it. India doesn't want it.
India does not want it. Very rightly said, Ambassador Trigunath. And since day one, India's strikes were non-escalatory in nature, only targeting terror strikes. And what is extremely, a point of appreciation here, in the midst of all that Pakistan is doing, whether it's the disinformation campaign, trying to sow seeds of discord inside India, using international planes in its airspace as human shields in the middle, and of course, escalating across the line of control, India is still going out and targeting these terror outfits and taking them out. The ADGP, I just released images of that just an hour ago. My question to you, sir, was, I was speaking with a very decorated Major General a little earlier in the day, and he told the same thing, that there will have to be some kind of international intervention here to bring some kind of calm. Do you agree with that? And if so, which country can play some kind of role here?
Well, I personally feel that we have a lot of friends who are trying to do that. You have seen Saudi Arabia, you have seen the Iranian foreign minister was here, the Saudi deputy foreign minister was here. We have seen the other leaders have been talking to Prime Minister Modi, and the foreign minister has spoken to all the 13 countries in the UN Security Council. Unfortunately, this time Pakistan happens to be also in the UN Security Council. And along with the help of China, that's what they try to do, is modulate the earlier statement that was issued at that time, which was claimed a great deal about that, okay, this was not added or that we got deleted. So I think that now Pakistan, once it's under tremendous pressure and the military pressure, in my view, will go to the UN and try to get some kind of a UN Security Council resolution, binding kind of a Security Council resolution. But I don't see that anybody, I mean, simply put, we have always said that we are not fighting the people of Pakistan or the Pakistan government or want to demolish Pakistan. No, India does not want that. We've always wanted a prosperous Pakistan, a good Pakistan, a Pakistan which is internationally responsible behavior, the indulgent. But what have they given us in the last 3 decades? So there have been wars and wars every time, and they are trying to create mischief and problem in India. They can't tolerate the fact that Kashmir can prosper. That is the biggest problem for them. And that's what is why the army, secondly, army was, of course, as you know, the army and the political leadership in the country is very much on the back foot there. Nobody likes them. Nobody has that kind of trust. So this kind of a war actually is providing them some little more legitimacy and little more breathing space, I would say. People will realize, Pakistanis eventually will realize that the bread and butter issues are being sacrificed for the indulgence of the army. So I think that as far as countries are concerned, we have always conveyed our position. We don't want escalation, but it is up to Pakistan. If they are, in last 3 days, every time there has been a bigger escalation. Therefore, there had to be a bigger response from India. So we are doing a measured and proportionate response.
Yes, it is up to Pakistan now whether it wants to continue going up the escalation ladder, because that is essentially what we've been seeing them doing. A little earlier in the day, sir, the Secretary of State held a call with his counterpart in India, but when he had a call in Pakistan, it wasn't with his counterpart. He spoke with the army chief. Is that an acknowledgement from America's side on who's really running the show there?
Well, America also has excellent relationship with the army establishment and the ISI and CIA. They have had very close relationship in the past. We have seen how they fought the Soviets in Afghanistan and all that. So they continue to do so. And that's why I told you that how Pakistan encashes its nuisance value. That's also, it's there. But you are very right. I mean, this is an indication, and we also know it. Who's calling the shots in the country? I mean, they make the prime minister. If they don't like him, they throw him out like Imran Khan. And if he tries to be a little more objective or wants to be a little more democratic, anybody for that matter, or has a voice, so you need to be a HMV, his master's voice. His master is the army chief and the ISI chief, so they try to do that. So there has to be an internal assessment within Pakistan. Is Pakistan's leader, do they still, after 80 years, want to continue on this futile and dangerous path? India will wipe them out if that is what they are willing to do so, by different methods. But at the same time, they need to be, I think, change their behavior. That's it. What the least that India wanted was that stop nurturing terrorists and using them against India. That's all. Now, Marco Rubio's call, obviously, to him was right, because he's the guy who's fanning the trouble. He has been involved. As I said, he was earlier the ISI chief when Pulwama happened. He is now the army chief when we had Pahalgam. So I don't have much hopes from this guy, but I hope in the American pressure, he understands that he has his limitations and he cannot go beyond a few days.
And, all minds which are following this and dignitaries, all established individuals we've spoken with, everyone understands that the first escalation happened on 22nd of April in Pahalgam. But the seeds of that were sown in that speech that Asim Munir gave on the 16th of April. And you find those seeds of religious undertones being, really pushed through, whether it was 16th of April in Asim Munir's speech, whether it was 22nd of April in the manner in which those civilians were shot dead in Pahalgam, or the attacks that they're carrying out specifically in gurdwaras, in churches, and how they're trying to target so desperately inside Amritsar, and then simultaneously trying to push in that disinformation campaign in India, suggesting that India itself is targeting a region within its own country. Of course, all of that has been debunked very strongly and vehemently by the Foreign Secretary in the press briefings. But that only shows Pakistani desperation here, sir, in your appreciation, how they want some unrest inside India to give them leverage.
Well, this has been their game plan forever. You see, and he is not for nothing that he is known as the jihadi general. His speech that day, which he gave it to these people and talking about the differences, we are not same people. Of course not, we are the same people. We are different people. That's how we behave differently as a more responsible nation. You have seen it is our what our women leaders. I mean, even in our communication, these briefings that are being held, you have these two fine ladies, army officers and Air Force officer, who are telling them that the whole world knows what Pakistan stands for. And Pakistani army has grabbed that country's resources. They are the biggest rentiers and the landlords in the country. They want to protect their own Jagir. That's it. That's what they are looking at. And how can they do it? Because for them, they need India as a target. So all kinds of venom that they're trying to spread attacking, for example, a Gurudwara in Amritsar or something like that, and telling that it is the India. Give me a break. Who believes that? Nobody believes that. But there are still, on their side of the story, there are people who might be buying that argument. But at the same time, I think that we have to also strengthen our communication strategy, which should be more proactive.
Ambassador Trigunayat, another thing, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this as well. There is a very evident sentiment in the entire country at this point that they want to stand. We as a country need to stand with our armed forces, not give out anything that takes away from the effort of our armed forces as they go up against a rogue country like Pakistan. And this is something, it mostly stems from what happened after 26/11, where a lot of the reportage went in the favor of the terrorists, and the scars of that still remain very true. And this is it's part of the Indian conscience at this point, that people are on their own, on an individual basis, they are checking others for not sharing anything that can compromise the effort. Do you appreciate it in the same manner?
I think this is remarkable, and this is how it should be.
Yes.
For us, country comes first.
Yes.
If country is not there, you are not there. As simple as that. So if country's security gets compromised by somebody being extra bold or trying to show off to the world that we have a tremendous freedom, you are compromising the strategic dimensions of a warfare. That is absolutely not permissible to anybody. And I'm very happy that India stands united in every which way possible. And that is something that is remarkable when things are happening. We have been patriotic, but we have also been overly critical of many things for no rhyme or reason. And very often the criticism happens also because some people have motivations, some have very different kind of approach. But fortunately this time we are seeing a united India, and united we must stand. That's when we can defeat the enemy, hands down.
United we must stand. Perfectly said, Ambassador Trigunayat, because more India stands united, more it breaks Asim Munir's plan of sowing seeds of communal discord inside India. Thank you so much for joining on the broadcast. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Would definitely like to have you on the show again to discuss as the matter escalates from Pakistan's side.
Thank you so much.
Now, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has denied reports of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, that is the NCA. That's a body which is responsible for Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. However, now there's nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. They've done it time and again for decades. They've been doing it. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing in Pakistan's DNA is its rhetoric for a nuclear war with India. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif himself, and I'm going to quote the words he used and the manner and the tone that he used. He threatened the world of a nuclear war, and in an interview to Pakistan-based Sama TV, these are his words. Listen to this. If our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does. This is the ideology behind Pakistan's Defence Minister. Now, at the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative Asim Iftikhar Ahmad repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. In April, Pakistan's Railway Minister Hanif Abbasi also issued a stark threat. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Ghori, Shaheen, Ghaznavi, these are the names of their missiles, along with 130 nuclear warheads, they have been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty most recently in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, he threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians. Well, water has not been flowing, and definitely even the blood of Indians has not flown in that. And several border regions in India have issued advisories now for citizens, which include blackout protocols. Pakistan fired drones into Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, and those were neutralized by the Indian forces. The Union Territory of Chandigarh has issued an advisory for citizens, which is essentially a do's and don'ts list in case there are air raid sirens. Now, citizens have been advised to stay indoors, not be in balconies, take shelter in nearby buildings, Citizens have also been told to switch off lights, close the windows, draw curtains and stay away from those windows as well, while making sure that all automatic lights are also disconnected. Now, in the city of Panchkula, which is in the state of Haryana, all shops, banks, restaurants, ATMs have been directed to switch off all external lights by 7 p.m. every day until further notice. The lights on the road will also remain off for this period. There will also be a complete blackout in the city of Ambala in the state of Haryana from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice, as directed by the District Magistrate of Ambala. Then in Faridabad, citizens have been urged to prepare an emergency kit which has essentials such as your medicines, mobile phone, charger and a flashlight, or whatever else you find essential. And a blackout has also been imposed as a precautionary measure in Gujarat villages bordering Santalpur Taluka in Patan district. Citizens have been advised to stay away from rumours. And this is a very important one, viewers. This is not just for citizens in these regions that I just mentioned. It's for everyone. Stay away from rumours, because this is a disinformation campaign being spewed from Pakistan, and requesting all Indian citizens follow instructions issued by the administration. Do not panic. India is in control. The District of South Goa has also issued standard operating procedures for air raid alerts and blackout protocols. Private vehicles must be parked off-road with all lights off. Normal activities will only resume when the green signal is given through a 2-minute hooting siren. All right, another breaking news coming in at this hour. India and Afghanistan reject Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri slammed Pakistan's claim, saying, and I'm going to quote the Foreign Secretary here, Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism. Another breaking news coming in. Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan have been deemed false, and both Afghanistan and India have agreed to that. Vikram Misri had said that Afghans don't need a reminder of Pakistan's terrorism and who fires at Afghanistan. India and Afghanistan have both rejected Pakistan's claim of a missile attack coming in from India's side towards Afghanistan. These are claims coming in from Pakistan. They are claiming India is targeting its own sites within India, especially in the Punjab region. Now they're claiming India is firing towards Afghanistan. Their disinformation campaign is in full swing, but Afghanistan sees through it. All right, viewers, we are going to quickly take a short break at this hour. More news and breaking news and news alerts will continue on the other side as we continue to cover the Operation Sindur, which is ongoing. This is Beyond World is One. I'm Shivan Chalna. Stay with us.
India's Global Voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Beyond World is One. Let's start this bulletin by quickly taking a look at the headlines. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has denied nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India, after Pakistan's military said that PM Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Pakistan's military installations are at Sukur and Chunia. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base also hit. India debunks Pakistani claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes. Rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana's Sirsa, Rajasthan's Suratgarh are completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces are alert and ready. Indian Army releases video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. Five top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terror hubs in Pakistan's Muridke and Bahawalpur, including two brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds crucial meeting with the three service chiefs at his official residence in Delhi. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also attend the meeting. Amid failed attempts by Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students have been asked to go to their home states. Authorities have provided them with buses. And in breaking news just coming in, India and Afghanistan reject Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has slammed Pakistan's claims, saying, and I'm quoting him here, "Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism." Afghanistan's Defence Ministry has also issued a statement saying that there is no truth to such claims. In the breaking news that's just coming in, India and Afghanistan, they reject Pakistan's claim of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan. Now, Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has slammed Pakistan's claim, and he said, and I'm quoting him here, "Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism." Now, Afghanistan's Defence Ministry has also issued a statement saying that there is no truth to these claims. And for more on this, we're being joined by our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibbal. Siddhant, what can you tell us about the situation as it's developing right now?
Well, significant development. We know that Saudis, the Americans are trying to make sure that there is a de-escalation. There's some kind of conversations happening, but obviously this is happening behind closed doors. We saw the Deputy Saudi Foreign Minister in Delhi last week. He also traveled to Islamabad. Now, the Saudis, of course, have good relationship with India. They have relationship with Pakistan as well. The Americans, of course, are also engaging. Marco Rubio spoke to the Indian External Affairs Minister and directly to the Pakistani army chief, which is significant because so far he was speaking to the political leadership, speaking to the Pakistani Prime Minister, speaking to Pakistani military, the army chief is significant because that shows that they know that who to talk to in Pakistan because the power center lies with the army. So essentially there are countries across the world which are hoping that they can diffuse the tensions, but this is part of an ongoing engagement.
Right. Thanks, Siddhant, for bringing us the latest on that front. We'll be closely monitoring the situation as it develops. Now, let's begin with the latest developments at this hour in the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. India hit back hard at Pakistan after its drone attack bids across the western sector, carrying out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Now, in a special briefing on Operation Sindur, the government has said Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, a radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted.
Indian armed forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunia were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
Indian government said that Pakistan continues to provoke India along its western border, targeting civilian areas and military infrastructure using unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munition and fighter jets. Now, Indian armed forces have successfully neutralized these threats. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. India categorically rejected Pakistani propaganda of major damage to its military infrastructure in the overnight strikes. In the press briefing, India said Pakistan attempted to spread malicious misinformation campaign with false claims of destruction of the Indian S-400 system, destruction of airfields at Surat and Sirsa. India outrightly rejected these false claims.
Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Dehrangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan.
India said the Pakistani army used drones and other high-caliber weapons to attack India's western front. Islamabad tried to infiltrate Indian airspace at more than 26 locations. Now, these included drone incursions and sightings of armed UAVs in Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipura, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj and Jaisalmer. The government said India neutralized most of the attacks. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said that Pakistan made yet another completely ludicrous claim that Indian mailers have hit Afghanistan. He called it a totally frivolous allegation, saying that the people of Afghanistan don't need to be reminded about which country was targeted. Now, civilian population and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan on multiple occasions in just the 1.5 years.
There is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years, targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
India said that Pakistan army has been observed to be moving its troops forward towards, in forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Now, Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness, and all hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided that Pakistan's side reciprocates. And in breaking news just coming in, a Saudi foreign minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, spoke to his Indian and Pakistani counterparts, calling for de-escalation and an end to military confrontation between the two nations. Saudi diplomat also affirmed Saudi Arabia's commitment to the security and stability of the region and its close and balanced relation with both friendly countries. Now, to reiterate for our viewers, Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan spoke to his Indian as well as Pakistani counterpart, calling for de-escalation and an end to military confrontation between the two nations. Saudi diplomat also affirmed Saudi Arabia's commitment to the security and stability of the region and its close and balanced relations with both the friendly countries. Joining us on the broadcast is our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibul, on the phone line. Siddhant, help us and our viewers get up to speed about the latest developments.
Well, we have seen how the Saudis have been trying to de-escalate the situation between India and Pakistan. The Saudi deputy minister was in Islam in Delhi. Now the foreign minister has spoken and to de-escalate and end the military confrontation. So, Saudis, of course, trying their level best. The Americans, of course, earlier tried that so. But we have to wait and watch how early both sides can de-escalate.
Right. Thank you so much, Siddhant, for bringing us the latest. And to get a better understanding of the conflict that's brewing, we're joined live on the broadcast from New Delhi with Major General Ashok K. Mehta, who is an army veteran of the 1971 war and a defense expert. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in the broadcast on WION World is One. So let me begin by saying that we've been seeing heightened activity along the line of control with multiple attempted intrusions and the Pakistani army inching closer to forward positions, which is a clear sign that they're more than just testing the waters right now. Now, while India stands ready and vigilant, how do you read the writings on the wall? And what's your assessment of how the situation is unfolding on the ground?
Well, I think testing by Pakistan is more or less over because we are in the fourth day of the undeclared war. I think both sides have had a go at each other. Both sides are making claims of damage to military infrastructure, including air bases. It's difficult to verify the quality of the veracity of the claims, but it is absolutely certain that Pakistan has taken a bigger share of the damage merely because of India's size and military capability. Now, having said that, I think it's time for a pause and for Pakistan to consider whether their so-called one notch up response to India's punitive kinetic strike for Pahalgam is being fully delivered? Is the satisfaction level for Pakistan being vindicated? Has Pakistan military's honor and image been restored? These are factors that Pakistan will consider, but Pakistan will need some kind of off-ramp reason for de-escalation. Pakistan has already stated that it has carried out strikes against India. You have given all the details, so there is no need for reiteration. Suffice it for me to say that Pakistan should be satisfied by this response, by its response to India's highly punishing, highly intense, highly effective response to the Pahalgam attack. So what is this off-ramp and what is this pause? At the moment, the intervention is only tentative. Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif has said that Pakistan would be ready to de-escalate provided India de-escalates. Now, as far as India is concerned, from day one, India has been saying that all its counteractions have been responsible in response to the terrorist attacks against military targets, very responsible and non-escalatory, which is the key word that has been used. Even today, the briefing by the Foreign Secretary, every day religiously, he repeats this. So we can assume that if Pakistan gives an indication that it is satisfied with its kinetic response, then India will reciprocate. I have absolutely no doubt that India is ready to reciprocate to any request or any urge by Pakistan.
Being said, I don't think satisfaction is on the radar for Pakistan right now. In fact, Pakistan seems to be playing an old tune once again, riding on a misinformation campaign to stir the pot within India and once again waving the nuclear card. Now, with their defense minister and others fanning the flames, do you think it's time India and the global community called their bluff and stopped dancing to this worn-out script?
No, I don't completely agree with what you have said. The fact is otherwise. Pakistan, this news about Pakistan PM ordering the National Command Authority, which deals with the nuclear response, that apparently was a misinformation. That has not taken place. There has been no signaling by Pakistan. In fact, Khwaja Asif has said that the nuclear option is off the table. So as far as the nuclear overhang is concerned, or as far as, what the world describes the Kashmir as a flashpoint, as a nuclear trigger point, I think we have not reached that stage yet because of India's very responsible, very non-escalatory action. It is quite a different thing that what Pakistan may be saying in order to disturb the communal harmony. I think that is part of the grey warfare, the psychological warfare, the propaganda. What you have to see is what is it that they do on the ground And on the ground, by all accounts, they've taken a hammering. And I don't think Pakistan, given its economic conditions, given its state of morale of the military, that it is in any position to further provoke India. So therefore, at this time, at this moment in time, what the foreign minister of America has done is to ask both countries to get off the ram and start a dialogue. In other words, de-escalate, dialogue, and he said we are ready to construct a mechanism for this dialogue. The Saudi Arabian foreign minister has also been in touch. The Saudi Arabian minister holds tremendous clout over the Pakistanis. I mean, they are as good as iron brothers as they are with China. And as far as the G7 is concerned, the G7 has also issued a statement. So right now, the burden of de-escalation is on Pakistan. Pakistan only needs a little prompting from some side and declare victory. You see, it's essential for Pakistan to declare victory, that one notch up response, the assessment that they have to make in their own mind, that have we delivered that one notch assessment. So I think my own judgment is that by the weekend, this matter will come to will begin to diffuse. De-escalation will start, and some form of back-channel dialogue could begin. But I don't see this current phase, the fourth phase, if you like, of the conflict, the standoff conflict. Neither side has crossed the LOC or the international border. They're firing drones, they're firing missiles. No troops have crossed each other's borders. Line of control, yes, has always been active. So there is a good chance for Pakistan to step back. All it needs is a little push and cheer for victory.
Could come from the United States. We've recently seen the IMF has approved a $1 billion loan for Pakistan, and this is despite India's objections citing terror funding. Meanwhile, we've also observed varying positions from the United States administration, where President Trump offered to mediate de-escalation between India and Pakistan, while Vice President J.D. Vance later remarked that it's none of America's business. And then more recently, we saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He again stated that US is willing to mediate the de-escalation efforts, while also urging Pakistan to end its support for terrorism. Now, notably, this criticism is directed at Pakistan, and this time it's not come from India. So given that, how do you anticipate Pakistan will respond to such a strongly worded stance, especially from the United States?
I think Pakistan is historically beholden to the United States. And after Trump said that it's time, initially it said hands off, but now he's saying it's time for hands on, because he sees the spiral of escalation getting risky and dangerous. So the chances for some kind of stepping back is very much on the cards. The only thing that should worry India is that at the end of this round, the so-called fifth round, will this end the scourge of terrorism? The answer is no. After a while, violence in Kashmir will increase, cross-border terrorism will not cease, So India is confronted with the mission of restoring deterrence. And that deterrence, which has eroded after Balakot, has to be restored to ensure that cross-border terrorism, as we saw in Pahalgam, doesn't repeat itself, at least in the foreseeable future. Because to end this conflict, I think you don't need a military solution. Military solution is not feasible. You have to have a dialogue, a political solution. But for the moment, I think we should be happy, people in the subcontinent, that we can defuse the current tension and declare victory. Both sides can declare victory.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Thank you so much, General Mehta, for joining us on the broadcast on WION World is One and sharing your perspective with us. And with that, it's time for us to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on the other side. You're watching WION World is One.
Watch me on Token Money Magnet, where I decode tokenization for you only on WION.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Diksha Bisla, and let's start this bulletin by quickly taking a look at the headlines. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India, after Pakistan's military said that PM Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base also hit. India debunks Pakistani claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes, rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana's Sirsa, Rajasthan's Suratgarh as completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces are alert and ready. Indian Army releases video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. Five top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terrorist hubs in Pakistan's Muridke and Bahawalpur, including two brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds crucial meeting with the three services chief at his official residence in Delhi. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also attend the meet. Amid failed attempts by Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students have been asked to go to their home states. Authorities have provided them with buses. Several border regions in India have issued advisories for citizens, which include blackout protocols. Pakistan fired drones for a second night into Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir that were neutralized by the Indian forces. The Union Territory of Chandigarh has issued an advisory for citizens, which is essentially a do's and don'ts in case there are air raid sirens. Citizens have been advised to stay indoors, not be in balconies, and take shelter in nearby buildings. Citizens have also been told to switch off lights, close the windows and draw curtains, while making sure that all automatic lights are also disconnected. In the city of Panchkula in Haryana, all shops, banks, restaurants and ATMs have been directed to switch off all external lights by 7 p.m. every day until further notice. The lights on the roads will also remain off for this period. There will also be a complete blackout in the city of Ambala in Haryana from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. As directed by the District Magistrate of Ambala, and in Faridabad, citizens have been urged to prepare an emergency kit which has essentials such as medicines, mobile phone, charger and flashlight. A blackout has also been imposed as a precautionary measure in Gujarat's villages bordering Santalpur Taluka in Patan district. Citizens advised to stay away from rumours and follow instructions issued by administration. The district of South Goa has also issued standard operating procedure for air raid alerts and blackout protocols. Private vehicles must be parked off-road with all lights off. Normal activity will only resume when the green signal is given through a 2-minute hooting siren. And as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation shut down additional airports. According to the latest notem, all civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut down temporarily. The date of this temporary measure has been extended to May 15th. According to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15th, 5:29 a.m. local time. Now, Indian airports where the operations are suspended till May 15 include Adampur, Ambala, Amritsar, Avantipur, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Halwara, Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Kandla, Kangra, Keshod, Kishangarh, Kullu and Manali, Buntar, Leh, Ludhiana, Mundra, Nalia, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Sarsawa, Shimla, Srinagar, Thois and Uttarlai. Now, meanwhile, Delhi Airport has issued travel advisory for its passengers due to changing airspace conditions. Flights scheduled are set to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. The airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from their respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Now, Indian airlines like Air India and Indigo too have issued travel advisory and confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till May 15th. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. As India and Pakistan face off in a series of candid admissions, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has inadvertently exposed the nation's internal contradictions and its brazen stance on terrorism. His recent statements have not only contradicted the official narrative of the Pakistani military, but have also drawn international attention. In his latest brazen statement while speaking to a Pakistani media network, the Pakistan Defence Minister has said that there's no option but a full-blown war with India. Now, this despite India's stress that its military actions have only been limited to Pakistan's terror infrastructure.
Are we staring at a full-blown war now, sir?
देखिए, ये मेरा ख्याल है कि ये ऑप्शन जो है अब इसके अलावा अब कोई हमें अवेलेबल भी नहीं रही. We'll have to pay them back in the same coins.
Asif has exposed Pakistan's duplicity, leaving his own military scrambling for cover. First, Asif torpedoes his own army's narrative in the parliament. While the Pakistan military claimed to have downed Indian drones, Asif bluntly admitted that they hadn't intercepted any. Why? We didn't want to reveal our air defense locations. He said a confession that not only ridiculed the army's bravado, but also confirmed India's precision strikes had exposed and destroyed Pakistan's air defenses, including the prize military system in Lahore. Now, in one stroke, Asif shredded the Pakistan army's propaganda.
In the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar.
Then came another bombshell. Standing in the National Assembly, Asif declared madrasa students are our second line of defense. When the time comes, they will be used as needed. Now, with these words, he ripped away Pakistan's mask, confirming what the world had long suspected. Pakistan's so-called religious schools are a pipeline for terrorism and not education. Now, this is not just a slip, it's an admission of the state's complicity in nurturing terror. Perhaps the most revealing was Asif's acknowledgement of Pakistan's historical support for terrorist groups. In an interview on 25th of April, he admitted on live television that Pakistan had engaged in dirty work for Western powers, including the United States and Britain, by supporting and funding terrorist organizations over several decades.
But you do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
Finally, when grilled about Lashkar-e-Toiba and its proxies, Asif insisted that LET doesn't exist in Pakistan anymore. It is extinct. But the world knows better. Asif's denial flies in the face of the images of state honours for the killed LET terrorists who were eliminated by India in its May 7th strikes on the terror bases in Pakistan, including the LET's known headquarters at Muridke town in Pakistan's Punjab province. A major security flashpoint came into focus for India in the Pakistani drone attack on Thursday. Hours after India's air defense system successfully fended off the attack at 36 military and civilian sites. Indian authorities said that initial investigation confirmed Pakistan had used Turkish-made drones in the attack. The drones are identified as Turkish-made Songar UAVs. Now, Pakistan deployed them in large numbers, marking not just a tactical provocation but a concerning escalation in regional drone warfare.
भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं। इसके उपरांत रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की।
The drone attack also signaled a bigger worry for India, indicating the growing strategic bonhomie between Islamabad and Ankara. Now, Turkey has openly criticized India's Operation Sindur, besides siding with Pakistan on key diplomatic and security issues. The Songar UAV, developed by Turkish defense firm Aselsan, is a compact yet lethal platform. Weighing 45 kilograms at takeoff, it can stay airborne for 25 to 30 minutes, operate within a 10-kilometer range, and fly at altitudes of up to 2.8 kilometers above sea level. Now, what makes it especially dangerous is its integrated weapon payload, including a mounted machine gun and an optional grenade launcher, making it capable of precise remote-controlled attacks. The Songar drone is capable of autonomous strikes and swarm operations. It is also a message about shifting alliances, shared technologies, and the use of cutting-edge systems to challenge regional stability. However, India's layered air defense grid, including systems like Akash, Emirsam and S-400, effectively neutralize the threat while highlighting the technological sophistication of the use of armaments in the region. Earlier, we were joined by India's former Foreign Secretary along with other security experts to discuss the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan and what it means for regional and global stability. Listen in.
The next thing that they would be looking at is intelligence gathering. Now, if you look at Jammu itself, above is Nagrota, just a short distance away is Nagrota, which is the headquarters of 16 Corps. And this headquarters implies that the deployment all around, as well as the ammunition depots that are located over there, or the airfield of Jammu, Pathankot and others. Now, when we are looking at them, the enemy would like to know our deployments, would like to know the status of our readiness, and would like to identify the location of key target systems. And therefore, that was the second objective which I can think of with my own analysis. But what I'm finding it very strange is that after we had struck so admirably well with such precision and with total accuracy, the Pakistani response seems to me confused, chaotic, and also full of, on-the-spot taking decisions rather than a well-planned strategy. So when I'm looking at them, they are scared. It appears to me they are scared, they want to respond, but they don't want to trigger a full-blown war so that we respond massively with shock and awe like the Americans do.
A few factors. One we discussed, which is basically reflect attention. The other is their inability to come to terms with the success of the abrogation of Article 370 and the fact that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have put their full weight behind the peace dividend and economic benefits of that peace dividend through massive amounts of tourism in that union territory. So all of this is for the leadership in Pakistan, very good reasons to continue. And possibly, they do feel that they will get support from some of their friends. I mean, we have seen reports that China has been supplying equipment. China also issued a statement in diplomatic terms terming our action against terrorists and terrorist infrastructure inside POK and Pakistan as regrettable. They've got help from Turkey, which has sent at least 5 transport aircraft.
Any fight against terrorism is a good fight because terrorism is one of the evils of our age. So I do think that it should not only be India fighting against terrorism, it should be Islamabad as well fighting against terrorism. It hurts Pakistan's interests to have terrorist groups operating out of the territory that they control in Jammu and Kashmir or out of Pakistan itself. So I think that it's in Pakistan's interest to clamp down on international terrorism, and I think that's why you are seeing this pressure now from the United States on Pakistan to stop supporting terrorist groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba that basically has been undertaking terrorist attacks over past years. And I think if Pakistan would do that, that would potentially open up an opportunity for an off-ramp that both sides could then take and de-escalate this situation.
And amid the ongoing India-Pakistan conflict, India's ambassador to Nepal, Naveen Srivastava, had called on Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and briefed him about the latest developments. Now, according to the statement issued by the Nepal Prime Minister's office, Ambassador Srivastava briefed PM Oli regarding the recent tensions and the scenario developed between India and Pakistan due to a terror attack at Pahalgam in India on April 22nd. Now, Nepal urges restraint and reaffirms its stand against terrorism. The lawmakers have also called on the government to evacuate Nepali students from Pakistan. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had extended heartfelt condolences to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and reaffirmed Nepal's solidarity with India in denouncing the attack. Meanwhile, the Nepalese officials reiterated that they have promptly and unequivocally condemned the brutal act. It further assured that Nepal would not allow any hostile elements to operate from its territory. The lawmakers also hope for de-escalation, reaffirming its commitment to regional peace and stability.
Amid the rising tensions between India and Pakistan, a human rights organization here in Kathmandu staged a protest in front of the Pakistan embassy. And that's exactly where I'm standing at the moment, where they condemned the terrorist attack that took place in Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people, including a Nepali national. Lawmakers, meanwhile, have continued to raise the concerns of the Nepalese nationals residing in India and Pakistan both. And one of the lawmakers has also said that and the 80 students in Pakistan have requested repatriation from the region as soon as possible. And meanwhile, the foreign ministry here in Nepal has issued a formal statement urging de-escalation and for the peace process to be initiated. Saloni Murarka for WION World is One in Kathmandu, Nepal.
Lower House Speaker Devraj Ghamire called on the government to take necessary measures, ensuring the security of Nepali citizens residing in both the countries and addressing potential issues that may arise. A human rights organization held a protest outside the Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu, denouncing the recent attack in India and urging both countries to reject the path of conflict. Now, the demonstrators called for an immediate reduction in tensions between the two South Asian neighbors. In the midst of the rising hostilities between India and Pakistan, the G7 has urged both countries to de-escalate tensions and engage in direct dialogue. Now, in a statement, the group of 7 countries urged for maximum restraint between both the countries. It has also called for both New Delhi and Islamabad to engage in diplomacy for a peaceful outcome. Meanwhile, the White House has said that U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio is in constant touch with leaders in both New Delhi and Islamabad. It also added that U.S. President Donald Trump wants both countries to de-escalate the conflict. Now, Trump has urged both India and Pakistan to stop the war and added that the U.S. has had good relations with both the nuclear powers.
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
Furthermore, U.S. State Department has said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Asif Munir. He also called for the Pakistan Army Chief to de-escalate tensions. In Central America, Panama, which is a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement, the country's foreign ministry has urged both countries to prioritize diplomatic dialogue to avoid actions that could escalate the conflict. Similarly, the European Union has called the war between India and Pakistan as very concerning. Speaking at an informal meeting in Poland, the EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas has said that they are trying to mediate and simmer down the tensions. France, on the other hand, has said that it is deeply concerned on the current situation between India and Pakistan. It has also called for de-escalation and protection of civilians. Further, Belarus has called for sustainable peace in South Asia and settlement of disputes through consultations and negotiations. Additionally, Norway's foreign ministry has reiterated its condemnation for the Pahalgam terror attack while urging both parties to de-escalate the conflict. Meanwhile, Turkey, which has been backing Pakistan, has expressed its concern over the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. In a post on social media platform X, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan extended his condolences to the people and the state of Pakistan. Elsewhere, China, which has also been backing Pakistan, has called for de-escalation. In a statement, China's foreign ministry has urged India and Pakistan to give priority to peace and stability by remaining calm and restrained. Now, in the midst of all this, Saudi Arabia has said that its Minister for State of Foreign Affairs visited India and Pakistan in a move to de-escalate tensions between both the parties. Other countries like Brazil, Singapore, Sri Lanka and Nepal have also called for both countries to show restraint and urged for a regional peace. The war between India and Pakistan continues to escalate every passing day, with both countries firing missiles and drones across the line of control. Now, in the midst of all this, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has dismissed the reports of holding a meeting with the National Command Authority, the NSA, which is the official body that takes a call on using nuclear weapons. He has denied that earlier we spoke with Major General Neeraj Bali and Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council, Secretariat on Pakistan's nuclear threats, and listen to what they had to say.
Wouldn't have heard a single statement coming out of any Indian functionary about our nuclear capabilities. And today, this meeting of National Command Authority, which has been called by the Pakistani Prime Minister, I think at one level is messaging, one level is kind of a implied threat, which of course we will note, which is unfortunate because this is absolutely the worst time in the middle of escalation to provide yet another opportunity for miscalculation. So that is what is happening.
Precedented. What we've seen earlier is that they normally do all this nuclear saber rattling when they want a bailout, when someone to step in and stop this. You know, either the US, somebody will come and say, okay, now you have to scale it down. This time what they've got is actually an IMF loan from a body in which the largest shareholder is the US. So that for them is not either it is I don't know. It's a like I said, this is not something I've ever seen before. But this signaling that of their willingness to go into the nuclear option is extremely irresponsible. I mean, at this moment, in actual fact, what you're seeing is a series of drone attacks. Neither country has used its aircraft to go inside either territory. That is how it is now. Now, at this point, you want to bring out your nuclear weapons. It's quite unbelievable. I mean, how can you be so irresponsible? But this is a signaling. Let's see what happens next.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has denied reports of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, which is responsible for Pakistan's nukes. However, there's nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing in Pak's DNA is its rhetoric for a nuclear war with India. Earlier this month, Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif had threatened the world of a nuclear war. In an interview to Pakistan-based Sama TV, Asif had said, If our very existence is threatened, God forbid it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does. At the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative Asim Iftikhar Ahmad repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative had suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. In April, Pakistan's Railway Minister Hanif Abbasi has also issued a stark threat to India. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Gori, Shaheen and Ghaznavi missiles along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians will. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. For more news and updates, keep watching Beyond World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the US.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
Learn about tokenization, the future of ownership, with me on Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan.
It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps.
And welcome back. Thanks very much for staying on with us. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Modi Gambhir. We are starting off with a quick look at the headlines. Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India. After Pakistan's military said Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Refuting, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan. Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base also hit. India debunks Pakistan claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes, rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana Sirsa, Rajasthan Suratgarh as completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces alert and ready. Indian Army releases video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. Five top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terror hubs in Pakistan's Muridke and Bahawalpur, including two brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds crucial meeting with the three services chiefs at his official residence in New Delhi. Chief of Defence Staff and the Defence Minister also attend the meeting. Amid failed attempt by Pakistani army to hit civilian infrastructure with drones and missiles in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar, NIT Srinagar students asked to go to their home states. Authorities provide them buses. And we're starting off with some breaking news coming in right this minute. India has said that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded to accordingly. Top government sources saying that India takes its zero tolerance policy and that after the Pahalgam terror attack, it will respond to every act of terror as an act of war. India making its stance absolutely clear, saying that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded to accordingly. Let's go straight across now to Siddhant Sibul, who's been getting us those updates. Siddhant, what more can you tell us?
Significant remarks in terms of what the government sources are saying, that future act of terror will be considered act of war, because that's a clear message to Islamabad in many ways, because we know that how essentially Islamabad has been involved in terror attacks in India, and not just Islamabad, it's Rawalpindi's plan exactly. But all in all, we know that focus is also on de-escalation in many ways. We have seen the Saudis, the Americans reaching out to both Islamabad and New Delhi. The U.S. Secretary of State, Mr. Rubio, spoke to the army chief himself, it was a clear messaging that instead of having just conversations with the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which were futile, it's better to talk to the real power center. And in India, the U.S. Secretary of State spoke to the External Affairs Minister. We saw the Saudi visit, the Union Foreign Minister visiting both the countries, and the Foreign Minister speaking earlier today with the Foreign Minister of India and Pakistan. So internationally, focus is to reach out with both the countries, and primarily is being led by Riyadh and Washington.
Right. Siddhant, this also echoes India's statements and stance all throughout, in fact, that it has zero tolerance as far as terror is concerned. Also, that it is not interested in an escalation, but at the same time, it has been responding to the escalatory moves by Pakistan befittingly and appropriately. But at the same time, Pakistan has been indulging in those provocative and escalatory moves all throughout.
Well, yes, you are correct. Pakistan has been escalating the situation. India reacted to a terror attack, and India reacted by targeting the terror infrastructure. This was a strike which was clearly intended at terror camps only in Pakistan. Now, after that, Pakistan could have refrained from escalating the situation, but they continue to target Indian cities from Ladakh to Gujarat. We have seen how there have been drone attacks and situation becoming very dangerous. We have seen how Pakistan has been without any kind of movement of flights as well for a long period of time. So the ball is in the court of the Pakistanis, whether they want to take it further or whether they want to halt it.
All right, Siddhant, we're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much. And as we continue to get you the latest coming in, the developments at this are in the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. India and Afghanistan have rejected Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan. I'm quoting, Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism. The Afghanistan Defense Ministry has also issued a statement saying there is no truth to such claims. This as the Saudi Foreign Minister, remember, spoke to his Indian and Pakistani counterparts, calling for de-escalation and an end to military confrontation between the two countries. Saudi diplomat also affirming Saudi Arabia's commitment to the security and stability of the region and its close and balanced relations with both friendly countries. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with the Defence Minister and the NSA, CDS, chiefs of all three services in New Delhi. Jammu and Kashmir government has announced that an ex-gratia relief amount worth rupees 10 lakhs will be granted to the families of deceased who were killed in the recent Pakistan shelling. In a post on X, the Jammu and Kashmir CMO expressed grief towards the deceased and wrote, deeply pained by the loss of innocent lives due to recent shelling from Pakistan. My government is taking every possible measure to minimize the hardship of our people. Earlier, India hit back hard at Pakistan after its drone attack bids across the western sector, carrying out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan. In a special briefing on Operation Sindur, the government said Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, a radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted.
Calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunia were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
India has said Pakistan Army has been observed to be moving its troops towards the forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Indian armed forces remain in a state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded to proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided the Pakistan side reciprocates. And joining me on the broadcast this minute is Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, former Assistant Chief of Air Staff. Thanks very much for being here on the broadcast. I have to begin by asking you for your comments on the latest situation as it's unfolding right now.
First of all, thank you for getting me in. The attacks last night and today morning actually was a new step actually in vis-a-vis the type of weapon systems that were used by the Pakistanis. We have responded in kind and in the same measure, so as to not escalate the situation. That's been our position every time, but we have hit them back hard, and that will how it will continue. Now there has been a lull for almost 10 odd hours right now, and nothing has happened. Now is it a lull before the storm, or is anything happening behind the scenes? I'm sure things are happening, because we know that somewhere in the morning, Secretary Rubio of the US, the NSA, and he spoke to both sides, to the Army Chief of Pakistan, the man who matters there, and our Foreign Minister. So maybe some things have happened, because there's a sudden lull. However, we will have to wait. Considering the military actions that have taken place, we have struck their airfields because they tried to strike ours. We have neutralized a few of their radar installations. And that's how it is. And I'm sure that is the way it would continue. The UAVs, the type of UAVs used has also been different. They have used unmanned combat vehicles this time. They have closed their airspace totally, which was open yesterday. But that's an indication of things can still go haywire. And the type of missiles they use, if they have used Fateh, because what happened in the briefing was the term used high-speed cruise missile. Now, high-speed missiles, but that is an indication of an escalation that has happened. So fingers crossed, let's see what happens.
Right. Let's also talk about the significance of these precision strikes, the swift, calibrated response coming in from India after Pakistan's drone attacks across the western sector. India carrying out those precision airstrikes on the Pakistan Air Force bases.
That's right. I mean, we still don't know the damage on those airfields. There are a whole lot of videos moving around, but our statement says that we have inflicted damage on the runways, so that's what it is. And the strikes are precise. I have not seen any videos on the social media, on Twitter, of any damage having been caused to any civilian installation on the Pakistani side. But on our side, we know of the deaths that have happened in Rajouri and Poonch in the shelling that has been carrying on. So we've been very precise in our targeting and in our intent.
Right. And speaking of Pakistan's intent, keeping its civilian airports open while carrying out those drone attacks is something that had emerged last evening as well. So that is also something that has been talked about, is something that tells us a lot more about Pakistan's strategy.
That is correct, and it was commented on adversely yesterday in yesterday's briefing.
Yes.
That they were taking the shadow or the fact that they are permitting civil flights in very critical times between Karachi and Lahore and Rawalpindi, that side, towards that side. at critical times when their attacks were happening. So that is something which is hitting below the belt, using civilian airliners, civil traffic as a shadow or as a shield for military operations. But of course, they've had to cut it down now. Today onwards, their airspace is closed fully. So it implies that they want to be very clear that anything in their airspace is either theirs or ours.
Right, and before we let you go, just a quick assessment of the messaging that's come in from India all throughout, that it's not interested in escalation. On the other hand, Pakistan has continued with its escalatory provocative measures all throughout. When this all has been a result of Pakistan's cross-border terror and the Pahalgam terror attack, and India retaliating and responding to the same through Operation Sindur.
That's right. We told them right up front that we struck and that terrorist targets, terrorist installations were targets. And they were the only targets for our response to Pahalgam. They took it otherwise and went on an escalation spree. So our messaging has always been the same. Our briefings by the MEA and the service representatives have been precise and so very professional. There is no jingoism. There is no making fun of the other side, but being absolutely diplomatic in our language. So that shows the maturity level with which we are handling the situation. In case any one of you have seen what happened in the press conference yesterday, will be able to see the stark difference that is happening. So our messaging has been very clear. We will strike targets which support terrorism originating from your country. And if you target anything in our country, we will respond in kind of a similar nature. If we up the ante, because today's briefing also said that there have been some ground movements that have been noticed on the Pakistani side, that's not a good indication. I'm sure we're taking steps accordingly.
Right, and India taking forward that message and saying that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded to accordingly. That's the message coming in from India, the statement coming in from India just a short while back as well. We're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast with your perspectives.
Thank you.
And amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, social media flooded with fake content. And here at WION, we are continuously debunking false claims being peddled on various social media platforms about India and Pakistan war. And in fact, one such post is claiming, and I'm quoting here, "Heard of attack on Nagrota Air Base? Beware, this is an old and digitally altered video being falsely circulated as footage of a Pakistani attack on the Nagrota Air Base." Very important to point out. And this is just a sample of the kind of fake news that's been doing the rounds. Now, this video was originally posted on Instagram in October 2024. And another such fake post makes claims about a Pakistani cyber attack knocking out 70% of India's power grid. This is also completely fake. Nothing but desperate propaganda aimed at spreading panic and confusion. And here at WION, remember, we've been telling you there is no need to panic. That's the message that's been coming in. Meanwhile, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri rubbished Pakistan's false claims and allegations in a joint press conference held earlier today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adhampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
And amid those developments, India's ambassador to Nepal called on the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and briefed him about the latest developments. According to the statement issued by the Nepal Prime Minister's office, Ambassador Srivastava briefed Prime Minister Oli regarding the recent tensions and the scenario developed between India and Pakistan due to a terrorist attack at Pahalgam in India on April 22nd. Nepal urges restraint and reaffirms its stand against terrorism. The lawmakers have also called on the government to evacuate Nepalese students from Pakistan. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had extended heartfelt condolences to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and reaffirmed Nepal's solidarity with India in denouncing the attack. Meanwhile, the Nepalese officials reiterated that they have promptly and unequivocally condemned the brutal act. It further assured that Nepal would not allow any hostile elements to operate from its territory. The lawmakers also hoped for de-escalation, reaffirming commitment to regional peace and stability.
Amid the rising tensions between India and Pakistan, a human rights organization here in Kathmandu staged a protest in front of the Pakistan embassy. And that's exactly where I'm standing at the moment, where they condemned the terrorist attack that took place in Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people, including a Nepali national. Lawmakers, meanwhile, have continued to raise the concerns of the Nepalese nationals residing in India and Pakistan both. And one of the lawmakers has also said that and the 80 students in Pakistan have requested repatriation from the region as soon as possible. And meanwhile, the foreign ministry here in Nepal has issued a formal statement urging de-escalation and for the peace process to be initiated. Saloni Murarka for WION World is One in Kathmandu, Nepal.
And the lower house speaker Devraj Khimere also called on the government to take necessary measures ensuring the security of Nepalese citizens residing in both countries and addressing potential issues that may arise. A human rights organization held a protest outside the Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu denouncing the recent attack in India and urging both countries to reject the path of conflict. The demonstrators called for an immediate reduction in tensions between the two neighbors. And on that note, it's a wrap on this edition right here. Stay with us.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Unlocking the future of finance.
Dive into the world of tokenization with me
as we yield the power of tokenization.
Discover the future of
ownership, where I decode, demystify tokenization for you.
Empowering the tokenized revolution.
Get ready to dive for an in-depth look at tokenization.
Busting the myths around tokenization.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet only on WION.
And welcome back. Thanks very much for staying on with us. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Molly Gambhir. A quick look first at the top stories making headlines at this hour. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India after Pakistan's military said Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot aviation base also hit. India debunks Pakistan claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes, rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana Sirsa, Rajasthan Suratgarh as completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces alert and ready. Indian Army releases video of a fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. In a clear message addressed to Pakistan, India says that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded to accordingly. Five top Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terror hubs in Pakistan's Muridke and Bahawalpur, including two brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Pakistan fires a loitering munition bomb disposal squad of security forces defusing the drone in a village near Jammu. And we're starting off with the latest developments coming in this minute. In the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan, India and Afghanistan have rejected Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan. The statement quoting Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism. Afghan's defense ministry, in fact, has also issued a statement saying there is no truth to such claims.
There is this, yet again, completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation. And I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has, on multiple occasions, in just the last 1.5 years, targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
This as the Saudi foreign minister spoke to his Indian and Pakistani counterparts, calling for de-escalation and an end to military confrontation between the two countries. The Saudi diplomat also affirmed Saudi Arabia's commitment to the security and stability of the region and its close and balanced relations with both friendly countries. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA, CDS, the chiefs of all three services in New Delhi. The Jammu and Kashmir government has announced an ex-gratia relief amount worth rupees 10 lakhs that will be granted to the families of deceased who were killed in the recent Pakistan shelling. In a post on the platform X, expressing grief towards the deceased, writing, quoting, deeply pained by the loss of innocent lives due to recent shelling from Pakistan, the government is taking every possible measure to minimize the hardship of the people. And earlier, India hit back hard at Pakistan after its drone attack bids across the western sector, carrying out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Refuting, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan. In a special briefing on Operation Sindur, the government said Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, a radar site at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted.
Calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunia were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasrur and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
India has said the Pakistan army has been observed to be moving its troops towards forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness, and all hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded to proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided the Pakistani side reciprocates. Under Operation Sindur, Indian armed forces carried out measured and precise strikes on 9 terrorist camps. Information now coming in suggesting that 5 top global terrorists were neutralized. Of the 9 sites targeted, 5 were in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2 sites each in Muzaffarabad and Kotli and 1 in Bhimber, 4 in Pakistan. All the terrorists belong to Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfits. Let's just look at the details of the terrorists provided by sources. Mudassar Khadian was affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and managed operations from Markaz Toiba in Muridke. The Pakistan army, in fact, gave him a state funeral with high-ranking military and police officials in attendance at the prayers conducted by the Jamaat-ud-Dawa chief, Hafiz Saeed. Hafiz Mohammad Jamil, linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, is the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He supervised operations at Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur and was known to be a key figure in youth radicalization and Jaish-e-Mohammed financial operations. Mohammad Yusuf Azhar was affiliated to Jaish-e-Mohammed and also linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar. He was responsible for the Jaish-e-Mohammed weapons training programs, and also a named suspect in the IC-814 aircraft hijacking. In fact, Khalid was affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He orchestrated multiple terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir and was involved in Afghan arms trafficking. Pakistan's senior military and civil administration officials reportedly attended his funeral in Faisalabad. Mohammad Hassan Khan is affiliated to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the son of Jaish-e-Mohammed's POK commander Mufti Asghar Khan. He was involved in planning terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. And Pakistan is spreading misinformation to try and mislead. Fake news, doctored videos, unverified social media claims, flooding online platforms, all aimed at spreading panic and confusion. A fake video also doing the rounds on social media that claims to show External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar apologizing. Nothing of that sort has happened. It's completely fake. Misinformation agents are trying to spread fake news about the capture of an Indian Air Force officer, squadron leader Shivani Singh. This claim has also been found to be absolutely baseless and fake. Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif making a big U-turn, denying reports of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling a meeting of the National Command Authority, which is responsible for Pakistan's nukes. However, there is nothing new about Islamabad's nuclear blackmail. Besides terrorism, the only other consistent thing in Pakistan's DNA, in a way, is its rhetoric about a nuclear war with India. And earlier this month itself, Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif had threatened the world of a nuclear war. In an interview with Pakistan-based Sama TV, Asif said, and I'm quoting, "If our very existence is threatened, God forbid it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does," quote unquote. At the United Nations, Pakistan's permanent representative repeated the same old nuclear rhetoric, calling Kashmir a nuclear flashpoint. Islamabad's representative suggested that India should not contemplate any retaliatory strikes as it would lead to a nuclear face-off. In April, Pakistan's railway minister also issued a stark threat to India. Abbasi said that Pakistan's missile arsenal, including Shaheen, Ghaznavi missiles, along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept only for India. And when India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan's former foreign minister, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, threatened that either water will flow in the Indus or the blood of Indians will. And in a dramatic U-turn, Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denying the nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India. This after Pakistan's military said that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. The NCA is the official body that takes a call on using nuclear weapons. And earlier, we spoke with Major General Neeraj Bali and Dr. Tara Karta, former director of National Security Council Secretariat, on Pakistan's nuclear threats and rhetoric. Listen to this.
You wouldn't have heard a single statement coming out of any Indian functionary about our nuclear capabilities. And today, this meeting of National Command Authority, which has been called by the Pakistani Prime Minister, I think at one level is messaging, one level is kind of a implied threat, which of course we will note, which is unfortunate because this is absolutely the worst time in the middle of escalation to provide yet another opportunity for miscalculation. So that is what is happening.
Precedented. What we've seen earlier is that they normally do all this nuclear saber rattling when they want a bailout, when someone to step in and stop this. You know, either the US, somebody will come and say, okay, now you have to scale it down. This time what they've got is actually an IMF loan from a body in which the largest shareholder is the US. So that for them is not either it is I don't know. It's a like I said, this is not something I've ever seen before. But this signaling that of their willingness to go into the nuclear option is extremely irresponsible. I mean, at this moment, in actual fact, what you're seeing is a series of drone attacks. Neither country has used its aircraft to go inside either territory. That is how it is now. Now, at this point, you want to bring out your nuclear weapons. It's quite unbelievable. I mean, how can you be so irresponsible? But this is a signaling. Let's see what happens next.
And as the tensions escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation shut down additional airports, according to the latest. All civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut down temporarily. The date of this temporary measure has been extended to May 15, and according to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15, 5:29 a.m. IST. Indian airports where the operations are suspended till May 15 include Ambala, Amritsar, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Leh, Ludhiana, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Shimla, Srinagar, among others. In fact, Delhi Airport also issued a travel advisory for its passengers due to the changing airspace conditions. Flight schedules are set to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. The airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from their respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Indian airlines like Air India and Indigo have also issued travel advisories and confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till May 15. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. Several border regions in India have issued advisories for citizens, which include blackout protocols. Pakistan, remember, fired drones for a second night into Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir that were neutralized by the Indian forces. In fact, Chandigarh issued an advisory for citizens, essentially a do's and don'ts. In case there are air raid sirens, citizens advised to stay indoors, not to be in balconies and take shelter in nearby buildings. Citizens have also been told to switch off lights, close the windows, draw curtains while making sure all automatic lights are also disconnected. In Panchkula, in Haryana, all shops, banks, restaurants, ATMs have been directed to switch off all external lights by 7 p.m. every day until further notice. The lights on the road will also remain off for this period. There will also be a complete blackout in Ambala in Haryana from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice, as directed by the district magistrate of Ambala. In Faridabad, citizens have been urged to prepare an emergency kit which has essentials like medicines, mobile phone, charger, flashlight. A blackout imposed as a precautionary measure in Gujarat villages bordering Santalpur Taluka in Patan district. Citizens were advised to stay away from rumours and also follow instructions issued by the administration. The district of South Goa also issued standard operating procedures for air raid alerts and blackout protocols. Private vehicles must be parked off-road with all lights off. Normal activities will only resume when the green signal is given through a 2-minute hooting siren. And in a series of candid admissions, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has inadvertently exposed the country's internal contradictions and its brazen stance on terrorism. His recent statements have not only contradicted the official narratives of the Pakistan military, but have also drawn international attention. In his latest brazen statement, while speaking to a Pakistan media network, the Defence Minister of Pakistan has said there is no option but a full-blown war with India. This despite India stressing that its military action has only been limited to Pakistan's terror infrastructure.
Are we staring at a full-blown war now, sir?
देखिए ये मेरा ख्याल है कि ये ऑप्शन जो है अब इसके अलावा अब कोई हमें अवेलेबल भी नहीं रही. We'll have to pay them back in the same coins.
Asif has exposed Pakistan's duplicity, leaving his own military scrambling for cover. First, Khwaja Asif torpedoed his own army's narrative in the parliament. While the Pakistan military claimed to have downed Indian drones, Asif bluntly admitted they had not intercepted any. Quoting, "We did not want to reveal our air defense locations," quote unquote. He said a confession that not only ridiculed the army's bravado, but also confirmed India's precision strikes had exposed and destroyed Pakistan's air defenses, including the prized military system in Lahore. In one stroke, Asif shredded the Pakistan Army's propaganda.
In the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar.
And then came another bombshell. Standing in the National Assembly, Asif declared madrasa students are the second line of defense. Quoting further, when the time comes, they will be used as needed, quote unquote. And with these words, he ripped away Pakistan's mask, confirming what the world has long suspected. Pakistan's so-called religious schools are a pipeline for terrorism, not education. This is not just a slip, it's an admission of the state's complicity in nurturing terror. Perhaps the most revealing was Asif's acknowledgement of Pakistan's historical support for terror groups. In an interview on the 25th of April, he admitted on live television that Pakistan had engaged in dirty work for Western powers, including the US and Britain, by supporting and funding terrorist organizations over several decades. Listen to this.
But you do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
And finally, when grilled about Lashkar-e-Toiba and its proxies, Asif insisted LET does not exist in Pakistan anymore. It's extinct. The world knows better. Asif's denial flies in the face of the images of state honors for the killed LET terrorists who were eliminated by India in its May 7 strikes on terror bases in Pakistan, including the LET's known headquarters at Muridke. The Indian Army received a fresh shipment of Russian-made Igla-S air defense missiles in the first week of May in the aftermath of the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, and they are now in the thick of action in India's border areas. The missiles arrived several weeks ago under an emergency procurement worth $30 million. They have been deployed to forward areas along the Western Front. Igla-S is a very short-range air defense system. It's a shoulder-fired, man-portable missile system with a 6-kilometer range and a ceiling of 3.5 kilometers. It uses infrared homing to track and destroy low-flying threats like drones, helicopters, fighter jets. The system comes with upgraded seekers and enhanced resistance to electronic countermeasures. The deployment comes amid a surge in drone activity across the border, including surveillance and strike attempts. To counter this, the Army has also rolled out the indigenous integrated drone detection. And in fact, alongside, India is fast-tracking the procurement of 48 more launchers and 90 additional missiles, while DRDO is advancing work on directed energy weapons to target larger aerial threats from lasers to shoulder-launched missiles. India's air defense grid is being reinforced like never before. And amid the India-Pakistan conflict, India's ambassador to Nepal called on Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and briefed him about the latest developments. According to the statement issued by Nepal Prime Minister's office, Ambassador Srivastava briefed Prime Minister Oli regarding the recent tensions and the scenario developed between India and Pakistan due to a terrorist attack at Pahalgam in India on April 22nd, quote unquote. Nepal urges restraint and reaffirms its stand against terrorism. The lawmakers have also called on the government to evacuate Nepalese students from Pakistan. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had extended heartfelt condolences to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and reaffirmed Nepal's solidarity with India in denouncing the attack. Meanwhile, the Nepalese officials reiterated that they have promptly and unequivocally condemned the brutal act. It further assured that Nepal would not allow any hostile elements to operate from its territory. The lawmakers also hoped for de-escalation, reaffirming commitment to regional peace and stability.
Amid the rising tensions between India and Pakistan, a human rights organization here in Kathmandu staged a protest in front of the Pakistan embassy. And that's exactly where I'm standing at the moment, where they condemned the terrorist attack that took place in Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people, including a Nepali national. Lawmakers, meanwhile, have continued to raise the concerns of the Nepalese nationals residing in India and Pakistan both. And one of the lawmakers has also said that and the 80 students in Pakistan have requested repatriation from the region as soon as possible. And meanwhile, the foreign ministry here in Nepal has issued a formal statement urging de-escalation and for the peace process to be initiated. Saloni Murarka for WION World is One in Kathmandu, Nepal.
And the lower house speaker Devraj Khemere called on the government to take necessary measures ensuring the security of Nepalese citizens residing in both countries and addressing potential issues that may arise. A human rights organization held a protest outside the Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu denouncing the recent attack in India and urging both countries to reject the path of conflict. The demonstrators called for an immediate reduction in tensions between the two neighbors. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. For now, we're taking a very short break. Stay with us.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called Yo1 Wellness Center. The Yo1 Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Empowering the tokenized revolution. Tune in to Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One with me, Diksha Bisla. And let's start this bulletin by quickly taking a look at the headlines. In a clear message addressed to Pakistan, Government of India sources say that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. In a dramatic U-turn, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif denies nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India. Now this after Pakistan's military said that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authority to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia, radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base also hit. India debunks Pakistani claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes. It rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana's Sirsa, Rajasthan's Suratgarh as completely false. At a joint press conference, India's defence forces have said that Pakistan is moving its troops to forward areas. India says armed forces are alert and ready. Indian Army releases video of fire assault on terrorist launchpads in Pakistan across the line of control, where terror attacks against India were planned and executed. Top 5 Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed in India's Operation Sindur against terrorist hubs in Pakistan's Murid-Ke and Bahawalpur, including 2 brother-in-laws of Jaish chief Masood Azhar. Pakistan fires a loitering munition. Bomb disposal squad of security forces defused the drone in a village near Jammu. Under Operation Sindur, Indian armed forces carried out measured and precise strikes on 9 terrorist camps. Information now coming out suggests that its top 5 global terrorists were neutralized in it. Of the 9 sites targeted, 5 were in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2 sites each in Muzaffarabad and Kotli, and 1 in Bhimber and 4 in Pakistan. Now, all the terrorists belonged to Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfits. Now, let us look at the details of the terrorists provided by the sources. Mudassar Khadian Khas was affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and managed operations from Markaz Taiba in Muridke. The Pakistani army gave him a state funeral with high-ranking military and police officials in attendance at the prayers conducted by Jamaat-ud-Dawa Chief Hafiz Saeed. Now, Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, is the brother-in-law of JEM chief Masood Azhar. He supervised operations at Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur and was known to be a key figure in youth radicalization and JEM financial operations. Next up, Mohammad Yusuf Azhar was affiliated to Jaish-e-Mohammed and was also linked to JEM chief Masood Azhar. He was responsible for the JEM weapons training program and also a named suspect in the IC-814 aircraft hijacking. Khalid was affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He orchestrated multiple terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir and was involved in Afghan arms trafficking. Pakistan's senior military and civil authorities have reported that he attended the funeral in Faisalabad. Muhammad Hassan Khan is affiliated to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the son of JEM's POK commander Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri. He was involved in planning terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. Now let's begin with the latest developments at this hour. The ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. Well, in a clear message addressed to Pakistan, India has warned that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded to accordingly. Now, India and Afghanistan have rejected Pakistan's claims of an Indian missile attack on Afghanistan, saying Afghans don't need to be reminded of Pakistan's terrorism. Afghanistan's defense ministry has also issued a statement saying that there is no truth to such claims.
There is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Well, this as the Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan spoke to his Indian and Pakistani counterparts, calling for de-escalation and an end to military confrontation between the two nations. Saudi diplomat also affirmed Saudi Arabia's commitment to the security and stability of the region and its close and balanced relations with both friendly countries. Jammu and Kashmir government has announced that an ex gratia relief amount worth rupees 10 lakh will be granted to the families of deceased who were killed in the recent Pakistan shelling. In a post on X, the Jammu and Kashmir CMO expressed grief towards the deceased and wrote, "Deeply pained by the loss of innocent lives due to recent shelling from Pakistan. My government is taking every possible measure to minimize the hardship of our people." Well, India said that Pakistan army has been observed to be moving its troops towards forward areas, indicating an offensive intent to further escalation. Indian armed forces remain in a state of high operational readiness, and all hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded to proportionately. Indian armed forces reiterated their commitment to non-escalation, provided the Pakistani side reciprocates. And joining me live on the broadcast from Jammu in India is Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. He's a defense expert. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast on WION World is One.
Thank you. Sir, in a strong and calculated response to Pakistan's attempted drone incursions across the western sector, India has carried out precision airstrikes targeting key Pakistani Air Force installations in Refuting, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Now, the Indian Armed Forces have successfully neutralized these threats, and though there are some limited damage to equipment and personnel, the message was loud and clear. So how do you see this shaping the immediate security calculus between the two countries?
Diksha, as the world knows that Pakistan is a rogue nation, and since its inception itself is had Kashmir as the obsession and use irregulars and terrorism as the state policy. And because of this asymmetry, because Pakistan does not have a strategic depth, small country, so therefore it came up with two tools. One was use of terrorism, and second was acquiring the nuclear capability. You remember Bhutto had said that the country, we will eat grass, but we will have the nuclear capability. I said all this because of the fact, since you asked me what is the situation. So I want to tell you that over the last 3 days, India, in the Op Sindur, we had launched these operations in a very, very responsible, measured and non-escalatory manner. We did not hit Pakistan. We hit the terrorists inside Pakistan. We also ensured that none of the civilians are affected by that, none of the military targets, conveying a message that our war is against terrorism and not against a country. But over the next 3 days, Pakistan responded back, I would say, irrationally and in an irresponsible manner, which resulted into the escalation. Still, you see, over the last 3 days, we have punished Pakistan in the manner wherein, again, we have kept in mind that there is no civilian infrastructure that we have stuck. We have degraded his military potential, the war waging capability. We have hit 8 of his bases. Out of 8, 6 have been almost made redundant. We have hit the Port Karachi. We have also degraded his air defense system to the extent that now the airspace in Pakistan is open for us. He tried to, over the 3 days, numerous, I would say, more than 1,000 drones, the Turkish drones and maybe the Chinese drones also, with the aircraft intrusions. Our air defense system has been so strong that we did not let anything enter. And our salute to the armed forces and our country's defense system. Otherwise, there would have been so much of damage. So, as of now, since you asked me, what is the situation? The situation is that we have degraded Pakistan, but in these 2-3 days, he has violated the ceasefire and has hit many of the places. Since I am talking to you from Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu, he has hit the border belt along the line of control, Punch, Rajouri, Nowshera, all these places, even Uri and Kupwara, that side, and the civilians have been targeted. They have targeted even the religious places. In Punch, they have targeted a Gurudwara. In Jammu, today morning, they have hit a temple. So, the entire country is up against arms, and they're saying that we need to take the revenge. And what is the catch here, that since you asked me? I related that part of the nuclear. Now, this nuclear bogey, which is being now propped up, you already said that the National Command Authority, there was a meeting which was actually called by the Prime Minister, but denied by the Defense Minister. So if that happens, so it is under this pretext only that Pakistan has been always trying to get away. And whether it was the 26/11, whether it was the parliament attack and this nuclear bogey. But we broke this bogey once the after Uri, the surgical strike took place, after Pulwama, the Balakot took place. But notwithstanding that, that was not a major thing. Pahalgam terror attack was one
Right,
which was
Mr. Clark.
twofold.
And General Sharma, I want to ask you that, at this point, many critics and close observers believe that Pakistan is rattling the nuclear saber just to stay in the spotlight and force a seat maybe at the diplomatic table. And essentially, it's angling for international intervention under the guise of peace. So in your opinion, is it safe to say that this is a calculated distraction, since we've seen this stale tactic play out multiple times in the past as well? Or is there a real risk of Pakistan backing its words with further escalatory action?
Well, you see, Pakistan economically is on its knees. Pakistan had yesterday the IMF not given the loan, which I, in my earnest, would feel that it was wrong to sanction this loan to Pakistan, that $9 billion of a loan, when the world knows, the World Bank knows, the IMF knows that they have been supporting terrorism. There are proof evidences for that. So what I said, that Pakistan is economically on knees, the population is against it, its own people, its own Western Front, the Baluchis are actually seeking independence. Pakhtunkhwa is getting against, POK is restless. They are also asking for separation from Pakistan. So Pakistan is in a turmoil at the brink of breaking. So therefore, it is to divert that attention, probably even Pahalgam terror attack was done. And now that Pakistan always tries to play up the nuclear bogey, this time it showed more of resilience. And now that we have, now this is the internal condition of Pakistan, and after degradation, I would say that Pakistan whole thing is free to us. And we can go anytime because his anti-aircraft system or anti-air defense system, everything is open. Now Pakistan is getting feared. It is feeling that in case there is a war, it will not be able to stand even 4 or 5 days of war. So it is playing out, like you rightly said, it is playing out to the world gallery that please, it is approaching all countries, please stop the war, please stop the war. And under that desperation, it has moved part of its forces to the border also, because it cannot take this war. If it happens, then, firstly, militarily it cannot support it more than 7 days. Secondly, the country will break because economically they will be in shambles. So I would say there is still a risk of a rogue nuclear kind of a thing, which we have to be very, very careful. But our country will only accept this. Pakistan started the war. We did not start the war. We will stop the war only on one condition, that Pakistan firstly returns to us all the perpetrators like Hafiz Saeed, Azad Masood, and all these people. Second is that it undertakes that it will shun terrorism and none such acts, because you rightly said that the government of India has said next time any of such kind of a Pahalgam or anything takes place, it will be act of war against us. And lastly, that POK has to be returned to us. We will not stop the war. We have the upper edge, and we do not want to do it. We don't want to make a mistake of 1971. 93,000 soldiers, POWs were returned without any fruit after having fought so bloody battles. So therefore, I would recommend, it is my personal thing, that we should not succumb to the world pressure. We are with the upper hand, and we must fight and get these things from Pakistan undertaking, and also with the intervention of the world community, then only it should stop. Otherwise, we must give him, if now he strikes us one, we must give it such a big punitive action. And nuclear bogey, what are these chaps talking of? After all, nuclear things have to be mated. We know where it is already. And no first use policy. No. That's no. We will strike when they're trying to mate or when they're trying to come out. So nuclear first, no first strike capability does not mean that. We will not let it come, and we will destroy them at the site or somewhere in Pakistan itself. So that's what my take is.
Right, sir. And, India is tirelessly continuing to thwart every offensive from Pakistan, be it air, land, or even the digital realm. Only this morning, during a press conference briefing, the India categorically rejected Pakistan's false narrative claiming the destruction of India's S-400 air defense system and airfields in Surat and Sirsa. And in a very pointed move, the rebuttal came with time and date stamped images, which were presented by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. And they debunked Pakistan's claims and exposed the scale of this misinformation drive. So according to you, how significant is this move by India to publicly dismantle Pakistan's disinformation campaign, especially at this juncture in the conflict?
Well, you see, Pakistan is such a state that it does something else and says something else. And this is the Pakistan's, I would say, state policy. In 47, 48, after the independence, they used the regular army and they said these were the freedom fighters or the Razakars. They, in 2611, they said we didn't have any hand in this. So, and they are very good at the information warfare, the cyber warfare, and this is what they were trying to achieve for their own population, also for the world community. It is very significant debunking Pakistan's claim with evidence and proof to everybody, to our country and to the world community, that Pakistan cannot get away with all these things by just fabricating stories. It cannot get away. So therefore, it is very important that because we have also told our media here that you have to be a responsible media. We have to be very cautious against any of these malicious kind of a propaganda which will affect the morale or what our stance has been. So since you asked me, it is very, very relevant, and I think this will give us a lot of dividends.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast on WION World is One and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you.
And several border regions in India have issued advisory for citizens, which include blackouts and protocols. Well, Pakistan fired drones for a second night into Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir that were neutralized by the Indian forces. The Union Territory of Chandigarh has issued an advisory for citizens, which is essentially a do's and don'ts in case there are air raid sirens. Citizens have been advised to stay indoors, not to be in balconies and take shelter in nearby buildings. Citizens have also been told to switch off lights, close the windows and draw curtains while making sure that all automatic lights are also disconnected. In the city of Panchkula in Haryana, all shops, banks, restaurants and ATMs have been directed to switch off all external lights by 7 p.m. every day until further notice. The lights on the roads will also remain off for this period. Now, there will also be a complete blackout in the city of Ambala in Haryana from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice, as directed by the District Magistrate of Ambala. In Faridabad, citizens have been urged to prepare an emergency kit which has essentials such as medicine, mobile phone, charger and a flashlight. A blackout has also been imposed as a precautionary measure in Gujarat villages bordering Santalpur Taluka in Patan district. Citizens advised to stay away from rumours and follow instructions issued by the administration. The district of South Goa has also issued standard operating procedures for air raid alerts and blackout protocols. Private vehicles must be parked off-road with all lights off. Normal activities will only resume when the green signal is given through a 2-minute hooting siren. As India and Pakistan face off in a series of candid admissions, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has inadvertently exposed the nation's internal contradictions and its brazen stance on terrorism. His recent statements have not only contradicted the official narratives of the Pakistani military, but have also drawn international attention. In his latest brazen statement while speaking to a Pakistani media network, the Pakistan Defence Minister has said that there's no option but a full-blown war with India. Now, this despite India stressing that its military action has only been limited to Pakistan's terror infrastructure.
Are we staring at a full-blown war now, sir?
देखिए, ये मेरा ख्याल है कि ये ऑप्शन जो है अब इसके अलावा अब कोई हमें अवेलेबल भी नहीं रही. We'll have to pay them back in the same coins.
Asif has exposed Pakistan's duplicity, leaving his own military screaming for cover. First, Asif torpedoes his own army's narrative in parliament, while the Pakistan military claimed to have downed Indian drones. Asif bluntly admitted that they hadn't intercepted any. Why? Well, we didn't want to reveal our air defense locations. That was the response. And he said a confession that not only ridiculed the army's bravado, but also confirmed India's precision strikes had exposed and destroyed Pakistan's air defenses, including the prized military system in Lahore. In one stroke, Asif has shredded the Pakistan army's entire propaganda.
In the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar.
Then came another bombshell standing in the National Assembly. Asif declared that madrasa students are our second line of defense. When the time comes, they will be used as needed. Now, with these words, he ripped away Pakistan's mask, confirming what the world has long suspected. Pakistan's so-called religious schools are a pipeline for terrorism and not education. But this is not just a slip, it's an admission of the state's complicity in nurturing terror. Perhaps the most revealing was Asif's acknowledgement of Pakistan's historical support for terrorist groups. In an interview on 25th of April, he admitted on live television that Pakistan had engaged in dirty work for Western powers, including the United States and Britain, by supporting and funding terrorist organizations over several decades.
But you do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
Finally, when grilled about Lashkar-e-Toiba and its proxies, Asif insisted that LET doesn't exist in Pakistan anymore. It is extinct. The world knows better. Well, Asif's denial flies in the face of the images of state honors for the killed LET terrorists who were eliminated by India in its May 7th strikes on the terror bases in Pakistan, including the LET's known headquarters at Murid Ke town in Pakistan's Punjab province. With that, it's time for us to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on the other side. You're watching WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yowon.com.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One with me, Diksha Bisla. And let's start with the headlines. In a clear message addressed to Pakistan, Indian government sources have said that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. Delhi airport authorities say that 30 domestic departures and 30 domestic arrivals were cancelled till 3 p.m. on Saturday. No international flights, arrival or departures have been impacted. In a dramatic U-turn, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has denied a nuclear body meeting amid the ongoing military conflict with India. Now this after Pakistan's military has said that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had called on the authorities to meet. India carries out precision airstrikes on Pakistan Air Force bases in Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala and Rahim Yar Khan. Pakistan's military installations at Sukur and Chunia radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot aviation base also hit. India debunks Pakistani claims of Indian Air Force bases being damaged in missile strikes. It rejects claims of damage to air stations at Haryana's Sirsa, Rajasthan's Suratgarh as completely false. And in breaking news coming in, red alert has been sounded in Gujarat's Jamnagar and Dwarka. Blackout has been declared in Jamnagar after drone sightings. A blackout will be in effect from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. 4 drones have been spotted in the district. Precautionary measures have been taken for security reasons. Now, the blackout and shutdown announced in Dwarka from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Gujarat administration imposes voluntary blackout amid security concerns. Once again, repeating for our viewers, red alert has been sounded in Gujarat's Jamnagar and Dwarka. Blackout has been declared in Jamnagar after drone sightings. Blackout will be in effect from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. 4 drones have been spotted in the district and precautionary measures have been taken for security reasons. The blackout and shutdown announced in Dwarka from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Gujarat administration has imposed these voluntary blackout amid security concerns. And in another major development, Russia has assured full support to India in its fight against all manifestations of terror. Union Minister of State for Defense Sanjay Seth has said that today, while leaving Moscow on his way to India, Sanjay Seth represented India at the 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. Minister Sanjay Seth has said, besides assuring full support to India in its fight against terrorism, Russia has promised to promptly fulfill military orders in the pipeline. The Indian minister called on Russian Deputy Defense Minister Colonel General Alexander Fomin to discuss deepening military and technical cooperation. He also said that the cooperation between Russia and India will continue to advance based on existing agreements. In news just coming in, Union Minister of State for Defense Sanjay Seth has said this today. While leaving Moscow on his way to India, he has said that Russia has assured full support to India in its fight against all manifestations of terror. Now, Sanjay Seth represented India at the 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. The minister has said that besides assuring full support to India in its fight against terrorism, Russia has promised to promptly fulfill military orders in the pipeline. Now, joining us on the broadcast is our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibal. Siddhant, what can you tell us about this developing situation and this major updates that's just come in?
Well, the big story right now is Donald Trump has said that India and Pakistan have agreed for a full and immediate ceasefire. This is the big story coming in. The U.S. president announcing it. We know that the Americans were playing an important role in terms of bringing the two countries together. Marco Rubio spoke to the U.S. He spoke to the Pakistani Army chief. The U.S. Secretary of State also spoke to the Indian External Affairs Minister. The Saudis are also trying, but it looks like it is confirmed that both sides have now agreed for a de-escalation. This is the big breaking news right now, which is breaking from India, Islamabad, and also from Washington as well.
Right, Siddhant, and this has come after days of aggression from both the sides, and even though India has responded in a very precise and measured way, the de-escalation would be a welcome response on both the sides. Help us understand the gravity and the intensity of this latest development as it's come from the United States.
Well, essentially, right now I'm just entering inside the Indian Foreign Ministry because there will be a briefing at 6 o'clock. But just before that, Donald Trump has announced this big development. This is clearly a positive development, given that for last 4 days there have been consecutive issues created, especially by Pakistan, in terms of the drone attacks into India, the missile attacks as well. But all in all, it looks like peace has finally prevailed.
Right. Thank you so much, Siddhant, for bringing us the latest. Of course, we'll get back to you when we have more about the press briefing that you've just mentioned is about to begin. Thank you so much for bringing us the report for now. And as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has shut down additional airports. Now, this according to the latest notion, all civil flights at 32 airports across northern and western India have been shut temporarily. Well, the date of the temporary measure has been extended to May 15th. According to the ministry, 32 airports will remain shut for all civil activity till May 15th, 5:29 a.m. IST. Indian airports where the operations are suspended till May 15 include Adhampur, Ambala, Amritsar, Avantipur, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Bikaner, Chandigarh, Halwara, Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Jamnagar, Jodhpur, Kandla, Kangra, Keshod, Kishangarh, Kullu Manali, Leh, Ludhiana, Mundra, Nalia, Pathankot, Patiala, Porbandar, Rajkot, Sarsawa, Shimla, Srinagar, Theos, and Uttarlai. Now, meanwhile, Delhi Airport has issued travel advisory for its passengers due to changing airspace conditions. Flight schedules are set to be affected and security checkpoint processing time will be longer. The airport authorities have also told passengers to stay updated with guidance from their respective airlines. Passengers should adhere to hand baggage and check-in luggage regulations, among others. Now, Indian airlines like Air India and Indigo too have issued travel advisory and confirmed widespread flight cancellations to several western and northern Indian cities till May 15th. Authorities continue to monitor the situation with further updates expected. In the midst of the rising hostilities between India and Pakistan, the G7 has urged both countries to de-escalate tensions and engage in direct dialogue. Now, in a statement, the group of 7 countries has urged for maximum restraint between both the countries. It has also called for both New Delhi and Islamabad to engage in diplomacy for a peaceful outcome. Meanwhile, the White House said that U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio is in constant touch with leaders in both New Delhi and Islamabad. It also added that U.S. President Donald Trump wants both countries to de-escalate the conflict. Trump has urged for both India and Pakistan to stop the war and added that the U.S. has had good relations with both the nuclear powers.
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
Furthermore, U.S. State Department has said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. He also called for the Pakistan Army Chief to de-escalate tensions. In Central America, Panama, which is a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement, the country's foreign ministry has urged both countries to prioritize diplomatic dialogue to avoid action that could escalate the conflict in the region. Similarly, the European Union has called the war between India and Pakistan as very concerning. Speaking at an informal meeting in Poland, the EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said that they are trying to mediate and simmer down the tensions. Now, France, on the other hand, has said that it is deeply concerned on the current situation between India and Pakistan. It has also called for de-escalation and protection of civilians. In addition, Russia has asked both India and Pakistan to show restraint, while Ukraine has called upon both parties to maintain composure and pursue meaningful diplomatic dialogue. Further, Belarus has called for sustainable peace in South Asia and settlement of disputes through consultation and negotiations. Additionally, Norway's foreign ministry has reiterated its condemnation of the Pahalgam terror attack while urging both parties to de-escalate the conflict. Meanwhile, Turkey, which has been backing Pakistan, has expressed its concern over the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. In a post on social media platform X, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has extended his condolences to the people and the state of Pakistan. Elsewhere, China has also been backing Pakistan and has called for de-escalation. In a statement, China's foreign ministry has urged India and Pakistan to give priority to peace and stability, remain calm and restrained. Now, in the midst of all this, Saudi Arabia said that its Minister for State of Foreign Affairs visited India and Pakistan in a move to de-escalate tensions between both the parties. Other countries like Brazil, Singapore, Sri Lanka and Nepal has called for both countries to show restraint and urged for a regional peace. And breaking news just coming in, US President Donald Trump claims immediate ceasefire in India-Pakistan conflict. In his Truth Social post, Trump has claimed, and I quote him, "After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter." However, India's statement is yet to come. And once again, for our viewers, the latest story that's just coming in, US President Donald Trump has claimed that immediate ceasefire in India and Pakistan conflict to take place. Now, in his latest Truth Social, Trump has claimed, and I'm quoting him here for our viewers, "After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter." However, India's statement is yet to come on this matter. And to get more on this, we're being joined by our Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibbal, live on the phone line. Siddhant, you've just mentioned to us that the briefing could bring in more updates, but for now, this is a major statement that is a welcome, it's a pleasant situation for both the countries. And how do we perceive this?
Well, a significant statement from Donald Trump. Of course, there is no comment on the Indian side, but that's perhaps because there is a briefing that's going to start in next 15 minutes, that is for sure. So we'll get to the more details on that, but right now the big breaking story is coming is that Donald Trump has announced this development. All in all, the focus of course is that how there can be less tension in the region. We're also waiting for more details coming in terms of how this entire development was achieved. We know that the U.S. Secretary of State had spoken to the Pakistani Army Chief earlier today. He had spoken to the Minister of Affairs as well. And the focus from the American side was for a long time that there should be a reduction. We saw the White House statement as well yesterday where the White House spokesperson said that the president would like to de-escalate. So all in all, the focus has been largely to de-escalate as early as possible. Now we are entering into the foreign ministry, so we will get to know the official Indian reaction very soon.
Right, Siddhant, this is a major development, and the peace which has been brokered by the United States, it's a pleasant surprise for both the countries. And while we're dealing with that, could you also tell us what this de-escalation could look like in the coming hours, and have there been any reactions that have come in from either side or the United States on this matter?
Well, Pakistan, of course, has reacted that there is going to be a de-escalation very soon. Largely, we know that the only India's statement is awaited, but this is something of a significant development, given the fact that India is able to achieve its objectives. India, of course, had made the strike in Pakistan against the terror camp, and since then India has been saying that it wants to de-escalate. It was Pakistan that was indulging in the escalation of the situation.
Right, and Siddhant, we understand that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also commented on this situation. Can you just briefly take us through that as well?
Well, yes, the U.S. Secretary of State has also confirmed that the development. So we will get to know more reaction as the day progresses. In the short it's not a foreign ministry is going to react. So we're just going in the briefing room right now.
Right, this is a major development. We're seeing that the US President Donald Trump has claimed immediate ceasefire in the India-Pakistan conflict. In his Truth Social post, Trump has claimed, and we're quoting him here, that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both the countries for using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is what the President of the United States had to say. This is, of course, a major development, as we've seen that both the sides have been engaged in an aggressive combat given the last few days after the Pahalgam terror attack, which happened on 22nd of April. Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said that over the past 48 hours, Vice President Vance and he have engaged in talks with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, along with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. Well, this is the latest development, and the US President Donald Trump has claimed an immediate ceasefire in India and Pakistan conflict through a Truth Social post. And breaking news coming in, Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has said, and I'm quoting him here, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Once again, for our viewers, Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has said, and we're quoting him here, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, this tweet has come after we've heard from the US President Donald Trump, who has said that a ceasefire has been imposed with immediate effect between India and Pakistan after the conflict, which is going on for days now. In news that's just coming in, we've also heard from the other side. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has said that Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. And this has come after US President Donald Trump has claimed immediate ceasefire in India and Pakistan conflict. He has said in his Truth Social post, where Trump has claimed, and we're quoting him here, that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both the countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, we've also heard reactions coming in from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, along with comments coming from the Pakistani side, where we heard from Ishaq Dar, who has said that they welcomed the peace brokered by the United States. And to go over the comment which has come from the Pakistani side, Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has said that Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. While we heard from the United States, we've heard from US President Donald Trump, along with reactions from Marco Rubio, and now from the Pakistani side. We are yet to hear from the Indian side.
Right, Diksha, this of course is a big moment because no one was expecting that there would of course be a ceasefire in this manner. But Donald Trump, out of the blue, because remember the messaging that was coming in from the Americans was actually fairly mixed. Just day before yesterday, J.D. Vance, he had said that the India-Pakistan conflict is none of the American business. And what we are looking at is very different and pretty stark from what was being said by the earlier American leaders. Now, Donald Trump putting out that tweet stating that both nations have agreed for a ceasefire. And this is also interesting because the Pakistanis, remember, till yesterday, the Khwaja Hafez, the defense minister of Pakistan, he had said that Pakistan has no other option apart from going in for an all-out war with India. But what we are looking at, the Pakistani Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, he has now said that Pakistan and India have mutually agreed for a ceasefire starting at 4:30 p.m. local time. And
right, Mr. Saleh. And we have seen very mixed reactions coming in from the United States, where we heard from the US President that it will mediate a peace efforts between India and Pakistan. But then we heard from Vice President J.D. Vance, who has said that the conflict is none of United States concerns. And then we went on to Marco Rubio, who has again reiterated the US efforts to broker a peace. And now with the latest statement that's come in from the United States President Donald Trump, that a peace has been brokered and is going to be in effect immediately. It is a major development.
Right. You know, but we have to still wait and watch as to what the Indian response to this, because there cannot be ceasefire only from one end. The Pakistanis now seem to be on board with this American idea that there will be a ceasefire. They're saying that Pakistan was just only responding, but now we need to wait and watch as to what the Indian side has to say. And also, Marco Rubio has also put out a tweet, and this is interesting. He claims in his tweet that over the past 48 hours, the Vice President and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Shehbaz Sharif, the External Affairs Minister Subramaniam, and the Pakistani External Affairs Minister as well. And this is what Marco Rubio is putting out in his tweet, where he says, I'm pleased to announce that the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral side. But considering what was happening in the last 48 hours, you know, not many people expected that there would be a ceasefire. We were seeing the two nations go up the escalatory ladder, and this is pretty interesting that the American side, and this is coming firstly from the American side, not from the Indian side yet. We need to wait and watch as to what the Indians, of course, have to say for
and
this.
We're also hearing more from the Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, where he said that Pakistan and India have mutually agreed for a ceasefire starting 4:30 p.m.
Right.
And we only retaliated, but war is no solution, and we will respond if challenged.
Absolutely, indeed. And joining us on the broadcast, we've got Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, who's a former Indian diplomat and distinguished fellow at VIF. Ambassador Trigunayat, your first reaction, sir, on this tweet that's been put out by Donald Trump, where he said that the United States has been talking to the two nations and India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire.
Well, I think it's a welcome move, and India has, from the very beginning, after retaliating against that horrible and heinous attacks of April 22nd, had very clearly told that after attacking these 9 terror hideouts, we did not want any further escalation. But Pakistan chose a very different path, and they continued to retaliate and create more and more problem and destabilization instead of taking any action against the terrorists or terror. So therefore, India was not interested in taking the war to the next level. But it happened, and we had to retaliate all along. And so this has been our stand from the very beginning. At the same time, I think that the root cause of terrorism needs to be addressed.
To this understanding, the Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right, so this of course is the big development of the hour. India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. This is what the American President Donald Trump has said, that there is going to be a full and an immediate ceasefire starting 4:30 p.m. local time, India and Pakistan. Now, it remains to be seen as to what really is the fine print of this. Now, let's make it, if you're just joining us, this is a big development that has just come in, where the American side seems to have mediated. The American president reportedly he's of course put out this tweet, and Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance reportedly were in conversation with the Indian leadership and the Pakistani leadership, and it now remains to be seen as to what exactly happened here, because looking at what was happening in the last 48 hours, it did appear that this war was quite clearly on an escalatory ladder, but now we need to see as to how things play out on the ground. Ishaq Dar has changed his tune. Pakistan has now changed his tune. Till yesterday, the Pakistani defense minister had been stating that an all-out war is the only option that the Pakistanis have. But Ishaq Dar, their foreign minister, is now stating that Pakistan does not want...
Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right, so this is caused the big announcement there. Vikram Misri stating that from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time, in the aftermath of the conversation that was had with the American officials, India and Pakistan have agreed for a ceasefire. And this is big development where the fighting, one assumes, has now come to an end. At 1700 hours, that's roughly about an hour ago, the war that had in fact been escalating, the conflict that had been escalating, there is a ceasefire at this moment that has been agreed upon both by India and Pakistan. We were waiting for that confirmation from the Indian side, and this is the big confirmation. Vikram Misri stating quite clearly that there was a call at 3:58 with the American officials, and it was agreed upon that both India and Pakistan will stop firing. This is something that's come straight out of the blue, because the American position had been fairly ambivalent. The American vice president had said that the India-Pakistan conflict is none of the American business. And now what we are seeing is that this is an American-mediated ceasefire. The Americans seem to have leaned on the Pakistanis and have made the Pakistanis see some sense in the clear escalation that the Pakistanis had been resorting to. The tune that's also coming in from Pakistan is very different. Yesterday evening, we heard from the Pakistani Defense Minister Khwaja Asif, who insisted that it is only an all-out war that will now probably be the only way that Pakistan will now take this forward. But Ishaq Dar, the foreign minister of Pakistan, he has now put out a tweet stating that Pakistan does not want a war and that it was only retaliating. And now what we have is a ceasefire that has been come into effect. But we need to see as to how long this ceasefire, of course, will last. Will Pakistan again try violate the ceasefire? What are the modalities? What are the clauses? The fine print of this agreement is yet to come. But this, of course, is the big breaking development of the moment. India and Pakistan, through American mediation, have agreed to a ceasefire. The ceasefire has come into effect at 1700 hours. That is 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And it is 1800 hours now. So the ceasefire is now in its very first hour, and it has held on for so far. Now, this is a big breaking development. I'll be joined by my colleague Siddhant Sibal in just a bit, who was, of course, there at the presser, and he'll be getting us more details on this. We'll also be getting you some expert opinion on what would have made the Pakistanis see some sense. And let's first listen in again to Vikram Misri. They're announcing that India and Pakistan have both agreed to a ceasefire.
Military operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right, so India and Pakistan have agreed to stop all military action from land, air and sea. And this has come after a long night of talks, is what is being said about. Remember, the tweet by Donald Trump is what has, of course, brought this as a complete bit of a surprise, because no one was expecting that there would be a ceasefire this evening. But what we are now looking at is a situation where the Americans seem to have leaned in on the Pakistanis. A lot of people were even questioning the kind of leverage that the Americans perhaps may have on the Pakistanis, because remember, Pakistan has been slowly but steadily moving away from the American weapons and military hardware. It is using more and more of the Chinese military hardware, which is what it had been using in this war so far. And the fact that the Pakistanis have now agreed for a ceasefire is very interesting. The circumstances and also what has in fact gone behind the scenes in these negotiations is also going to be very, very interesting. The American position earlier had been very ambivalent. The Americans had been saying that this war is none of their business, because in the past, the Americans have used the leverage that they've had on the Pakistanis in terms of the military aid that they send the Pakistanis, in terms of the financial aid that the Americans have backed the Pakistanis with, which is what had made Islamabad be more pliable to American talk and negotiations. And this time round, it is the Americans who seem to have leaned on the Pakistanis to make them see some sense. What was sparked off by that unfortunate and that bizarre statement by General Asim Munir of bringing back the idea of that, the debunked idea and flawed idea of a two-nation theory, which then a week later we witnessed the Pahalgam terror attack, and from then on this conflict had been steadily escalating towards a full-blown war. But what we are now witnessing is a ceasefire, which both India and Pakistan have agreed upon. And the ceasefire has been in effect since 1700 hours local time. So India has agreed to a ceasefire. And we are also told that the Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif will be addressing the nation pretty shortly. And India has decided that any future act of terror will, of course, be treated as an act of war. And these are some of the issues that we'll, of course, be talking about, because this is pretty big. India has decided that any future act of war will be considered and will be seen as tantamount to an act of war. And Ambassador Anil Trigunath is back with us. Ambassador, we were just speaking to you a little while back before we heard that statement by Vikram Misri, the Indian Foreign Secretary there. India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. And what, in your assessment, has resulted in this? What do you think has been said to the Pakistanis that has made to see the Pakistanis some sense?
We had taken out 9 of these hideouts, but in that India had very clearly said we did not want any escalation further, and from our side it was done. But the Pakistan chose a very different path. It retaliated. It wanted to also further enhance the intensity of the warfare, which has been seen in the last 3-4 days. But they have been totally annihilated as far as the reports are there. So I think that there was, at the same time, of course, India did not want a war. We don't want a war. And the Americans and the whole world has been asking for de-escalation. As you have seen this morning, there was also a statement from the G7. Then President Trump initially, in my view, what he said was that I know they've been fighting and it's up to them and all. I think that was also, in my view, was their way of telling us that if you want to sort out the terrorists, you can do that. I mean, then they know India's reservations and concerns insofar as terrorism is concerned, and we believe in the zero terror policy. And so hopefully with this ceasefire, which has actually been prevailing since 2021, I mean, in fact, you'll see that under the same 2003 agreement, we have been having ceasefire, and that's why the talks were held between the DGMOs. And the Pakistani DGMO called when Marco Rubio spoke to General Asim Munir. And Asim Munir, who has been instrumental in this whole thing in the first place, and he's the only person who could have called for truce from their side. And so I'm happy that this has been done. But at that same time, it is extremely important for us to remain watchful, because the root cause of this ceasefire, whatever it is there, root cause of this issue is still very much there. How Pakistan is going to behave and take action against the terror groups. They have agreed in Lahore Declaration, they have agreed in different agreements that they will not allow their territory to be used against India. But their cross-border terrorism policy has continued unabated for a long time. So I think during the discussions that will be held going forward, this will have to be watched. And if the Americans can guarantee that, I doubt very much so, but if they can guarantee it, then nothing like it. I mean, everybody wants peace, and more than anybody else, India wants peace.
Indeed, India, of course, wants peace, and the only reason why India retaliated to these Pakistanis' acts of aggression is because of these gruesome acts of terror that are backed from the forces on the other sides of the border. And Ambassador, I want you to weigh in on this very interesting, this very interesting principle that's now been put forth, where the government of India has now said, this is according to sources, that any future act of terror backed by the Pakistanis perpetrated on Indian soil will be seen as an act of war. What's your assessment of this?
I think that, you have to sort out the terrorists. I mean, Pakistan itself claims that it's suffering from it. But as you know, the story of Basmasur, I mean, if they are getting paid by the same terrorists that they have nurtured, it is their problem. But at the same time, they've been using these terrorists against India and against Afghanistan in the past, and it's been known to everybody in the world. And the United States of all the countries has been in the know of things. So what India is saying is that for us, that once again, if there are terror attacks like these, I mean, that will be just without any warning or anything, you can have this war. Right now, none of the sides has so far declared war openly, even though there have been fighting going on the border, and cross-shelling and attacks have been going on, neutralizing Pakistani assets and all that. That's been our strategy so far. But it's been retaliatory in that sense. And both sides have been claiming that they retaliated against the other. But therefore, then we can have a unilateral action going forward if that be the case. Hopefully not. Let Pakistan have some sense.
Indeed, that of course is true. Now, the fact that, the government of India sources put out that India has decided that any future act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Do you think this will now deter the Pakistanis from backing their terror factories, from staging attacks on India? And the fact that the Pakistanis have agreed to a ceasefire, one assumes, on the basis of this condition that I'm pretty sure would have been made known to the Pakistanis. Do you think the Pakistani deep state will now change its tune?
And the proof of pudding will be in eating. So we'll have to wait and watch and see how they behave eventually. Personally, I don't have great faith in it.
And also, considering as to how the Pakistanis were talking till yesterday, Khwaja Asif, the defense minister, had been saying that this is the only option that the Pakistanis have, an all-out war. But what Ishaq Dar, the foreign minister, has been saying today is very different, where he said that Pakistan and India have mutually agreed for a ceasefire starting at 4:30 p.m. We only retaliated. Ishaq Dar says that he only retaliated. War is no solution, but we will respond if challenged. The fact that the Pakistani foreign minister is now saying that war is no solution and we only retaliated, what do you think has changed? I mean, what has made the Pakistanis see some sense?
In my view, the Pakistani has seen how India has responded, how there has been a global condemnation of terrorism in that sense in which Pakistan were directly or indirectly associated, even by their friends. So they are not getting much of a support from many countries in that sense. That's number one. The economy cannot sustain it. They have seen how India played out at the IMF also, even though we abstained. But at the same time, they do understand that India's heft and righteous cause, frankly. Pakistan itself claims all the time, whenever we say that you are indulging in terrorism, then they'll go out to the world crying that we are suffering from terrorism. Now, who has created that? I mean, that is something that is there. So that was just a statement. Although, if you remember, that Khwaja Asif also himself had once or twice said that, we are willing to go back if India is going to go back. So there have been signals coming in. But this afternoon when the talks with the DGMOs, and I think that the decider in this whole thing was Asim Munir, who basically was talked to by Rubio. And then he must have pressured him or whatever, or he realized his limitations that he can't go beyond. Instead of a complete military defeat, it is better to go in for a ceasefire, or not a new ceasefire, rather a ceasefire that has been existing to reinforce that. And new terms and conditions must be agreed by both sides. Pakistan once again will tell us that, okay, we will not allow anything from our territory, and they'll have this kind of proxies continue to work. So we'll have to see how they really go forward. I mean, personally, having observed them for the last four decades, I don't have a great faith. But at the same time, let's see if they can change their behavior.
That's an interesting comment that you made. Now, Pakistan tries to play good cop, bad cop. The civilian establishment says one thing. The defense establishment says completely another. The fact that this ceasefire has now been announced, do you think the military establishment in Pakistan is on board for the ceasefire?
Yes, it is done by them only. You see, in Pakistan, there is no political establishment. That's a mirage. It does not exist. There may be a prime minister, there may be a president, there may be anybody or whatever institutions, but they all work at the behest of the army. Army is the establishment there. So if the army general has agreed, who is also having a problem against him because his own colleagues are not happy with him, the country was not happy with them. So I think that he has to first sort out his domestic situation as well. And they always try to create this bogey of India and just to generate the public opinion. And he has seen what has happened, how India retaliated and how India reacted, and how the world is looking at it and today. So that shows also that India's heft is very different. And I must tell you that for quite some time now, India has stopped considering Pakistan as a very major factor, in its foreign policy calculations.
Absolutely.
But as long as they don't...
You to stay on with us. We've just got the reaction of the Foreign Minister, S. Jaishankar, who said that India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and an uncompromising stance against terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. This, of course, is the tweet that's been put out by S. Jaishankar, who said that India and Pakistan have worked out an understanding of the stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and an uncompromising stance against terror in all of its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. In your assessment, the fact that India had been, for over the many years, had been saying that, look, there are these terror factories and terror outfits that Pakistani deep state and the Pakistani military has very actively cultivated and has used against India. Are we now changing the terms of engagement? The cost of backing these terror outfits is now going to be much more because, that seems to have been the very premise on the basis of which this ceasefire seems to be announced.
Stance remains steady, and there has been no change in that. I mean, frankly, we have said that any peace is predicated on the basis that Pakistan desists from cross-border terrorism against India. I mean, that has been the only thing. Our problem with Pakistan is only their indulgence in cross-border terrorism. We have no other problem with Pakistan. Even on the issue of Kashmir, India had agreed to discuss it at the foreign secretary level. But it is Pakistan which always goes back because their justification or existence of their politico-military system depends on enmity with India. I mean, that's true. So what can you do about it? I mean, so they have to learn to behave this time. This is hopefully these 3 or 4 days of skirmishes that have taken place across the border have shown them that India's potential is far greater than what they anticipated. Our response is going to be stern.
Indeed, Ambassador, do continue to stay on with us. Meanwhile, my colleague Molly Gambhir is, of course, joining us from the newsroom. Molly, this is huge. This was unexpected. The Pakistanis have now agreed to a ceasefire. We also just saw the tweet that was put out by the Indian Foreign Minister, where he said the issue of terror is what is at the heart of all of this. India's actions, Operation Sindur, and subsequently were all to ensure that Pakistan does not play with its usual playbook of terror. Has Pakistan learned its lesson?
Right, Salin, let's just contextualize for our viewers the developments that have been trickling in over the last half hour or so. Very significant development, breakthrough. Remember, it all started with US President Donald Trump putting out that tweet, putting out that post, in fact, talking about the kind of negotiations that took place all through the night between India and Pakistan. And now we have the confirmation coming in from the Indian side about that ceasefire as well. But it's also important to remind our viewers about the statement that was given out by India just before we saw that statement from the Foreign Secretary of India categorically saying that any future act of terror will be taken as an act of war. So that again was a strong message given out by India before we saw the statement coming in from the Indian Foreign Secretary talking about how the two sides have agreed to stop firing and the ceasefire that has been announced between India and Pakistan. This of course comes right at a point where we were seeing Pakistan continuing with its escalatory moves, and India had said earlier on as well and maintained its stance that it was not interested in an escalation. Let's also lay out for our viewers that the fact that the Pahalgam terror attack resulted in India's strong response and retaliation, a very measured response to Operation Sindur, which continued. And now we're seeing a point where it's culminated in the form of this ceasefire after US President Donald Trump declared that there were these talks that took place all through the night.
Absolutely, indeed, Molly. This is huge. This is pretty big because this has come out of the blue. This has come at a time when there was a clear going up the escalatory ladder that we were witnessing between India and Pakistan, and the fact that the two sides have now agreed upon a ceasefire. And just an hour before that, there were reports that came through from Government of India's sources that this of course is crucial, which said that any act of terror will be seen tantamount as an act of war. And now the two sides announcing the ceasefire agreement pretty much almost simultaneously. The Pakistani side did it first, and then there was, of course, this tweet by the American President Donald Trump. So the American mediation is pretty clear, and now there is this confirmation that's been put out by the Indian side as well. So we have on our screens this tweet by Dr. S. Jaishankar, where he makes it abundantly clear. The issue that India and Pakistan do not agree upon is this use of terror by the Pakistani deep state repeatedly over and over again. This is what Pakistan has been doing for the last several decades. It also has this very fancy term for it, this war by 1,000 cuts, to bleed India by 1,000 cuts and to wear India down. this is not going to happen, and this is not going to be acceptable to the Indian nation, which is why the Indian nation has been retaliating and retaliating hard, which is what we've witnessed over the course of the last few days. The two nations stood effectively on the brink of war, or should we say there was unofficially an unannounced war that the two nations were in fact engaged in. S. Jaishankar saying that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. The truce was announced after 4 days of a conflict that was just going up the escalatory ladder. The Pakistani DGMO spoke for the Indian DGMO at about 3:35 p.m. and at 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That is when the ceasefire, of course, came into effect. And my colleague Siddhant Sibal is joining us with more updates on this. Siddhant, this is a ceasefire that's come straight out of the blue. Pakistan seems to be talking a completely different tune. What has changed here? What are the behind the scenes negotiations that have taken place? How is it that this ceasefire has been reached in this pretty dramatic manner?
Well, this is something very significant. We know that the situation was very bad. We know how India was able to thwart Pakistani attempts to create crisis. Pakistan indulged in every kind of propaganda. And now India has been able to not only thwart it, but send a clear message. India has put a deterrence in terms of the next terror attack. The Indian side has made it clear that next terror attack will be seen as an act of war, and this is something that is a clear message from New Delhi to Pakistan. So all in all, both sides are in touch. DGMO talks were happening, and they will again happen on Monday. So in that DGMO talks, we could see more engagement between the two sides.
Indeed, the DGMO talks will, of course, happen. Do continue to stay on with this, Siddhant. Molly, if I can bring you in here, this is very, very interesting. The American position was pretty ambivalent. Earlier, J.D. Vance had said that this conflict is none of the American business and the Americans will choose to stay out of it. But what we are witnessing, Marco Rubio's tweet makes it abundantly clear that the Americans were talking both to the Pakistanis and to the Indians, and the Americans seem to have succeeded in leaning in and using their leverage to make Pakistan see some sense. What do you make of this American position where America seems to be an active mediator in bringing about the ceasefire?
Right, Saleh, important to also contextualize for our viewers the kind of statements that have been coming in from the United States vis-a-vis the India-Pakistan conflict and the spiraling tensions we saw Marco Rubio earlier talking about and putting out that statement. We knew about the conversations that were taking place, that he was having with the Indian side and with the Pakistani side. But very important to underline the message that had come in earlier from Marco Rubio to Pakistan, where he said that Pakistan must stop the support to cross-border terror, must stop supporting terror. And that was a very categorical statement coming in. So while there were attempts from the US side, from Marco Rubio, to try and de-escalate the tensions, there were conversations taking place on part of the United States with both India and Pakistan. But the message from America was absolutely clear when it comes to terror. And Saleh, the point is that this is something that India has also maintained all throughout. It has zero tolerance on terror. We saw that position being reiterated through government sources as well, where we talked about how India has once again very strongly maintained that it has zero tolerance on terror and any act of terror will be taken as an act of war. So we have to also talk about the fact that the US, in its conversations with Pakistan in the run-up to the announcement of the ceasefire, in public domain had also talked about how Pakistan must stop its support to terror. So of course we can go back to the entire period where we've seen the American intervention, we've seen the kind of relationship that the US has had with with Pakistan as well. But at this point, I think it's important to underline that this is a breakthrough that's come in. We do know that there were those conversations that took place through the night, as Trump pointed out in that post as well. We do know that there were attempts being made all through from the United States side. And now that we have that confirmation of the ceasefire coming in, of course, it's coming at a crucial time, like we just mentioned, at a time when we were looking at both sides making it absolutely clear. India, of course, had made it clear that any escalation will be responded to in a befitting manner.
Absolutely, indeed, Molly. That, of course, seems to be the crux of this understanding that India has made it clear that an act of terror perpetrated in India by Pakistan will be seen as an act of war. And my colleague Idris Lone is, of course, joining us from Srinagar. He'd been getting us all the updates all through the last few days when the ceasefire violations had been happening from Pakistan, when there was intense shelling. Idris Lone, good evening to you. Tell us, what is the mood at this moment in the Kashmir Valley? What's happening there, considering that there is a ceasefire that has now come into effect, that's been mediated by the Americans and has been announced both by India and by Pakistan?
Well, absolutely, Saleh. There is a relief in the air. We can see people finally coming out of their houses. There's traffic back on the road and people are basically happy all over Jammu and Kashmir. I can tell you that, especially the ones who live close to the line of control and international border. The last 15 days have been extremely difficult for the people living close to the line of control, and also not only line of control but the hinterland as well, because we've seen in the last 48 hours there have been so many blast sounds that the people have heard, and after that there has been so much of panic in the air. But finally, after people heard the news of ceasefire, we can see everyone is cheering up and everyone is basically, there's a sigh of relief that everyone is feeling across Jammu and Kashmir at the moment. From the last 2 days, I can tell you that I did not see traffic on the roads. There were hardly any vehicular movement in Srinagar, but right now people in huge numbers have started coming out, and I can see that everybody is finally smiling, because it has been extremely difficult to at least 48 hours when everybody, not only people living close to the line of control and international border, were going through a lot of panic, but also the people living in the cities like Jammu and Srinagar. We did see Jammu coming under attack of the drone attack, and there was a panic after that and people were hardly coming out. Same is the case with Srinagar as well. People did not come out for so long now, and there were schools, institutions, everything was closed, everything was shut, and people were indoors. That was also the advisory that was given by the Jammu and Kashmir government in all the districts. But at the moment, Saleh, I can see that people are relieved that finally there has been ceasefire between the two countries, and finally people out on the streets.
Absolutely, indeed. It is the people along the line of control have borne the brunt of this war. But the fact of the matter is, this war was steadily and quite clearly escalating. And what was happening in the last 72 odd hours had been clearly pointing out that this could possibly get out of hand. But Pakistan seems to have seen some sense. Ishaqdar's statement there stating that Pakistan does not want war is a pretty interesting one. Molly Gambhir, let me bring you in on this. The manner in which the Pakistanis have changed their position. Earlier, the Pakistani position was very different. Khwaja Asif had stated that an all-out war is the only option that the Pakistanis have going forward. But within 24 hours, that position has changed. What do you think has actually happened? How much of India's, hard military response to the Pakistani provocations has played a role? And how much have the Americans been able to lean in on the Pakistanis?
Before I get to that, Saleh, we of course have been outlining for our viewers the kind of statements that have been coming in from Pakistan all throughout in the run-up to this point. We also have been talking about the kind of nuclear rhetoric that's been coming in, and we saw Khwaja Asif also admitting on live television about the kind of support that Pakistan has been giving, supporting, training, funding terrorist groups. So that of course has been a major inflection point as far as this entire conflict goes, because we had that big admission coming in from Pakistan itself, something that the world had known. But the issue of terrorism that India has absolutely maintained a strong stance on. We've seen that reflecting also in the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar's statement that came in just a short while back, talking about India's stance on terrorism and reiterating the same. But at the same time, we've seen how Pakistan all throughout after the Pahalgam terror attack India gave Pakistan a strong message. India also carried out the Operation Sindur precision strikes on terror hubs in Pakistan. But the way things panned out post that and the kind of statements we saw coming in from Pakistan, they were hinting at escalation. And the nuclear rhetoric, remember, was also slammed at the UNSC closed-door meeting. So that again was a snub for Pakistan in a way that it was trying to drum up support but got a major setback in return. Now, it's reached a point where Pakistan, of course, had seen the kind of retaliation and the kind of response that India was giving. So that's the context and that's the background to which we're seeing things culminating at this point. We're seeing the ceasefire announcement coming in with all of that in the background. So it's very interesting, the kind of messaging that's been coming in from Pakistan all throughout, the kind of moves that it has made. And now India making its stance absolutely clear about terrorism and reiterating what this entire Operation Sindur, remember, has been about. It's been a fight against terrorism, and that message comes out once again very clearly on part of New Delhi.
And things, of course, had been on the edge in the course of the last 4 odd days, and now there is some breaking news that's in fact just come in, where Pakistan has reopened all airspace for all sorts of traffic activity effective immediately. This of course is what the Pakistani Aviation Authority has said. This is the breaking bit of news update that has just come in, where the Pakistanis have now reopened all airspace for all sorts of traffic effective immediately. So it remains to be seen as to how this, of course, plays out. The fact that Pakistan is now slipping back to a sense of normalcy so pretty quickly in the aftermath of the announcement of the ceasefire, one expects that the Pakistanis were expecting it. There were talks and negotiations that were happening all through the last night. This is what Marco Rubio has said. And the Indian side has now made it clear that this conflict was essentially about terror. The rules of engagement have now been changed. An act of terror by Pakistan and India will be taken as tantamount to an act of war. And the Pakistanis have now reopened their airspace for all sorts of traffic. This is pretty interesting in terms of how things have been progressing here. And my colleague Idris Lone is still with us from Srinagar. Idris, if I can bring you in here, the fact that, the Pakistanis have agreed to a ceasefire in this pretty dramatic manner, and the fact that there is now this moment, the guns have fallen silent at the border. One assumes that people along the line of control would have, of course, heaved a sigh of relief, because what had happened in the course of the last 4 odd days was almost in many ways unprecedented. We seem to have lost my colleague Idris Lone. We'll try and get him back online. But remember the scenes that we witnessed, these saturation drone attacks that Pakistan had resorted to, resulting in complete blackouts. The last time there were complete blackouts that we had witnessed was way back in 1971. That's almost 54 years ago. Not in the last 5 decades had India witnessed the kind of blackouts that we witnessed. During the Kargil war, that had been a limited conflict. But the manner...
This press briefing on Operation Sindur and related developments, we have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects
as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका यह भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डंप्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूंगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17, it was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that the Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad, and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistic installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was the press briefing there, busting some of the misinformation that had been spread via social media handles about what was happening in the course of this war. And there, the Indian side now making it abundantly clear that a lot of the misinformation that had been peddled by the Pakistani handles simply did not happen. There were many issues that were, of course, highlighted and brought forth, because in the fog of war, remember, information too is something that is put out, which is done for what are known as psyops, and this is something that the Pakistani side had been resorting to. A number of different things had been said, and each of those has now been busted in that press briefing that we just heard there, stating that S-400 air defense system had been destroyed by a JF-17. This is what the Pakistanis have been peddling since morning, but that has been categorically said to be false, and a number of other issues were also raised that have all been completely debunked as propaganda that had been peddled in the aftermath of what had been happening since yesterday night. And ceasefire has come into effect between India and Pakistan at 1700 hours Indian Standard Time. It was mediated by the Americans. And to help us make sense of what's in fact been transpiring here, we are joined by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, who's an Indian diplomat. Prabhu Dayal had in fact been a part of the Indian Foreign Service. He joined in 1976 and had served in a number of high-ranking positions, including as the Ambassador of Morocco and Ambassador of Kuwait, and he was also the Consul General in Dubai. Ambassador Dayal, this is a big moment. Now, India and Pakistan, who seem to be, on an escalatory ladder leading to an all-out war, have out of the blue announced a ceasefire that has been mediated by the Americans. In your assessment, what exactly has happened here, considering the heavy military activity that has been unfolding in the last 72 hours?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. You have rightly said that what we were witnessing was an escalatory trend. Now, from the very beginning, India had categorically said that it was targeting only the terrorist camps which were located in Pakistan, and we struck 9 sites. We had also said that our approach was non-escalatory, but if Pakistan escalates, we would retaliate. And that is precisely what happened. Pakistan tried to escalate the matter, and then we hit back very hard. Now, there are a few things which are very significant. Pakistan was not in a position to keep paying the high costs of an escalatory conflict. It is said that, you can fool some people for some time, but you can't fool all the people for all the time. Pakistan had been indulging in fake propaganda, but naturally, that fake propaganda was beginning to reveal its fakeness even to the Pakistanis. So it was very clear that the costs were becoming increasingly heavier for the Pakistanis. Secondly, there is no comparison between the might of the Indian state and that of Pakistan. Pakistan has been weakened a lot, firstly because of internal strifes, and secondly because of a tottering economy. And you contrast that with the strength of India, and the Pakistanis knew that this was not a good thing for them to escalate the tensions and the conflict. So there were compelling reasons why the Pakistanis wanted to de-escalate, but perhaps they didn't know how to go about it. And significantly, the United States played a very good role in mediating between the two sides. President Trump, in fact, was the first person to announce on his social media platform that the United States had mediated all night long between the two sides, and the ceasefire had been agreed upon. So it was the United States which played a very important and a very significant role in the de-escalation and reaching the ceasefire. Now, I may also mention that the United States probably held out something for Pakistan as a bait.
Right.
Something which would attract them. Now, let us recall the fact that yesterday there was the IMF meeting. And despite our opposition, Pakistan was given a $1 billion package, which with promises for more to follow. Now, we were upset that this had happened. But the fact is that it appears that the Americans, who are really the leading country as far as the deliberations in the IMF are concerned, they held this out as a sop to the Pakistanis. We give you this, but you have to take the initiative for a ceasefire. And that is why the Pakistani DGMO called our side and proposed the ceasefire. The initiative came from the Pakistanis, but behind all that certainly was the role of the United States. So I am very happy that a ceasefire has happened. I am not prepared to say that the Pakistanis will change colors. No, because their tendency to harbor terrorists and to use covert terrorism against India is not going to change with this ceasefire. So, as our side has made it very clear, we have to remain very vigilant. We have to remain on guard because the danger from Pakistan will continue. Their generals have been saying we'll bleed India by 1,000 cuts, and we are prepared for any mischief that they do. But for the moment, it's a good thing that the ceasefire has taken place. Let us remember that our Prime Minister himself has been saying it is not an era of war. The Prime Minister doesn't believe in war, but he had been provoked into taking action against the terrorist camps because of the terror attack on Pahalgam. So India never wanted to escalate. It is Pakistan which escalated. We have retaliated, and if they want a ceasefire, it's very good.
All right, very interesting.
Ambassador Dayal, if I can also ask you to comment on how crucially and clearly India has given out a strong message when it comes to zero tolerance on terror. Right before the announcement of the ceasefire, we saw that messaging coming in once again. India saying that an act of terror will be taken as an act of war. So all throughout, India has maintained that it wasn't interested in an escalation, while Pakistan maintained and continued with its escalatory and provocative moves. And now we've seen the reiteration of India's stance on terrorism coming in very clearly once again.
You're absolutely right. India had made it clear from the start that we would have zero tolerance for terror. In fact, the strike on the 9 sites in Pakistan was necessitated because of the terror attack in Pahalgam. So we never had the intention to engage in a conflict with Pakistan. Pakistan, however, bears the responsibility for having escalated the matter. It should have let the matter rest with the 9 strikes because these were in line with our policy to strike at terror. But Pakistan escalated. and we only retaliated, as I said earlier. And if Pakistan has started feeling the heat and wants the ceasefire, it shows that it can't sustain a conflict. And this is a lesson which the Pakistani military establishment must draw. India's defenses are extremely well organized. We have shown that our S-400 missile air defense system is state of the art, and we would be able to annul any effort from the part of the Pakistanis to attack us. So this message has gone across very, very clearly. Now, I must say that it has been made very clear by our side that we will remain on guard. And that is a message which goes across to Pakistan.
Right.
Don't try nonsense with us. We are on guard and we'll hit you again.
You know, Ambassador, it's interesting that you mentioned that, you know, in the course of these negotiations, the Americans would have held out some carrot for the Pakistanis. Considering that Pakistan has been moving closer to China, is buying more and more of the Chinese weapons, the fact that Donald Trump, as soon as he entered office, gave $400 million for the Pakistanis to upgrade their old and aging F-16 fighter jets. In your assessment, what do you think is the carrot that has been dangled in front of the Pakistanis by the Americans to somehow make them see sense here?
Well, as I said earlier during our discussion, at the IMF meeting yesterday, Pakistan was given a $1 billion loan. And Pakistan really needs that loan if it has to tighten up its economy. And Pakistan's economy is in shambles. And I'm sure there were some negotiations behind the scenes, because we were not happy that Pakistan got this loan from the IMF. But apparently, there were some behind-the-scenes negotiations. And I would be surprised if the Americans held out this bait to Pakistan that, look, you can get this loan, but stop this war with India. Because this war was not going to suit anybody except perhaps the Chinese. You know, the Chinese want to use the Pakistanis to target India. In fact, that's the reason why they have been giving so much of weaponry to Pakistan. So there is no doubt, everybody knows what the Chinese game plan is. And the Americans also realize that a conflict between India and Pakistan, if it escalates, then the only people who would be smiling would be the Chinese, because that's what they want. So it's a good step that the Americans have taken to negotiate with the Pakistanis behind the scenes. It's a good development that the Pakistanis have realized that they should not prolong this conflict, that escalation is not in their interest, and that they have taken a step to call the Indian DGMO. I think that this is a good development, but we have to remain on guard.
Interesting. Now, you mentioned this war by 1,000 cuts that the Pakistanis have been waging against India when they carry out these terror attacks. But the fact is, the Pakistani government every time turns around and denies that, you know, it or its military was directly involved. But this conflict, do you think that changes the rules of engagement between India and Pakistan with respect to terror attacks?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, because I was posted in Pakistan in the early 1980s. And at that time, their generals would speak to the young military cadets and try to tell them that their policy is to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. And that has remained their policy. Generals have come and gone, prime ministers have come and gone, presidents in Pakistan has come and gone. But this policy, which was enunciated by the Pakistani generals in the early 1980s, continues to be the truth till today. So I don't expect that there could be a change in the gene of Pakistan. That gene continues to be anti-Indian, to somehow find a way to hurt India. And the nexus between the armed forces and the terrorist organizations is not going to end, because these terrorist organizations are used by Pakistan. So perhaps matters will be cool for some time. We will not see any outburst of activity. But whether I take it as an end to Pakistani policies in regard to terrorism, certainly not. Their policies will continue to be mischievous. There will continue to be links between the Pakistan military establishment, particularly the ISI and the terror outfits. The Pakistani authorities will continue to fund, finance, arm, and train these terrorists in the hope that somehow or the other, some terrorist attack someday will be inflicted on India, and their objective of trying to bleed India by 1,000 cuts will continue to get fulfilled. I don't read much into the Pakistani disavowal of the situation. Pakistan's intentions remain the same, and I must say that India has to remain vigilant at all times.
Indeed, Ambassador, do continue to stay on with us. My colleague Idris Loan is, of course, joining us from Srinagar. So, Idris, as dusk begins to fall this evening in Srinagar, the fact that a ceasefire has now come into effect since 1700 hours, gives a sense of what is happening at this moment, because it is the people who are living in the line of control who are the worst affected in the flare-up of violence between India and Pakistan.
Well, absolutely, Saleh. There is a sigh of relief among the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially the ones who live very close to the line of control. Last 2 days, we've seen people did not venture out of their homes. They stayed inside. And just after the ceasefire was announced, the people are back on the roads. I'd like my cameraman to pan and show you exactly what is the scene right now in Srinagar, where you can see people finally coming out on the roads. The shops have suddenly opened again, and the people who were for 2 days just inside their houses have started slowly coming out as well. It's a big relief for the people who live close to the line of control as well as international border. We've seen around 22 people died in the ceasefire violations in the last few days in Poonch, Rajouri, as well as in the northern part of Kashmir. Around 60 people were injured who are still being treated at the hospitals across Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a big relief for those people actually, because they have to live through it. They have to face the consequences of it. Properties worth crores have been damaged all over northern part of Kashmir, whether it's Kupwara, Baramulla, Udi. For that matter, we saw ceasefire violation in Gurez sector today as well. On the other hand, we also saw ceasefire violation in Poonch, Rajouri and other parts of Kashmir Valley. So this is a big relief for those people who live close to the line of control. They have lost their houses. A lot of them have lost their properties, houses, cattle in the last few days. They will have to rebuild it again. But at least there is a sigh of relief that there is peace finally returning to Kashmir Valley, especially to the areas which are very close to the line of control and international border.
Absolutely, indeed, Idris. We see that some of the people are out on the streets. Now, considering the kind of tensions that have prevailed and considering the kind of blackouts that have been witnessed over the course of the last 3-4 days, at this moment, it's time for the people along the line of control to pick up the pieces. These ceasefire violations and a hot conflict between India and Pakistan affects the people, along the line of control and the people in the Kashmir Valley the most. So give us a sense of what the expectation of the people, the local people, is there of how this conflict needs to be resolved.
Well, Saleh, if we talk about the people especially living close to the line of control and international border, let me tell you, when the agreement between the Pakistan and India, the ceasefire agreement was renewed in 2021, after that time we did see peace returning to a line of control. Otherwise, it used to be hell living very close to the line of control for at least a decade. There would be ceasefire violations every second day, and they would not only attack the army installations but also the civilian population, and that was the case for decades. But after the agreement was renewed in 2021, we saw that there was finally peace returning to Kashmir Valley on the line of control as well as international border. On the other hand, when the Pahalgam attack happened, right after that, the ceasefire violations started again. It was every single night. From the last 15 consecutive nights, we've seen massive shelling going on from the Pakistani side. And it was back to that decade where what people were facing at that point of time. And it was a terrible, difficult time for the people who live close to the line of control. As I said, around 22 people have died in the last few days in this ceasefire shelling, and on the other hand 60 people were injured, were still being treated. Houses completely destroyed, burned down by the shelling that has taken place in the last few days. They've lost their farms, they've lost their cattle. That is what their livelihood basically is. And this has been a nightmare for those people living close to the line of control. Not only if we talk about the line of control and the international border, but even people living in cities. We did see the drone attack taking place in Jammu, where people after that have hardly come out of their homes. There is a lot of panic that people witnessed in the last 48 hours across Jammu and Kashmir. Srinagar also last night we saw how the drone attack took place, missile attack took place, and in the early morning at around 5:45 we saw those 3 big blasts taking place in Srinagar as well. So it has been a big relief that finally ceasefire has been announced between the two countries, and people in Jammu and Kashmir can breathe finally a sigh of relief for them.
Indeed, that of course is the big story at this moment. There is the people along the line of control, the people in the Kashmir Valley and also in all those regions who'd been affected because this flare-up of tensions can of course now breathe a sigh of relief. This is a huge moment. My colleague Molly Gambhir of course joins me in the studio. Molly, this is big. The fact that the way things were just escalating, it did appear that things could just go out of hand considering what had been happening for the last 48 hours. But the fact that the two nations have now come together, Pakistan seems to have seen some sense where the Pakistani foreign minister now says that Pakistan does not want war, clearly contradicting the defense minister from what he had said last night. It now remains to be seen as to how things, of course, proceed from here. But what is clear is that the terms of engagement on terror attacks, that seems to have changed. And this could be a new normal that we're now looking at, considering the fact that India has made it pretty clear that any act of terror by the Pakistanis in future will be seen as an act of war.
Indeed, and India has made its position, its message, its stance absolutely clear when it comes to zero tolerance on terror. In fact, that strong message that came in before the announcement of the ceasefire, where India said that an act of terror will be taken as an act of war. And then we saw the announcement of the ceasefire coming in through US mediation. First of all, we had that post put out by Donald Trump talking about how the mediation continued through the night. This, of course, coming at a very crucial point, as we've been outlining for our viewers, where Pakistan was continuing with its escalatory moves while India had maintained that while it is not interested in an escalation, it will respond befittingly to Pakistan's moves, and so it did. We've seen how on the ground as well, we've been getting you a sense of the preparedness on part of India, and how Pakistan, on the other hand, had been resorting to those escalatory moves. A breakthrough now that's come in at a very significant juncture where India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. Going back across now to our correspondent Idris Lone, who's been tracking those developments on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Idris, if you've had a chance to speak to any of the locals at this point, just to get in a sense of the reactions and tell us more about the mood on the ground. This, of course, coming at a time when we've been constantly, through you, getting those updates of what the mood was like in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, where we've seen the drone attacks as well taking place on Pakistan, and last night as well, that second consecutive night of the Pakistani aggression, as a result of which we've seen the kind of impact on the ground as well. But this, of course, is a moment that comes as you've been saying, a huge sigh of relief for the people on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir specifically.
Well, absolutely, Molly. Right now, people back out on the street. We are right now in Lal Chowk. As you can see, this is the Gantaghar, the clock tower place, where people are finally out. This has been completely deserted in the last 2 days. Nobody out on the streets. But now we see people, children, finally laughing, smiling and coming out on the streets. The last 48 hours have been extremely difficult for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We've seen the panic that was created because of the drone attacks that were taking place all across Jammu and Kashmir, whether it was the Jammu city or whether it was Srinagar that saw these drone attacks in the early morning today. There were multiple blasts that took place across Srinagar city also. So there was a lot of panic among the people from the last 48 hours. We've seen, Molly, in the last few days, around 22 people have died during the shelling that took place from across the border. Around 60 people were injured. They're still being treated at different hospitals across Jammu and Kashmir. On the other hand, we've just got to know that the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, has welcomed the ceasefire between the two countries. Umar Abdullah, the current Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, has also welcomed this step and said this is a great initiative by both the countries. This is exactly what the people of Jammu and Kashmir needed. We've seen the people who live very close to the line of control and international border have basically been facing and bearing the brunt of all the violence, the kind of violence that we've seen in the last 48 hours, especially heavy mortar shelling coming from across the border, not only attacking the army installations, security forces installations or bunkers or posts, but also the houses of the civilians. We've seen how the commercial properties, the cattle, the farms, everything has been destroyed in the places very close to the line of control and international border, and it will take them a long time to rebuild their houses, to rebuild their lives again. But nevertheless, it is a great news for all of them as well, so that they can actually return back to their houses.
Indeed, Idris, what a strong contrast those images are from last night itself, when Jammu witnessed that blackout and the Pakistani aggression had continued, and now we've seen those people out and about on the streets. Stay with me, Idris. Breaking developments coming in right this minute of a crucial meeting taking place. This is a crucial meeting underway at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. In fact, the NSA Ajit Doval meeting Prime Minister Modi at his residence. The External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Foreign Secretary also have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. The CDS, the Army Chief, Air Force Chief, Navy Chief also present in that meeting. This taking place short while after the announcement of the ceasefire. We have been telling you about the statement that has been coming in about the kind of mediation that took place on part of the United States to make this ceasefire come in at a very crucial time, when we had seen the kind of situation that was unfolding as far as the India-Pakistan tensions and the conflict is concerned. This crucial meeting that is now underway at the Indian Prime Minister's residence after the announcement of the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Let's also talk about the messaging that's come in from India before the announcement of the ceasefire, where it has reiterated its zero tolerance on terror, and through Indian government sources, that messaging, that statement that came in before the announcement of the ceasefire about how an act of terror will be taken as an act of war. And a while after that, just a short while after that, we saw the announcement of the ceasefire coming in with the Indian Foreign Secretary announcing that India has agreed to ceasefire. But all throughout, India's messaging has been absolutely clear. We also need to highlight that India has maintained categorically all throughout, amid those tensions as well, that it is not interested in an escalation. And we have been telling you about what things have looked like today as well, earlier in the run-up to the ceasefire. And a reaction coming in also from the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, welcoming the ceasefire. We have been telling you about what things are looking like on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, where our correspondent Idris Lone has been telling us more about what a sigh of relief this is, and how the mood is shifting on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, which of course has undergone and witnessed a tense period as a result of Pakistan's aggression that continued. And we also have been getting you a sense of the reactions that have been coming in, and what this announcement of ceasefire means for the India-Pakistan side, and also talking about how this truce is in effect after the American mediation that took place. India's message has been absolutely clear. Remember earlier as well, when we saw the statement coming in from the US side, at that point as well, earlier Marco Rubio had maintained and given out that word about how Pakistan must end its support to terror. So all throughout that messaging has been absolutely clear. We're also getting in a reaction from Defense and Strategic Affairs expert, Major General Rajesh Kundra, with us on the broadcast this minute. Your initial reaction to the announcement of the ceasefire, given the way the situation was unfolding, what do you think really happened as far as the Pakistani side is concerned, especially?
Thank you for getting me on the show. I think the whole thing has panned out exactly the way I had anticipated. India had done a phenomenal, very calculated and calibrated ops of a very high order. And the way the reactions came from Pakistan's side was quite evident that they can't withstand this onslaught what India has given down on them. And I was looking forward that Pakistan will back down at a particular point, and it has come through. There's certain things which actually emerge out of this particular operation, what has gone so far, which is very important to bring down here, is the superiority of India equipment and Indian training and professional standards. I think that actually surpasses any and everything which actually can be countered with Pakistan. And Pakistan actually on the other side has come out quite exposed as far as the training is concerned and the equipment and the standards are concerned. Next thing which actually emerges out is that the equipment which they've been using, of whichever country or region they aren't of that superior standards to match up to the Indian side of it. The other thing which emerges out is the indigenous equipment which actually was used in this particular battle, and it emerged a victor. And I'm very positive as time goes by, you'll find the world turning towards India to coming and buying our equipment, because we have proven it that we have done it well and we have done it the best. And not only that, the Make in India has emerged a victor here, and it's a thing which is on display for everyone to see for themselves. The next thing which emerges is India has shown itself to be a very responsible part, which the way we had gone across, we had calibrated our ops only for terrorist organizations. We never went down to civil areas or military areas. It was Pakistan which was desperate because they didn't know how to react to the whole thing. So Pakistan actually stood exposed on this particular aspect. Having said all this, what I've said, I would like to put in a little red line here is we have to be prepared for the times that it comes by. The army is prepared. But only thing is that we have to actually galvanize ourselves as far as the internal security is concerned. Because Pakistan has seen that it is nowhere close to matching up India on the battlefield. And they are now going to turn towards exploiting our internal divisions. And that is where we have to be very careful of. And not only that, army has to also be careful of the internal turmoil which are happening and keep ourselves abreast of that particular thing. And I must compliment Indian Army for an outstanding exhibition of power, what they have done, and it has made India proud.
Indeed. Stay on with me, please. Let's also listen into what the Indian Foreign Secretary had to say, and this reaction coming in from the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir as well.
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
दोबारा सीज़ फायर जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहाँ जहाँ नुकसान हुआ है, नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें, असेसमेंट करें डैमेज, और उस नुकसान का जो है लोगों को हम रिलीफ पहुंचाना शुरू करें।
And that's a sample of the reactions that have been coming in at this point post the announcement of the ceasefire, a very significant breakthrough. Let's go back across now to our esteemed guest for those reactions. Before we do that, let's also get you this breaking development coming in. Global reactions also trickling in. In fact, in a post on the platform X, US Vice President J.D. Vance has said, and I'm quoting, great work from the President's team, especially Secretary Rubio, and my gratitude to the leaders of India and Pakistan for their hard work and willingness to engage in the ceasefire. So that's the latest statement that's coming in from the American side, where in a post on X, this is the post on your screen, a reiteration of what went on. Remember earlier on, we saw that statement that was put out by US Secretary Marco Rubio. Remember, the announcement of the ceasefire first came in from Donald Trump in that post, where he said that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, he is pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That was the statement that was put out by the US President. And now in the latest, we have the statement also coming in from US Vice President J.D. Vance, saying great work from the President's team, especially Secretary Rubio, and my gratitude to the leaders of India and Pakistan for their hard work and willingness to engage in the ceasefire. Let's also tell you what US Secretary Marco Rubio had said in a statement just a short while back, where he said that over the past 48 hours, J.D. Vance and Secretary Rubio had engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, also Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors of the two sides, and that he was pleased to announce that the governments have agreed to an immediate ceasefire. Going back across now to Major General Rajesh Kundra, who's been getting us his perspectives. Let's also talk about the fact that India, post the Pahalgam terror attack, while it kept reiterating its stance on zero tolerance on terror and the fight against terror, it used that multi-pronged approach, also diplomatically speaking, and the way things panned out for Pakistan in sharp contrast, especially during that UNSC closed-door meeting where it was trying to drum up support, but it actually suffered a setback. So speaking of the way in which India has approached this entire matter and how its statements, how its stance has come through very clearly.
Absolutely. I think this is a masterpiece case of a good operation conducted. It was not only the military operation. I think everything was synergized. It was economically, diplomatically, militarily, your internal things, even managing the social sector, that is cyber side of things. I think everything has been beautifully orchestrated and coordinated and brought in. I think India has emerged as a superpower now. It's getting into a superior power, and a power which has to be taken seriously. And I'm very sure after these operations, the West particularly, where they always had little doubt about the Indian cause, they are going to be not turning back and thinking twice when giving their statement against India. So that's, I think, a great achievement which India has been able to do. Apart from that, also, which I feel is that India has emerged in the eyes where now China will also be looking with more depth before they actually get across to India, because the way they have anticipated India and what India has emerged during these operations, I think that really puts China and other countries which are neighboring us, where we have difficulties, will be looking at us from a different angle. And I think India has really galvanized itself to a higher platform where the world will now look at it more seriously, and now we'll be actually partnering with the superior place where we get a higher platform to be part of the world peace process as we go along.
Right, and let's also talk about the role played by the United States. President Trump talking about the mediation that took place through the night, but we do know that those conversations were taking place on part of Marco Rubio in the run-up to the announcement of the ceasefire earlier on as well, and that also told us about the messaging that came in from the American side to Pakistan about ending its support to terror. So that again was a very critical part of that message and that statement.
Absolutely. I totally concur with that particular thing, because the very statement of the vice president at the beginning that we have nothing to do, please sort out among yourself, was itself an indication that India was given a free hand to go across and achieve the target what they're looking at it. The target what India has been able to achieve actually also is a part target which US wanted it to be achieved, because US is equally concerned about these people being used against them. So it was a thing, and the moment India has been able to achieve, and where Pakistan actually realized that they can't fight it out, so US intervened and said, okay, here we go, and we can stop the war. And because Pakistan went up to them and asking them, okay, we really can't go forward and we are ready to accept it. And that's exactly what has happened.
Indeed, and what do you make of the kind of messaging that came in from Pakistan with the way things panned out and the kind of nuclear rhetoric that we saw coming in from Pakistan? The world saw the admission, the confession from Khwaja Asif about supporting terror financing and funding terror organizations, and the way Pakistan had resorted to escalatory and provocative moves, while India had maintained that it was not interested in an escalation.
Yeah. Pakistan actually had been saber rattling. Frankly, they had not much of depth into them. And they have been wanting this to be, they thought that India will back out at a particular point, which it didn't happen. What actually India has proven with these operations to the world is that there is a window which can be utilized to achieve your limited objectives without crossing a threshold. And this window can be increased by getting in technology. And India used technology and used this window effectively. And that is exactly what Pakistan is now scared without asking for to back out. They have also understood that India has achieved a threshold of this technology whereby they can increase this window without going towards the nuclear threshold and thing which is there.
Let's also get in a perspective from you on the very fact that India has made this about the fight against terror. So post the Pahalgam terror attack, it had said that this is a measured move on part of India. It targeted terror hubs. On the other hand, we saw the way Pakistan responded to that, and the way the aggression continued even till this point when the announcement of the ceasefire came in. So there was a sharp contrast, a major one, in which we saw that messaging coming in from the two sides.
Absolutely. The very fact the thing happened on Pahalgam, India made it clear that the first move has been made by Pakistan, and they are the ones who actually got this terrorist attack onto us, and we have responded to it. And we had a very calibrated, calculated response towards that, whereby we did not escalate it by crossing border or using other means. We have gone and targeted specific targets of the terrorist where it's there. Where Pakistan was taken aback, which they didn't realize because they were anticipating it will happen in POK and other places. When we hit Punjab areas, that's Bahawalpur and other Gurikhe and others of places, that is actually what surprised, and not only surprised, they were taken aback. And that's where their weakness of Pakistan was exposed, because they didn't have the capability to respond or react to those operations what India happened to do that. And not only that, India had also said that whatever we say, we'll stick to it. And that is what it is coming. Now the last statement which is now coming down, that any more terrorist attack will be taken as an act of war. I'm sure Pakistan will be worried now. Hereafter, they will be very careful of what they do on our soil. I think India has achieved the aim phenomenally well, what we had moved out for, and we have been able to reach to what we're looking for.
Right, Major General Rajesh Kundra, just a quick roundup for our viewers who might just be tuning in. The announcement of the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, of course, a major breakthrough. The announcement came in from US President Donald Trump, where in that post he talked about the mediation that took place through the night. And now we also have the crucial meeting taking place at the Indian Prime Minister's residence post the announcement of the ceasefire. The Indian Foreign Secretary also talking about how India has agreed to that ceasefire. And in the backdrop, we also have been getting our viewers a sense of what things have looked like on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. We have also been talking about the way in which America has played a crucial role, and the statements that have been coming in from the American side, very interesting, looking at the way it all started. And up until this point now, we've now gotten those statements coming in from Marco Rubio, from J.D. Vance as well, talking about the mediations and the conversations that took place. Major General Kundra, let's also, outline for our viewers the very fact that now this announcement of the ceasefire has happened. What's very crucial to watch out will be what happens from here onwards.
I think the first and foremost thing which actually emerges out is that India stands a victor in all spheres, whether it's diplomatic, whether it's economy, or the war. War, in any case, we have won that big thing. Not only will this will actually help us improve our relations with other countries. The West, particularly, who would see India with a little bit of jaundice eye somewhere, they always thought that would be removed now. Now India would be actually viewed as a serious power and a collaborator now. We'll have less of preaching coming from the West and more of collaboration coming. I think that's one step which I see, a very positive step, which is going to be happening as the time goes by. Apart from that, also I see a phenomenal change in the US stance towards India. This will also solidify the way they had looked India towards now how future collaboration with India is going to be. Because I see that they would have seen that India is now a partner with which they can collaborate on all spheres. I bring the point, all spheres. And that is something which is great. And I see the way US has reacted to these operations. My understanding is the initial bit was given down to India to perform the way they wanted to. And after having achieved their particular aim, they have come in between and tried to mediate and bring in ceasefire. But I think India stands as the victor, and so is in the US now very confident towards India's being a great ally with them. And this particular bonding is going to go in future and get closer and closer, in my understanding.
Right, Major General Rajesh Kundra, appreciate very much for joining us with those perspectives. Let's also quickly go across now to our correspondent Idris Lone, who is back with us and has been getting us a sense of what things are looking like on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Idris, over to you. We have already shown our viewers the scenes on the streets where you are, in sharp contrast to what things look like in the run-up to the announcement of the ceasefire.
Well, Molly, from the last 48 hours, we did not see anyone coming out on the streets. People were advised to stay indoors, take shelter, and there was a lot of panic in the air. But after the announcement of the ceasefire, we're seeing that huge number of people are coming out on the streets. We are standing right now in front of the clock tower in Srinagar's Lal Chowk area, where we finally see a lot of people coming out in huge numbers, and also tourists also coming out in big numbers and basically enjoying and being cheerful that finally they can come out and be free again. We've seen the people, especially living on the line of control and international border, in the last 2 days have been going through extreme difficult conditions. Let me just speak to one of the person who's standing here. So there's been a ceasefire between India and Pakistan just a while ago. How do you feel about it?
Yes, to be. Yeah, I am a foreigner, but every year I am coming in Kashmir. I love so much Srinagar and even the countryside here. Kashmir is a true paradise on earth. So beautiful, so nice climate. And one quality of the Kashmir is that we have some things that will help each other. There's very strong collectivity, and Kashmir cannot be divided. Like India, I see no border, and peace has to be the main thing. And main thing, I feel so much joy and spirituality in this place. But God has no name, no religions.
Well, that was a French tourist actually who is in Srinagar right now and saying that he feels that Kashmir should be peaceful always, and Kashmir is a peaceful place, and that's why people come here. And now we see a lot of locals also coming out of their houses because there have been very difficult times in the last 48 hours across the Jammu and Kashmir. We've seen these drone attacks, we've seen infiltration bids as well as ceasefire violations from across the border, which has also led to the death of around 22 people across the line of control and more than 60 people injured, still being treated at the hospital. Properties worth crores destroyed in the shelling from across the border, whether it was in the northern part of Kashmir or on the international border in Jammu. But now finally we see a lot of tourists coming out as well who are in Kashmir at the moment, who were stuck because there was airport was shut, the highway was shut also, but it was open today, and we see finally there are a lot of tourists who are out here again. One more tourist we would speak to. Ma'am, there has been a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. How do you feel about it? Are you feeling safe now?
I was any which ways feeling extremely safe even before because of the Indian army present out here, and now I feel extremely overwhelmed with the ceasefire taking place, because obviously we do not want so many lives to be taken and we want peace, and India always talks about peace, and that's how we wanted it always. And I'm extremely happy that things are back to normal now. I've been here for about 10 days and there was a lot of stress, I could see that, but I felt safe, and now I feel even more safer and extremely happy for what has happened.
Thank you. That is the relief that everyone, the locals, the tourists, are actually feeling after the announcement of the ceasefire between both the countries. And now the tourists who were also here saying that they were already relieved that security forces were taking care of the situation, but now they are more relieved that things are back to normal.
Right. Stay with me, Idris, as we continue to get our viewers' reactions coming in. Here's a quick look at the top story is making headlines at this point.
Both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India and Pakistan agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. In a statement, Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announces that military action has been paused as of 5 p.m. IST. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets NSA Ajit Doval, CDS, Army Chief, Air Force Chief, Navy Chief at the Prime Minister's residence. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah welcomes ceasefire announcement, assures that the J&K government will assess the damage done and start providing relief to the people. And breaking developments coming in right this minute. Government sources saying the ceasefire has been brokered with Pakistan bilaterally and not brokered by the United States. Very significant. India-Pakistan talks to continue virtually. Government sources saying India is firm on its stance on terror, and government sources also saying no precondition to the talks, and India's diplomatic actions will remain as is. And this includes the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance, no rollback on visas. Very significant, this statement that's coming in. Government sources saying the ceasefire has been brokered with Pakistan bilaterally and not brokered by the United States, and India-Pakistan talks to continue virtually. Government sources also saying India is firm on its stance on terror and that no precondition to talks. India's diplomatic actions will remain as is, and this includes the Indus Waters Treaty and abeyance and no rollback on visas. That's the statement and the messaging coming in from the Indian side. Government sources saying that India's stance on terror is firm, and the diplomatic actions will remain as is. Remember, there were a series of moves that were taken by India post the Pahalgam terror attack. We just outlined for you the diplomatic measures that were taken as well by India. And now Indian side, the Indian government sources, the messaging coming in, India's diplomatic actions will remain as is. And this includes the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Also, no rollback on visas. Remember, that was the other significant move as a part of the plethora of measures that were undertaken by the Indian side post the Pahalgam terror attack. So it was, like we mentioned, a multi-pronged approach adopted by the Indian side. We are also aware of that crucial meeting that's taking place at the Indian Prime Minister's residence post the announcement of the ceasefire. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on that meeting as well, which is taking place in New Delhi at the Indian Prime Minister's residence. Significant takeaway at this point from the Indian side, where government sources have reiterated that India is firm on its stance on terror and that its diplomatic actions will remain as is. So remember, we were talking about what happens now, what happens next, and where do things really stand right now post the announcement of the ceasefire, what happens. So India, that's a significant takeaway coming in. India's diplomatic actions will remain as is, which includes the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance and no rollback on visas. Let's also remind our viewers about what the Indian government has said through sources, government sources, pointing out that the ceasefire has been brokered with Pakistan bilaterally and not brokered by the United States. That's the other significant takeaway coming in from the Indian side, and that India-Pakistan talks will continue virtually. Government sources also saying that India is firm on its stance on terror. Remember, that has been the underlining of the moves that have been made by India, where its messaging has been absolutely clear when it comes to the fight against terror, when it comes to zero tolerance on terror. In fact, right before the announcement of the ceasefire between India and Pakistan as well, India once again put out that message very significantly, where government sources had said that any act of terror will be taken as an act of war. Let's also get in these reactions that have been coming in post the announcement of the ceasefire.
Occasions, it is Pakistani.
दोबारा सीज फायर जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहाँ जहाँ नुकसान हुआ है, नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें, असेसमेंट करें डैमेज, और उस नुकसान का जो है लोगों को हम रिलीफ पहुंचाना शुरू करें।
As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding.
All right, so those are the reactions that we have been getting to you. Let's also remind you that this very significant takeaway coming in from the Indian side, where government sources have said that the ceasefire has been brokered with Pakistan bilaterally and not brokered by the United States. Also that India-Pakistan talks will continue virtually. The other significant takeaway at this point is government sources saying that India is firm on its stance on terror, and India's diplomatic actions will remain as is, which includes the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance and no rollback on visas. Let's go straight across now to Siddhant Sibal for more on that. Siddhant, if you can just elaborate on what you're picking up at this point. India's message when it comes to the fight against terror and its stance on terror, a reiteration coming in from the Indian side, also very significantly that its diplomatic measures will remain in place.
Well, Molly, it has been a long day. In fact, it has been long 4 days, and perhaps history will see these 4 days as pivotal in India putting a new deterrence on Pakistan in terms of how Pakistan behaves in the future. Clearly a message that it's a zero tolerance towards terrorism for the Indian side, and India has been able to also set a new normal with Pakistan. The Indus Water Treaty is in abeyance, but remember that means it remains frozen. India has full right to use the waters of the Indus water and of course the other associated rivers, and we saw briefings after briefings and how India was able to basically inflict a major damage to the Pakistani positions inside Pakistan. This is the first, I would say, since 1971 that India was able to strike deep inside Pakistan. It is a loss of face for the Pakistani leadership, the Pakistani military. Both Islamabad and Rawalpindi clearly will be shaken up by what has happened. We know that the Pakistani Prime Minister is expected to address the media as well very soon, and I do expect the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi also addressing in some format very soon over the development. The Americans have been trying to basically claim that it is primarily led by them, but here in New Delhi the mood is different. If you look at the Foreign Secretary's address, clearly he said that it is an understanding, it's not a ceasefire. He never used the word ceasefire. Secondly, this is done bilaterally between India and Pakistan at the DGMO level, who will be meeting again on Monday, and the guns have finally fallen silent, and India has been able to not only send a military response to Pakistan, but also deal with the information warfare with Pakistan. So essentially a big day indeed for the Indian subcontinent.
Right, Siddhant, as we outlined for our viewers, the messaging and the statement coming in from the Indian side, let's also talk about how government sources have pointed out that the diplomatic measures will remain in place. What else are you picking up on that front?
Well, whatever was announced remains like that. That means that the visa system remains like that. The number of diplomats remain same in terms of 30 that was announced by the Indian side. India is not going to reverse what has happened. The action on the Pakistani misinformation machinery remains in same way. India has blocked number of Pakistani channels as well here in India. So no going back on that clearly. And this is an understanding on which there can be more development if Pakistan continues with its ceasefire, which is a term used by the Americans, but the understanding that India has been able to achieve with the Pakistanis. And it was, remember, which has been pointed out by the Foreign Secretary as well, a Pakistani call to the Indian side to tell that it's time that they agree on the understanding that the guns should fall silent.
Indeed, Siddhant, and you have been talking about the fact that India has maintained its stance on terror very categorically and very clearly. in the run-up to the kind of statement that we saw coming in from the Foreign Secretary of India as well about that understanding, we saw how India reiterated that message, talking about how an act of terror will be taken as an act of war.
Well, yes. Next time, if there is a terror attack, India will be treating it as an act of war, and we have seen India has been able to demonstrate its ability to strike deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And the terror, the strikes on the terror camps is a message indeed. Previously, we have seen when it comes to previous measures taken by India that was able to put deterrence on Pakistan, but it looks like that Pakistan was not able to understand what India was wanting from Islamabad and Rawalpindi. And the terror attack which happened in Pahalgam was something that was clearly the red line breached by the Pakistani side, and India gave a strong response to Pakistan on that. Last 4 days, we have seen how India has been able to strike deep inside Pakistan and damage key bases of the country.
Right. Stay with me, Siddhant, as we continue to get our viewers the takeaways at this point. Let's also get in further perspectives now from our esteemed guest joining us on the broadcast. Let's also talk about the messaging that's come in from the Indian side. Ambassador Dinkar Srivastava, appreciate your joining us here on WION World is One. Your initial comment to what we are seeing playing out now, and how India has maintained its stance on zero tolerance on terror, and how that messaging has once again been reiterated now.
Thank you for having me. India has very clearly conveyed the message that terror activities will not be tolerated. We have also demonstrated our capacity for escalation dominance. Our initial action as well as subsequent action was proportionate. We avoided hitting civilian targets. Pakistan escalated it, and the Indian action showed that we could neutralize their military targets without collateral damage to civilian population. The spread or the extent of Indian strikes ranging from Rawalpindi, Islamabad to Karachi, and of course the middle sector and POK showed that India had far greater reach. Pakistan, of course, launched very heavy shelling as well as swarm attacks, but they were very shallow and the reach was limited. So I think a message has gone home, and this is something which Pakistan military would do well to remember in future.
Right. Let's also talk about how India at this point comes across as a country that has not just given out its strong stance on terror and made that absolutely clear, but also in a way that it has tackled this through multiple measures, through diplomatic measures, a multi-pronged approach. And that also was the message that came out across very clearly to the world about India's standing, about India's diplomatic breakthroughs, and the way in which it got in support in this fight.
India managed to neutralize Pakistani support. There was no support for Pakistan, even for its Arab neighbors, Arab friends.
Yes.
In fact, it was striking that the terror attack took place just a day after Prime Minister's visit to Saudi Arabia. After that, the Saudi Minister of State visited India and the Saudi Foreign Minister visited Pakistan. There were no statements of support of Pakistan's position from Arab countries. The only support it received was from Turkey and Azerbaijan. Even China was very lukewarm, and that diplomatic isolation coupled with the with the strong military response from India, finally forced Pakistan to accept, cessation of firing. Let's describe it this way, which went into effect on at 5 o'clock today.
Indeed, and a quick word from you on the fact that this is coming at a time when India all throughout maintained that it was not interested in an escalation, while Pakistan had continued with unleashing aggression, and to which, of course, India responded befittingly and appropriately and gave out a strong message as well. But how Pakistan continued with those escalatory measures while India maintained that it was not interested in an escalation.
Yes, India not only said that, but our actions showed that our responses were very measured. Pakistan started with the terror strike and followed it up with heavy shelling across the LOCs, which resulted in killing of many civilians. India has, on the other hand, maintained its position and avoided collateral damage to civilian targets, even while it responded to Pakistani escalation by attacking, and this was the last round, 4 Pakistani airbases today morning.
Right, Ambassador, your thoughts also on what happens now onwards, now that we are looking at the way in which things have panned out after all those days of the messaging coming in from Pakistan as well, and what do you think really happened and went on behind the scenes?
I think the most interesting thing to watch will be the Pakistan's internal dynamics. This is a major, not just diplomatic, but military setback to Pakistan. And in the past, it has always been followed by, some stock taking and eventually change at the top. If you recall, after 65 war, Ayub had to go. It took time. Those were different days. But his fall was clearly linked to Pakistan's defeat in 65 war. After 71 war, Yahya had to go. That was very quick. After Kargil, there was a coup. Musharraf succeeded in reversing, and passing the blame to the civilian leadership. Pakistan is a highly divided society. Imran Khan, whose party won the largest number of votes, continues to be in jail. Let's see what is the reaction this time, because the civilian leadership of Shehbaz Sharif rests on support of General Asim Munir, and Asim Munir's prestige has suffered a shock. So there will be repercussions both within the army structure as well as the civilian leadership, which depends on its survival on the present army leadership. So let's see how it pans out in coming days. The rest are, technical details, but this will be the most interesting issue to watch out.
Right. Stay with me, Ambassador. Just a quick roundup for our viewers who might just be tuning in. We've been telling you about the reactions that have been coming in at this point and what things are looking like. Let's also remind our viewers about the reiteration that's come in from the Indian side about its stance on terror, where government sources have maintained that the diplomatic measures that were taken by India will also remain in place. That's a very significant takeaway coming in at this point, where not just the zero tolerance on terror message coming out very clearly from the Indian side, India also saying that its diplomatic actions will remain, which includes the Indus Waters Treaty abeyance and no rollback on visas, among other measures that were taken. Ambassador, what do you make of that, and what do you think is the message coming in from India through these moves?
I think it's a very mature policy. War and peace. This is not children's game. You can't, reverse the consequences overnight. And the message that we have put across is that there will be consequences for Pakistan, which are going to be long term. And these steps have to be maintained to translate into pressure on Pakistan military so that it does not revert to business as usual.
Ambassador, appreciate very much for joining us with those perspectives at this point. We're leaving it there for the moment, and as we continue our comprehensive coverage, we're taking a very short breather. We'll be right back on the other side. Stay with us.
Unlocking the future of finance.
Dive into the world of tokenization with me
as we yield the power of tokenization.
Discover the future of
ownership, where I decode, demystify tokenization for you.
Empowering the tokenized revolution.
Get ready to dive for an in-depth look at tokenization.
Busting the myths around tokenization.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet. Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet only on WION.
YO1 Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to YO1 Health Resort. Make your reservation at yo1.com.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
the show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of.
A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA.
Join the conversation.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet as we yield the power of tokenization only on WION.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start this broadcast by taking a quick look at what is making headlines at this hour. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets with the NSA Ajit Doval, the CDS Anil Chauhan, the Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi, the Air Force Chief AP Singh, and the Naval Chief DK Tripathi at the Prime Minister's house. The American Vice President reacts on India-Pakistan ceasefire and expresses gratitude to the leaders of India and Pakistan for their willingness to engage in the ceasefire. Jammu and Kashmir's Chief Minister Omar Abdullah welcomes the ceasefire announcement and is assured that the Jammu and Kashmir government will assess the damage that has been done and will start providing relief to the people.
Both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
Now, India and Pakistan agreed to a full and an immediate ceasefire. In a brief statement, the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announces that military action has been paused as of 5 p.m. on Saturday. In the wake of the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan, the state governments in India withdraws the request for the voluntary closure of shops and other establishments. All shops and establishments are now permitted to operate as usual. In a significant announcement, India has confirmed that it has agreed to a ceasefire with Pakistan starting at 1700 hours Indian Standard Time. The ceasefire has come into effect on land, air and sea. Confirming this development, India said that Pakistan's DGMO had called his Indian counterpart at about 3:35 p.m. IST and had agreed to a ceasefire from 5 p.m. IST.
Military operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Now, shortly after India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar put out, India has consistently maintained a very firm and an uncompromising stance against terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. Now, the announcement first came from the American President Donald Trump, who took to Truth Social to announce the truce. Now, Trump said that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and an immediate ceasefire after days of heightened tensions and cross-border attacks from both sides. Now, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar confirmed the ceasefire on his X handle, saying that both nations have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. The ceasefire has come after 4 days of intense conflict between the two nuclear-armed neighbours. India launched the Operation Sindur on the 6th and the 7th of May in retaliation to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 people.
आप बोले ना मुझे
All right, now WION Siddhant Sibil is joining us with more details about this ceasefire. Siddhant, this is of course a big development. Give us a sense of what's in fact gone through behind the scenes. What's been done behind the scenes for this ceasefire to now come into effect?
Well, Mohammed, it has been long 4 days and pretty long day itself. But all in all, as they say, all is well that ends well. I'm standing in front of India's Foreign Ministry, and this is the building where essentially all the key briefings were taking place. But also, we know that today in this very building, the Indian side confirmed that they have achieved an understanding with the Pakistani side, while the US side has been claiming it's a ceasefire. The focus from the Indian side is first, it's an understanding which hinges on Pakistan's future behavior, including, of course, making sure that there is no cross-border terrorism. And secondly, in terms of how Pakistan engages with India. With the 4 days of development, India has been able to put a new deterrence on Pakistan, given the fact that the strikes happened deep in Pakistani territories, in various air bases, which were destroyed in a major way. And also, the second, of course, remains the abeyance of Indus Water Treaty. That is a legal terminology I am using, but simplifying for our viewers, the Indus Water Treaty essentially stands dead today, and India is free to use the waters of the Indus. And the third, of course, is to send a message of zero tolerance on terrorism.
Indeed, Siddhant, these are some pretty important implications. We'll of course discuss that, but I'm also told that we have Susan Tehrani who's joining us live from New York. Susan, good morning to you. It is a deal that perhaps no one expected. About 2 hours ago, we saw Donald Trump's tweet where he said that the two nations, India and Pakistan, have now come to an agreement for a ceasefire. It must have been a very early morning for him in Florida. It would have been about 7:30 in the morning that the President of the United States of America was tweeting about the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Give us a sense of what's in fact happened, because earlier the American position had been a lot more ambivalent to what was happening between India and Pakistan.
Yeah, Mohammed, it was indeed early mornings. And while President Trump did celebrate this, the Americans have always hoped that India and Pakistan would resolve this dispute bilaterally, and we saw that happened, and have also said very publicly, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, the House Speaker, that ultimately terrorism has no place in India. So these have been the public sentiments and situations, but it does appear that talks with the Trump administration because of its good relationship with both India and Pakistan did happen, and ultimately this ceasefire took place. There were a series of events, Marco Rubio speaking to the Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir, which is understood in Pakistan to be the power center, and ultimately we really did see that it shows. And then it was followed by his counterpart in Pakistan, and then we heard about the telephone conversations, of course, between Marco Rubio and his Indian counterpart, S. Jaishankar. Today's statement was very interesting from the State Department. They said that they were very happy that this ceasefire has happened and that the United States is willing to assist in any way possible moving forward. The wording of that really slightly suggests that, India and Pakistan ultimately, as they should, came together for this bilateral, and that the United States used its leverage to a certain extent, as a mediator, as a facilitator, which is very normal considering the great relationship that, first of all, President Trump has with Prime Minister Modi, and then, of course, the United States has to strategically monitor Pakistan as well, and the relationship that the United States somewhat has with Pakistan.
Indeed. Susan, do continue to stay on with us. Let me bring in my colleague Siddhant Sivalia. Siddhant, the fact that the Pakistani position changed dramatically, literally on its head since yesterday night, because yesterday the Pakistani Defence Minister had been stating that there is no other option for the Pakistanis except for an all-out war with India, and today Ishaq Dar, in his tweet announcing the ceasefire, said that Pakistan does not want a war with India. What's changed? How did Pakistan suddenly begin to see reason?
Well, situation remained evolving and quite fluid as well. The commentary from Pakistan was also very contradictory, but there were back-channel talks, it looks like, with global capitals reaching out to New Delhi and Islamabad, both Riyadh and Washington. We saw the Saudi junior foreign minister visiting New Delhi and Islamabad. We also saw Marco Rubio speaking to both the Indian side, the Indian External Affairs Minister, and the Pakistani Army Chief, Mr. Munir. So essentially, there was a focus as to how both sides can have conversations, and at the end of the day, it looked like it worked out. But as India has been saying, it was bilateral, it was not mediated or brokered by any country, even though US has been claiming that they brokered the agreement between India and Pakistan.
Interesting. That's going to be a point of discussion in the days to come. Thank you very much, Siddhant Sivalia, for joining us and getting us all those details there. We'll, of course, come back to you as this story develops. And also joining us on the broadcast, we've got retired Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, the former GOC, who is, of course, joining us on this broadcast. General Sharma, thank you very much indeed, sir, for taking time out and speaking to us here in WION. Now, considering the manner in which this war was escalating, especially the developments that had been happening in the last 24 hours, what do you think has now prodded the Pakistani establishment to agree to this ceasefire deal?
Thank you for inviting me, Mohammed. Look, if you follow the war of these 4 days, and I will call it a war, it was evident that, the Pakistanis in the first 2 days were trying to prod through as to try to find out our air bases and weaknesses in our air bases, and, attempt to strike them subsequently once weaknesses are found. But it was also evident that the Indians did not go in the same manner in responding to Pakistan. We kept stating that whatever we are doing is non-escalatory in nature, and we did not want escalation. We did not mobilize our forces across to the borders. So it was not something like what happened in Parakram in 2001. We restrained ourselves, and our targeting was more directed and more, focused towards strong targets. And it was evident after 2 days that, the Pakistanis' endeavors have not been exactly making credible success. And they, for example, previous night, yesterday night, they launched 400 odd drones from all over the sector, from Leh down to Sar Creek, and they did not meet credible advantage. However, on our own side, and I'll talk about geopolitics a little later,
right?
But on our own side, we were able to hit very substantial targets. The 2 nights ago we targeted Rawalpindi, and from Rawalpindi down all along the Pakistan frontier down to close to Karachi. So when we're targeting a long frontier, and it was a very deliberate and very focused, and it was and there was success in it, substantial success in what we target. The Rawalpindi one landed in Rawalpindi. The one in Lahore destroyed the AD battery, the Chinese SQ-9 of the. So that was one. In the last night, the areas that we hit were actually these 8 airfields again, Rawalpindi, Islamabad, and down to Sakar, and which is in Sindh. These were very strong targets, and they were very damaging targets for Pakistan. And if you follow the briefing that happened today evening, we've also listed a new set of 5-6 targets which were targeted today.
Right.
Like, for example, Skardu. Now, Skardu, if you see, is opposite Kargil, which is, in Baltistan. And you're targeting Skardu will be a very touchy affair for Pakistan. And all the other targets, Jacobabad, Gujranwala, were very strong targets. So ours were very focused and very powerful hits that we carried out to sort out the machinery, the wherewithal, and the standing of Pakistan Armed Forces. So while the geopolitics is one side, we did not show 400 odd drones all over the place, many of them inert and decoys. We actually focused ourselves to targeting something strong.
Indeed, you've mentioned, very systematically, all the targets that India, in fact, struck in the course of the last 24, 48 hours, especially those air bases and their military bases. But the Pakistani strategy seemed to be much more diffuse in terms of what they were trying to do. They were using these saturation drone swarms and sending them across the border. What were the Pakistanis, purely from a military perspective, what were they trying to achieve with the tactics that they had deployed?
So it is obvious when the air war begins, both sides try to find out which is the weaknesses across there, and what we call it as SEAD, or suppression of enemy air defenses. So before you start targeting the opposing side, you want to suppress his air defenses so that you have a better leeway to carry out your tasks. The Pakistanis, it's apparent in first 2 nights, were trying to broad through using whole lot of swarms. Not one swarm together, but many swarms to all the airfields. The first day, you remember, it was starting from Avantipura down to Bhuj. Each one of the airfields around the western border was targeted by the Pakistanis to find as to where are we deploying our air defenses and how are we going to approach them. And most of these drones that they were deploying were decoys. They didn't have, they were inert decoys. So, when you start firing, and they were also probably hoping that we fire our best of instrumentation, best of weapon system to take on these. So their initial broad failed because we did not actually show our hand, so as to say, and we were able to take them on using direct firing weapons like N70 guns, which are not the S400 variety of missile systems. And their initial first failure and the second day failure gave rise to their opinion that they cannot do anything strong. And when they tried a missile yesterday night, which is news are carrying it, the missile was downed in somewhere close to Sirsa. So it is apparent that their procedures for achieving what they wanted to achieve, that is decimating some of our airfields, was not succeed because of the plans that the Indian side had to defend ourselves.
Interesting. And also it's widely known that Pakistan probably has, ammunition where it can only fight a war for about 7 days. And it had been using essentially Chinese and also Turkish weaponry in the drone swarm attacks that it was carrying out. Do you think the fact that probably Pakistan was running out of its weapons and more weapons were not coming forth from China and Turkey is what perhaps made the Pakistanis agree to this ceasefire without any preconditions?
I would like to agree with you on this one. See, the fact of the matter is, never take your adversary lightly. When somebody says that we removed the we destroyed the AD battery in Lahore, Pakistanis would have immediately moved forward to use some repair reserves and fill the voids. And similarly in Sialkot, so they would have every country has reserves of weapon systems to be brought on when something gets destroyed. So I won't say that they may not have resilience to last for very long time. A protected war probably they can't take on. But to say that they can't even last 4 days or another 10 days, I think that would be exaggerating a bit. The kind of collusion that Pakistan have with China and the kind of weaponry being provided by the Chinese is tremendous. And similarly, many other nations. So to say that they were lesser equipped and all, or they didn't have so much of wherewithal, it may not be right. I think they had, but you see, there is also an issue of how much. So, you can't allow everything to be finished off in 7 days and then say we have nothing left. So, yeah, Mohammed.
Before I get to the geopolitical question, General, I want to focus again on a military aspect of it, because there was a lot of chatter considering that Pakistan was using predominantly these Chinese weapons, that the Chinese wanted to test out their military hardware in active combat. The Chinese themselves haven't fought a war since 1978 when they had fought in Vietnam. So it was their military hardware that was being tested in this battle that they fought with India. In your assessment, how confident the Chinese feel about how their military hardware has performed in this contest with India?
Again, I think it's slightly premature to make judgments about Chinese hardware at this juncture because the full hand has not been unveiled. But let me put it this way: I think it's about 7-8 years ago when Pakistanis stopped getting military wherewithal from the United States, which was the largest supplier over 6 decades to Pakistan, and they turned over themselves to take on the Chinese equipment. So what they had is substantially Chinese equipment. That's the only equipment they could try out. I mean, they could fire. It's not that they were Chinese are wanting to try out the equipment, but that's the only thing available with the Pakistanis, except for say F-16s, which they have, which is of the American vintage, etc. So it is when you open the hand, they had either JF-17s in strength, which has been manufactured there, and JF-10s, which are Pakistani aircraft. F-16s usage, the Americans frown upon when the Pakistani used against India. There was a thought process that F-16s were used in post-Balakot in Swift Retort, and the Pakistanis had to say, no, we didn't use it. So the point is they were per force had to use the Chinese equipment. How did it perform? Well, that's an issue which requires little more analysis as to how did we target and what was the protective mechanism the Pakistanis used. So I today will not like to write off and say, no, Chinese equipment is not good. I think we must take it Chinese equipment is as good as any other military equipment across the world. And when we have to fight it out, if it doesn't perform, that's a bonus for us.
Interesting. And now a geopolitical question, General, because, India has made it clear. India will not tolerate cross-border terrorism. In fact, this entire war happened because of the Pahalgam terror attack. But considering what has happened in the last week, do you think India has now rewritten the rules of engagement for Pakistan's war by 1,000 cuts? This Pakistani old strategy of trying to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. Do you think the Pakistani military and the deep state will now take a hard look at fighting this war with 1,000 cuts?
Look, if I believe in our analysis of Pakistan over 7 decades, I don't think there would be a great change of heart in what has happened in last 4 days. Pakistan has got 4 nations within Pakistan itself. These 4 nations are moving in different direction altogether. And, to bind the four nations into one country, they require a glue. That glue is anti-Indianism. If they lose anti-Indianism as the glue, then one fine day, Pakistan will fracture itself into 4 countries. Balochistan, the way Balochistan happening, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Sindh is also a restive province.
Absolutely.
So, anti-Indianism is not going to go away. It is also the Raisat Yatre for Pakistan army. that army runs the country.
Absolutely.
Minute you say India is no more a threat and India is, we are goody-goody with India, then you don't require the Pakistan army to rule that country. Then the politicians tend to take their prime space. Will the Pakistan army allow the politicians to rule the country on their own and Pakistan army takes a back seat like in any democracy?
Right.
That will not happen. Because Pakistan army runs the country, is also in 7 decades also runs the industry.
Absolutely.
So it's their own livelihood that's at stake.
Indeed. I think you've summed it up so beautifully for us. Thank you very much indeed, General Rakesh Sharma, for joining us with that perspective there.
Thank you, Mohammed, for inviting me.
Also, let's take a look as to what the scene is at this moment in Ground Zero. Our special correspondent, Idris Sloan, has been getting us all the updates in terms of what is happening at the LOC and also what is happening in Srinagar. Take a look at this report sent by him.
After the announcement of ceasefire between India and Pakistan, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have finally breathing a sigh of relief, especially the ones who live close to the line of control and international border. We are finally seeing people in huge numbers coming out on the streets in Lal Chowk, which is a famous place, the Gantaghar of Srinagar, while as people across various districts of Jammu and Kashmir have finally come out their houses after 2 difficult days. We've seen how difficult it's been the last 48 hours, especially we've seen the drone attacks taking place in Srinagar, in Jammu, across many other places in Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, there has been ceasefire violation and massive shelling going on from across the border at multiple places. We've seen properties worth crores being destroyed in that ceasefire violation, while as 22 people have lost their lives in the last few days because of the shelling from across the border. There are around 60 people who are injured and are being treated at the hospital. But finally, after the ceasefire, people have started coming out in huge numbers. There is relief on the faces we can see, and everyone is happy that finally both the countries have agreed that there'll be no more violence on the borders as well as in the hinterland. With video journalist Feroz, Idris Sloan for WION World is One.
All right, so that was my colleague Idris Loan there getting us the latest from Srinagar. We'll slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere, for on the other side we'll get you the more details in terms of what is happening in the aftermath of this ceasefire that has been agreed this evening between India and Pakistan. That's coming up next. Stay tuned.
India's Global Voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of.
A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA.
Join the conversation.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Welcome back to our continuous special coverage on WION about India and Pakistan, who've just agreed to a ceasefire this evening. The conflict that has been ongoing for the last 4 days has now come to an end. The guns have fallen silent at the LOC. So what's in fact happened so far? We'll be getting you all of the details, but first let's take a look as to what is making headlines at this hour. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets with the NSA Ajit Doval, the CDS Anil Chauhan, the Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi, Air Force Chief AP Singh and the Naval Chief DK Tripathi at the Prime Minister's house. The US Vice President reacts on India-Pakistan ceasefire and expresses gratitude to the leaders of India and Pakistan for their willingness to engage in the ceasefire. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah welcomes the ceasefire announcement and assures that the Jammu and Kashmir government will assess the damage done and will start providing relief to the people who have been impacted.
Military action on land and in the air and sea.
India and Pakistan agreed to a full and an immediate ceasefire. In a brief statement, the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announces that the military action has been paused as of 5 p.m. on Saturday. In the wake of the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan, the state governments in India withdraw the request for voluntary closure of shops and other establishments. All shops and establishments are now permitted to operate as usual. All right, so in a significant announcement, India has confirmed that it has agreed to a ceasefire with Pakistan starting at 1700 hours IST. The ceasefire has now come into effect on land, air and sea. Now, confirming the development, India said that the Pakistani DGMO had called his Indian counterpart at about 3:35 IST and had agreed to a ceasefire from 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
Military operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Now, shortly after, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also put out his tweet saying that India has consistently maintained a very firm and an uncompromising stance against terror in all of its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. The announcement first came from the American President Donald Trump, who took to Truth Social to announce the truce. Now, Trump said that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and an immediate ceasefire after days of heightened tensions and cross-border attacks from both sides. And Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar then confirmed the ceasefire on his X handle, saying that both nations have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. So the ceasefire comes after 4 days of intense conflict between the two nuclear-armed neighbours. India launched Operation Sindur on the 6th and the 7th of May in retaliation to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 people. All right, now, joining us on this broadcast, we've got Ambassador Shashank, who's a former Secretary of and Ministry of External Affairs. He served as India's ambassador to Libya, Denmark and also South Korea. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on this broadcast. Considering that the ceasefire has been announced this evening after 4 very dramatic days of escalation, what in your assessment has actually gone on behind the scenes that has now brought some sense to Pakistan that it has agreed to the ceasefire?
You know, Pakistan was losing its assets very rapidly, and they were not able to make any advances in their plans to widen the conflict, to take it from PK right up to Bhuj, right up to Jaisalmer and all the other areas, all across the international border. And they were not succeeding, but they were carrying out all kinds of disinformation campaign. So how to stop all this? I am quite sure that the other countries who are looking at this situation, they felt that now time has come, especially President Trump, because he had not been succeeding very much in the Ukraine conflict. So therefore, here he felt that his old friend Modi might be more amenable to his advice. And since he knew that Pakistan was losing its assets so rapidly, and India was getting much, much closer to Russia, and Indian people were very grateful to Russia for having handed over the S-400 in time, so that though we did not use it, but at the same time, Pakistan kept claiming that it had destroyed the Indian S-400, which is totally false. So I think, therefore, America was under some kind of an obligation to move ahead. IMF was to give an assistance program, which it had agreed last year in July. And so this tranche was coming up, and the Americans did not want to stop it. So therefore, they must have also done something of this kind to tell Pakistan that they would get the money, but they would have to stop the conflict. Now, India has to be very careful, because Pakistan, on one hand, keeps talking about not the military leadership, but all the others keep talking about the nuclear threshold having been reached, and they would use nuclear weapons against India. The second one is Pakistan military, what it does, it treats its terrorist assets as their national heroes. They wrap them in national flags, and all the prime minister, all the ministers, they all turn up, the army chief, they all turn up whenever any terrorist dies. But they say that, no, we have nothing to do with them, we don't promote them, and that is that they are doing everything on their own. especially in POK, they always complain POJK that these are people who are fighting for their own rights, and therefore it's a question of India to listen to them.
Right, interesting. Now, and also one of the things that Indian government has, of course, been saying is, and this has come through the sources, that an act of terror on India will now be seen as tantamount to an act of war. Do you think this now changes the rules of engagement in case there is a future act of terror that is backed by the Pakistanis?
Well, when I heard that statement from the Prime Minister's side, that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war, there were two thoughts in my mind, that perhaps something is going on behind the scene to tell Pakistan not to widen the conflict, because India would go on retaliating in a non-escalatory manner to anything which is done by Pakistan and ensure that its assets are deteriorate to an extent that they cannot mount any kind of a campaign from their side, military campaign. Second point is that we have taken a lot of economic steps, diplomatic steps, and Indus Water Treaty has been put in abeyance.
Right.
Now, all treaties come to an end after a conflict, after a war.
Right.
We did not do it after 65, we did not do it after 1971, we did not do it after Kargil. Now, Prime Minister has formally announced that any act of war terror would be treated as an act of war. Therefore, the law of treaties will become functional. And so if Pakistan does anything further, then it will not be an abeyance. It will be meaning the cancellation of the treaty.
Interesting. And also, Ambassador, considering that the American pressure was also there on the Pakistanis, this is a question that baffles a lot of people, because the United States of America says that it has a zero policy towards terror. Now, India has time and again said that Pakistan uses the likes of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar, who find sanctuary, not just sanctuary, who find active encouragement by the Pakistani establishment. Why do the Americans not lean on the Pakistanis to turn over Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India?
America has its own war doctrine, which it has been using in the West Asia theaters. So one is that they would not put their boots on the ground. They would demolish whatever infrastructure, etc. is there locally. That they have been doing it very successfully, but they had to stop their involvement in Afghanistan and left behind almost $80 billion worth of their armament. Pakistan knows that only too well. Earlier, Pakistan had that special soft heart among the Americans, because they were saying that we are protecting your soldiers in Afghanistan. We are also supplying them ammunition as well as food and other necessities of life. But if you remember, Donald Trump himself said in the last term that Pakistan made a fool of the Americans. They got $20 billion and they killed the American troops, and the Americans are taking all that money.
Now, the Pakistanis have this habit of running with the hares and hunting with the hounds. When it comes to the question of terror, the fact that, the Pakistanis saw that the Americans backed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan and were able to push the Soviets out. And this is a strategy that they've been trying to use in the Kashmir Valley. They call this the war by 1,000 cuts that they want to inflict on India. Do you think after this almost full-blown confrontation, the Pakistani deep state, that is the army, will learn its lesson that this war by 1,000 cuts is not going to yield any dividends to the Pakistani nation?
Well, I'm quite sure they will go back to the drawing board once again to either reiterate the same policy or to change their policy. Generally, in establishments like where the military rule is dictated by the corps commanders and people sitting in their comfortable AC rooms, they try to stick to the existing doctrines.
Right.
So therefore, I will be a little bit cautious in accepting the face value of whatever the Pakistanis say. So we'll have to just, as our former minister Natwar Singh used to say, trust but verify.
Trust but verify. But the Pakistanis seem to be trusting this two-nation theory. It's something that they keep talking over and over again. And this entire thing blew in our faces once General Asim Munir made that unfortunate and bizarre comment raking in the two-nation theory. What do you think will be General Asim Munir's approach now? Do you think he's now going to change tack? Because the line that the Pakistani military had been taking is escalation, escalation, till there was nothing more that they could escalate to.
Well, I don't understand the Pakistan military that well, but I was in Pakistan for 4 years in 1982 onwards. And at that time, I saw that General Ziaul Haq was trying to Islamize the Pakistan army and the Pakistani society by the Nizam-e-Mustafa at the civilian level, and then telling the army people that they would get the highest awards after they die, that is the 72 Hoods. So therefore, he went way beyond any kind of crosses or the crescent awards which were being given in the past. And so therefore, it took away the fear of death from the Pakistani army if they were doing it for Islam. Now we have come to Asim Munir Sahab. He is a product of the madrasas, and then he has become the army chief. He has taken into heart, he can recite the Quran at any time, because that he learned during his stay in Saudi Arabia. But the point is that understanding Quran is different and then reciting Quran is different. So I think what has happened is that he wants to Islamize totally the Pakistani society. He wants to continue with bleeding the kafirs, what he considers kafir, and mostly the whole of India perhaps he considers kafir. So he will continue to do that. We have to be extremely careful. We should not trust them at all. So it should be not trusting, keep verifying. And take action under the new doctrine.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Shashank, for joining us and getting us that perspective there.
Thank you.
So this is what the scene is like in the aftermath of the announcement that there will be a ceasefire, that there is a ceasefire. The guns have fallen silent at 1700 hours Indian Standard Time. Remember, it was the American President Donald Trump who, of course, put out the tweet. It must have been very early morning for him, roughly about 7 o'clock perhaps in the morning for him at the time that he, in fact, made that tweet, that the two nations have agreed for a ceasefire. Now, remember, war, of course, affects the people who live in the war zone the most. And our special correspondent, Idris Alone, has been tracking the details very closely for us and has sent us this report from Srinagar. Take a look.
After the announcement of ceasefire between India and Pakistan, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have finally breathing a sigh of relief, especially the ones who live close to the line of control and international border. We are finally seeing people in huge numbers coming out on the streets in Lal Chowk, which is a famous place, the Gantaghar of Srinagar, while as people across various districts of Jammu and Kashmir have finally come out their houses after 2 difficult days. We've seen how difficult it's been the last 48 hours, especially we've seen the drone attacks taking place in Srinagar, in Jammu, across many other places in Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, there has been ceasefire violation and massive shelling going on from across the border at multiple places. We've seen properties worth crores being destroyed in that ceasefire violation, while as 22 people have lost their lives in the last few days because of the shelling from across the border. There are around 60 people who are injured and are being treated at the hospital. But finally, after the ceasefire, people have started coming out in huge numbers. There is relief on the faces we can see, and everyone is happy that finally both the countries have agreed that there'll be no more violence on the borders as well as in the hinterland. With video journalist Feroz, Idris Loan for WION World is One.
So as India and Pakistan agree to a ceasefire with immediate effect after 4 days of intense conflict, let's remind our viewers that WION, of course, was the first to indicate that India will see future acts of terror against India as an act of war, and this, of course, will be responded to accordingly. Now, let's take a look as to how things have been panning out to finally culminate in a ceasefire between the two nuclear-armed neighbours. Now, Indian government sources have confirmed that the ceasefire with Pakistan had been achieved bilaterally. DGMOs of India and Pakistan first held talks at 3:35 p.m. Indian Standard Time on Saturday, and the ceasefire was announced at 5 p.m. IST. Now, India-Pakistan ceasefire was preceded by some hectic diplomatic efforts. In a statement on social media platform X, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio confirmed that he and the Vice President J.D. Vance had spent 48 hours with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Shahbaz Sharif, hinting towards a ceasefire. Earlier in the day, Saudi Arabia had also called on Pakistan and India to de-escalate the situation and to end their military confrontation. The news of the ceasefire came from the American President Donald Trump, who took to Truth Social to announce it. Trump said that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and an immediate ceasefire after days of heightened tensions and cross-border attacks from both sides. Now, shortly after this, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar then confirmed the ceasefire on his X handle, saying that both nations have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Indian sources confirmed that the ceasefire with Pakistan had been agreed upon bilaterally, starting at 1700 hours on Saturday. The ceasefire has now come into effect on land, air and sea. They've also added that there were no preconditions whatsoever to the truce. However, the diplomatic measures taken in the wake of the Pahalgam attack will stay in force. This includes curbs on visas, and also the Indus Water Treaty will stay in abeyance.
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Now, shortly after India's confirmation, External Affairs Minister of India S. Jaishankar put out that India has consistently maintained a firm and an uncompromising stance against terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. Now, India and Pakistan's DGMOs will now hold the talks next on the 12th of May at noon. The next steps, as well as the progress in the ceasefire, are likely to be evaluated in the talks. And reactions, of course, are coming in the aftermath of the ceasefire from across India. Let's listen in.
दोबारा सीज फायर जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहाँ जहाँ नुकसान हुआ है, नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें, असेसमेंट करें डैमेज, और उस नुकसान का जो है लोगों को हम रिलीफ पहुंचाना शुरू करें।
As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding.
Peace is essential. We need to have more details. But I'm very glad India never wanted a long-term war. What India wanted was, indeed, to teach the terrorists a lesson. I believe that lesson has been taught. The other details are not yet clear. Let's find out more.
अपने मुल्क की लीडरशिप को भी मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ और पाकिस्तान का भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहते हैं कि इस वक्त दोनों मुल्क आपस में जो है सीज़ फायर के लिए एग्री कर गए, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा जो तकलीफ़ होती है जब हमारे मुल्क और पाकिस्तान के बीच में जंग होती है तो वो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को होती है। ये बॉर्डर स्टेट है ना। मुझे लगता है आज लोग शायद चैन की नींद बहुत दिनों के बाद सोएंगे, और वैसे भी मिलिट्री सोल्यूशन कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं होता है।
Fortunately, the world understands what is really happening. And now they have agreed to, or they have decided not to create further provocations. It's the interest of the world, of both the countries, and India has always been saying that Pakistan should stop the propagating and promoting terrorism in all its forms.
I congratulate both sides. I'm glad that there is a ceasefire, because now I won't see the kind of loss of lives of innocent people who have nothing to do with the war. It's the soldiers who are martyred. It are innocent people who are killed. The reason why it has happened is because from Pakistan, the territory of Pakistan, you have terrorist activities. This has not happened for the first time. It's been happening for decades now. They must stop this. They must make sure that these terrorist camps are done away with and that they don't become the hotbed of terrorism in this country. As long as that continues, this conflict will continue and a temporary ceasefire will never be permanent.
इस बार तकनीकी रूप से जिस ढंग से भारत ने अपनी कार्रवाई की है, मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहूँगा। भूतो न भविष्यति, कम समय में जिस प्रकार से अपनी सीमाओं में रह करके आधुनिक तकनीक के बलबूते पर शस्त्रार्थों के जैसे शस्त्रों और जैसी मिसाइल और व्यवस्था थी देश के दुश्मनों से निपटने में, जो माननीय मोदी जी ने अपनी रणनीति के आधार पर भारत की धाक और साख दुनिया में बनाई, वाकई वो अद्भुत है। हर भारतीय का सीना 56 इंच का हो गया। मेरी अपनी ओर से बधाई।
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll continue tracking all the developments that are unfolding as India and Pakistan ceasefire has come into effect. Stay tuned to WION.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Unlocking the future of finance.
Dive into the world of tokenization with me
as we yield the power of tokenization.
Discover the future of
ownership, where I decode demystify tokenization for you.
Empowering the tokenized revolution.
Get ready to dive for an in-depth look at tokenization.
Busting the myths around tokenization.
Catch me on Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet.
Token Money Magnet only on WION.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
we bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of.
A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA.
Join the conversation.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Learn about tokenization, the future of ownership, with me on Token Money Magnet, only on WION.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching our continuing comprehensive coverage right here on WION World is One. I'm Modi Gambhir, diving straight to the top stories making headlines at this hour.
Both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India and Pakistan agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. In a brief statement, the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announces that military action has been paused as of 5 p.m. on Saturday. US Vice President expresses gratitude to the leaders of India and Pakistan for willingness to engage in the ceasefire. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets NSA Ajit Doval, CDS Army Chief, Air Force Chief and the Navy Chief at the Prime Minister's residence. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah welcomes the ceasefire announcement, assures that the J&K government will assess the damage done and start providing relief to the people. In the wake of the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan, state governments in India withdraw requests for the voluntary closure of shops and other establishments. All shops and establishments now permitted to operate as usual. After 4 days of an armed conflict with Pakistan, India has announced that it has agreed to a ceasefire with Pakistan starting at 5 p.m. IST. The ceasefire came into effect on its operation over land, air and sea. India said the Pakistani DGMO called his Indian counterpart at 3:35. After the agreement on the ceasefire, the announcement was made from 5 p.m. IST.
Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Shortly after this, India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar put out a message stating that India has consistently maintained a firm and maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and it will continue to do so. In fact, news of the impending ceasefire, the word came in from US President Donald Trump, who took to Truth Social to put it out. Trump said India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire after days of heightened tensions and cross-border attacks from both sides. Pakistan's foreign minister confirmed the ceasefire on his X handle, saying both nations have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. The ceasefire comes after 4 days of intense conflict between the nuclear-armed neighbours. India launched Operation Sindur in retaliation to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians. And with us on the broadcast this minute is Major General SVP Singh, former Additional Director General Artillery, also 1971 Indo-Pak War veteran. Thanks very much for being here on the broadcast. I have to begin by asking you for your assessment of the fact that we're looking at this point coming in after 4 days of conflict. But what do you see happening from here onwards?
Well, Molly, good evening to WION, and I thank you for this invite. Well, this ceasefire, I would say, has come as a bombshell, but what it does is it saves people from death and destruction. That's the biggest payoff in any war. But we have to see that who is our enemy. And Pakistan, we have to understand its nature, the state of the nature of Pakistan, how much it can be trusted. That is the biggest deficit, trust which exists between the two countries, and Pakistan has to play its game in a fair manner, on a new slate. Look, today Pakistan stands bailed out by the IMF and by India. So it should acknowledge with gratitude the statesmanship which exists in our country. So that is the first aspect of this ceasefire which has come about. And I hope as it proceeds, it lasts, because there's always suspicion about Pakistan, the country that it is. Now, how do we take forward? How has it come about? I think it is the power projection which India gained in the last decade plus. The political will, the creation of assets, be it the comprehensive national power, be it the military strength. I think India has come a long way to dictate terms, to be accepted in the global arena as a power that matters, and in South Asia as a regional power. exercising strategic autonomy, strategic posturing, and in South Asia, I would say, strategic dominance. Now, these three factors have played in India's favor. Next, these 4 days, which you have asked, have been catastrophic for Pakistan. The day operation started, they were taken aback. The next day, they tried to retaliate, to escalate, though India had said that they will not escalate, and it was with a lot of restraint that they have carried out this operation of destroying their terrorist hubs. But last night was a lesson which Pakistan has learned, which continued during the daytime when their airfields, 62 airfields destroyed, their war-waging machinery was just destroyed. They could not recover from that. And they cannot recover from the economic suffering which they are in, economic depravity. Maybe the IMF has bailed them out. I hope that they only give this money, tits and bits, and keep them in a tight leash. That's very important, because Pakistan otherwise is going to fritter away this money with terrorists once again. They are also going to fritter away the money for the generals who are existing in their country. And these two have to be reined in by the people of Pakistan, the generals, the army, and the terrorists. This is very important.
Yes.
Because Pakistan, as our neighbor, we have to see not the ceasefire itself. We have to see Pakistan, what is its internal situation. Its internal situation is disturbing to the extent it does not know that two of its major provinces are going to be part of the so-called Pakistan.
Right.
Baluchistan, we have seen what all has happened in these 96 hours, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So that is a big question mark for Pakistan. They try to show a bold face to India.
We will delve deeper into what's happening at the moment. Sorry to interrupt you there. Let's just take a pause here for some breaking developments coming in right this minute. Very significant, in fact. At the moment, the word coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, explosions heard across Srinagar. This, of course, is a developing situation. We are awaiting further details on what's happening on the ground, but at the same time, an extremely significant development coming in just a short while after the announcement of the ceasefire. India and Pakistan, remember, agreed to a ceasefire, and now we're looking at these developments trickling in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has pointed out explosions heard across Srinagar. We are awaiting further details on the ground situation and what else we know at this point. But at the same time, this news of the explosions being heard coming in from the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir himself, Omar Abdullah, putting out that statement on the platform X. Like I just said, he said explosions heard across Srinagar. Important to point out here. All right, let's go straight across now to our correspondent Idris Lone for more on that. Idris, what can you share with us at this point?
Well, Molly, from the last 10 minutes, we're hearing continuous blasts all across Srinagar city. I'm very close to the airport. I could hear the big bangs here, very close to the airport. I also came out and saw that the sound was coming from the south part of the city, which could be Pampur or Avantipura side. The sound coming from those sides, but multiple blasts, not one, not two, not dozens, more than 2 dozen blasts in the last 10 minutes have been heard all across Srinagar. There is panic back again across Srinagar city at the moment. People back into their houses. There's no electricity. And that is what I'm hearing from other parts of Jammu as well. There are some unconfirmed reports about the ceasefire violations coming from the line of control, but it has not been confirmed by any security agencies at the moment. But what I can confirm to you, that a top official of Jammu and Kashmir police said that there were drone sightings in northern part of Kashmir and Baramulla, and now in Srinagar we are hearing exactly the same sounds that we've been hearing from the last 2 days. Blasts happening in the air. It seems like the drones are being neutralized up in the air and the blast sounds coming from that. At the moment, complete blackout all over Srinagar, but the blast sound still continues. From the last 10 minutes, there have been continuous blasts taking place. Even right now, when we speak, I can hear that there are blast sounds happening in the south part of the city.
Right. Idris, stay with us. Just a quick reminder to our viewers who might just be joining us on the broadcast this minute. This is the statement, the post that's been put out by the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah about explosions heard across Srinagar. And we have been telling you about the situation on the ground with the help of our correspondent Idris Loan. Idris, going back across to you. Go ahead, please.
Well, Omar Abdullah also just tweeted a video and he says this is no ceasefire. The air defense units in middle of the Srinagar just opened up, which exactly means either the missile or the drone attack from the other side, from the Pakistani army. There is no confirmation at the moment about what exactly is happening, but I can tell you that multiple dozens of blasts, even as we speak. Just like 2 seconds ago, there was another blast that I heard in Srinagar city. So the whole city, again, complete blackout. The electricity, there's no electricity at the moment, and I can see there is nobody, again, on the streets. Everybody has moved back into their houses, taken shelter. This is exactly what Jammu and Kashmir has been facing in the last 2 days. And there was a sigh of relief today that there might be no fire or blast sounds today, but it has gone back to exactly what it was yesterday. And I'm hearing the same reports from the northern part of Kashmir. In Baramulla also, Jammu and Kashmir Police's top officials has confirmed that there have been drone sightings in northern part of Kashmir as well. Even from there are reports coming in from Jammu. We're also hearing some reports from the line of control, but they're unconfirmed. We did try to speak to the defense forces as well as to the Jammu and Kashmir police there, but there has been no confirmation on the ceasefire violation. But the drone attacks definitely taking place. This is, as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has tweeted, he said this is the air defense system going up, which basically means these are the drones which are coming from across the border and they're being neutralized up in the air. A lot of panic yet again all across Srinagar city. There's no electricity, complete blackout all over. People have been advised yet again to stay in dark places, safer places, preferably in the ground floor.
Right, Idris Loan, our correspondent, giving us a better sense of the situation on the ground right now. We also have that statement that's been put out by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah. Idris, of course, a very sensitive point at this time. Earlier in the evening, we were also talking to you about what things were looking like where you were. And the mood, like you're telling us, shifting as of now with the latest coming in.
Well, absolutely. As we speak, still blast sounds could be heard all across Srinagar city. I'm standing in the balcony of my house. I live very close to the airport. So this is where most of the blasts, the intensity of the blast is higher here. The sound is coming very clear from close to the airport, and it could be also in south part of the city, Pampur, but there's no clarity on that. But this has to be this is exactly what we've been watching and witnessing from the last 2 days. Exactly same pattern. It looks like the air defense system is working and basically neutralizing all the drones coming from across the border. Right now also there's a big bang that I just heard again, right now again. So continuously these blasts are taking place, not one, not two, but multiple. I don't know if you could hear the sound, but there is massive blasts that are taking place right now, even in different parts of Srinagar city, and the whole city is under complete blackout. There's no light, and people have been advised to stay inside. Not to venture out at least at this point of time, when there is these blasts are going on, and there is no confirmation from the security forces what exactly is happening, because everybody was happy, everybody was out on the streets, and they were basically cheerful that they were happy that the ceasefire agreement has been agreed upon by both the countries. But at the moment, blast sounds not only in Srinagar, in northern part of Kashmir. Yet again, I can tell you, Molly, it's continuous. It's not stopping at all. I must have heard at least 50 blasts taking place in the last 10 to 15 minutes. It's going on without a break, even now, as we speak. The whole Srinagar city now in panic. We've heard the same stories coming from Baramulla in northern part of Kashmir. There are some reports coming from Jammu as well. So we still don't know what is happening, because there's no clearer version of the security forces. But it does seem that the air defense system is up again, and that is working, and that they're neutralizing the drones that are coming from across the border. We did hope that situation has become better, especially for the people who live close to the LOC and international border, but it doesn't seem like there is a stop. We're back to the situation what we were yesterday, and the day before that, people started Srinagar, complete blackout, pitch dark outside, not a single bulb on, whether it's the street light, whether it's the lights from the houses, nothing at all, complete pitch dark, no sound, no traffic on the road, people in panic mode, but authorities not really giving out a clear message what exactly is happening. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir tweeting and having no information basically what exactly is happening, but as he said in the latest tweet, that it seems like the air defense systems are up and they're working and neutralizing the drones coming from across the border.
Right. Stay with us, Idris, our correspondent on the ground, telling us and piecing together for us what things are looking like at this point. Let's also highlight that the statement, the post that was put out by the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, it came in just a short while back. In case you're just tuning in, that was a statement that was put out about explosions heard across Srinagar. That along with that, we also saw that post coming in from the Chief Minister about air defense units in the middle of Srinagar opening up, quote unquote. That was the other post that was put up by the Chief Minister as well. What we're also gathering at this point, and it's important to tell our viewers that we are gathering that everything is under control at this point, and a reiteration of what we have been saying here on WION World is One all throughout, that there is no need to panic. Our correspondent Idris Loan has been telling us about the situation on the ground this minute, but it's also important to just take a closer look at what the situation is right this second, going back across to Idris first.
Well, yes, Molly, the non-stop blasts in Srinagar city, not a single minute that we are not hearing these blasts taking place up in the air. Actually, this is worse than the last 2 days in Srinagar. We've heard in the morning also, there were a couple of blasts. There were 3 in the morning, then there were 3 in the afternoon, but there was a break. But right now, I can tell you, I must have heard dozens of blasts taking place in the last 15 minutes. And now we've seen the whole city has been converted. The whole city is under the blackout. There's no electricity. People have gone back into their houses yet again. There is nobody on the roads. There's no traffic at all. There's a lot of panic among the people. There's no clarity also from the authorities whether this is an attack from the other side. Are these drones, missiles? There's no clarity. Nobody is saying anything except the fact that Omar Abdullah just tweeted a while ago that it could be the air defense system is up again and neutralizing the drones that are coming from across the border. But multiple blasts, dozens of blasts taking place across Srinagar. We are getting the same reports from the northern part of Kashmir in Baramulla, also in the southern part of the city, as well as in Avantipora and Anantnag district.
All right, Idris, we'll just come back to you. Just a quick update coming in right this minute. Breaking developments coming in from different parts, in fact. At this point, what we are gathering is there's a blackout in the border areas of Rajasthan, blackout in Jaisalmer, and a blackout in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir, a blackout in Firozpur, Rajouri, as we continue to keep a close eye on the latest details and inputs coming in from different parts of the country. This is what the latest update is at this point. A blackout in border areas of Rajasthan, a blackout in Jaisalmer, blackout in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Our correspondent Idris Loan is also with us to get us a better sense of that. But blackout in Firozpur, Rajouri, border areas of Rajasthan, blackout in Jaisalmer is what we know at this point as we await further details. And like Idris was saying, awaiting further clarity on what's happening on the ground. It's a reminder to not panic. That's the message that we have been putting out to our viewers all throughout. We are gathering, everything is under control. Going back across now to Idris, who's been getting us the minute-by-minute updates that have been coming in. Idris, let's just take a step back and also talk about the way things have panned out on the ground. We were talking just a short while back. You were talking to people on the ground, getting reactions from the locals. And just a short while after that, we're looking at this situation unfolding.
Well, absolutely. I was just in Lal Chowk, like just an hour and a half ago. I was in Lal Chowk. There were people who had come after 2 days. They were out on the streets. I also met up with the tourists who were here, who were basically stuck here because the road, National Highway, was closed. So was the airport, and they were stuck here. Some of them really were happy that there is a ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan. And they were back on the streets, and there was relief among people, especially those people who live very close to the line of control and international border. But suddenly, nobody really expected that there would be something like this now at this point in time. In Srinagar city, multiple blasts, dozens of blasts people have heard in the last 15 to 20 minutes now, and everybody is gone inside their house, taken shelter. There's a complete blackout. There's no electricity all over Srinagar city at the moment. It's pitch dark outside, silence. That's one of the reasons these blasts that we are hearing, the intensity of them is much more when there is no light, when there's no other sounds coming in from the roads. So there is complete silence except these blasts that we are hearing in Srinagar city.
Okay.
On the other hand, we are getting the same reports from different parts of the Kashmir division. From North Kashmir's Baramulla district, we're getting the same reports from South Kashmir in Avantipora as well as in Anantnag. We're also getting reports from Jammu, but we don't have any confirmation about the line of control at the moment. But there are some reports coming in from LOC as well. So the situation back to what it was in the last 2 to 3 days, especially the panic that was created by these blasts.
Right. Idris Loan getting us those updates from Jammu and Kashmir. I'll just come back to you. Let's also get in Siddhant Sibbal, who's been monitoring those developments very closely as well. Siddhant, what more can you share with us at this point? What are you picking up?
Well, there are developments across the western border of India. Punjab is witnessing blackout. There are drone attacks in Srinagar. We are waiting for some kind of word officially from the government, but it is clear that there is a major violation that is underway. It looks like Pakistan is not adhering to the understanding that is achieved last few hours, and it is something that is a developing story. We're waiting for more commentary coming from the Indian side, but it looks like it could be a pretty long night, and it looks like a shocking development hours after Donald Trump announced that it's US brokered, and of course the Indian side and the Pakistani side also announced. It looks like things are going in a free fall.
All right, so that's the latest that we are getting in at this point. Just a quick reminder of the updates coming in from different parts of the country. Blackout in border areas of Rajasthan, blackout in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go back across to Siddhant. Siddhant, you are telling us about what you're picking up at this point. What can we expect? Do we expect any word coming in officially? And as we piece together the developments coming in from different parts of the country, it's a very significant juncture and a sensitive time at which these developments are coming. But of course, our word coming out to the viewers is there is no need to panic at this point. All right, we'll just reconnect that line with Siddhant. Going back across to Idris, who is on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, where a blackout has been reported in different parts. We do know there has been a blackout in the border areas of Rajasthan as well. That's the latest coming in as we continue to monitor those updates. Idris, back to you. What are you gathering at this point? Tell us more about what things are looking like.
Well, the situation is extremely grim. At the moment, there's a lot of panic, complete pitch dark. The whole city is dark right now because there's no electricity. Blackout all over Srinagar city. We're also hearing blackout from North Kashmir's Baramulla, South Kashmir as well. There have been drone activities that have been witnessed in the last at least 15 to 20 minutes. We've seen the air defense system seems to be up and working, and that is what the blast sounds are coming from. But at the moment, there's no clarity from the authorities, except the fact that the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir tweeted and said there's no ceasefire, but there seems to be an air defense system up and working, and that's the sound that we are hearing at the moment. But let me tell you that it does seem like the ceasefire worked because there is an attack from the opposite side. They're still launching these drones towards Jammu and Kashmir, or towards different parts of Jammu and Kashmir, not one but North Kashmir, Srinagar city. We're also hearing the same reports from Jammu division as well. There has been some movement on the line of control as well, but this is not confirmed to us. It's unconfirmed report that there could be fighting going on at the line of control as well. That is what we are hearing at the moment. People have been advised. They're following the same drill actually, because there's no clarity from the authorities at the moment. The people have just gone inside themselves after hearing these blasts. There is complete blackout, nobody out on the streets, a panic mode on, people taking shelter, people going into safer zones and making sure that they follow exactly the same advisory that was given out by the government yesterday in different parts of the Kashmir region. We've seen how advisories were issued in Rajouri, Poonch, as well as in northern part of Baramulla, Uri, Kupwara, all these places which are close to the line of control. But in Srinagar also, people on their own at the moment, because people were out, traffic was back on the streets, people were really happy, the shops had started opening, the vendors on the roads were out again. So it all seemed like life was coming back to normal, and suddenly these blasts, and we're back inside taking shelter and under the complete blackout.
Right, Idris. I'm sure a lot of our viewers also saw that input, that report that you got us earlier in the evening, just a couple of hours ago, when we were having that conversation, when you were speaking to those tourists and those locals on the ground as well. And in sharp contrast, these are the latest inputs and the latest details that are trickling in at this point. Remember, it's a developing scenario. No need to panic. We are gathering at this point. There has been a blackout in border areas of Rajasthan. We also know about the blackout in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir. We are awaiting further details and clarity on what exactly is happening. The blackout that's been also reported in Firozpur and Rajouri, to be specific. Those are the specific details that are coming in of what's happening in different parts of the country. As we continue to get you those updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, a sensitive time at this time. Our correspondent Idris Lone has been getting us those updates all throughout. And talking to us about what he's gathering at this point and what is being witnessed on the ground. Of course, at the moment, the mood has shifted. in a contrast to what was being seen on the ground just a short while back as well. If you're just joining us, this is what things are looking like right now. But at the same time, like we've been saying, there is no need to panic. We are awaiting further details as well on what exactly is happening at this point. Going back across now to Idris, who's been piecing together for us what he's seeing at this point and what he can share with us on what's happening on the ground right now. Idris, back to you.
Well, Molly, from the last at least 2 to 3 minutes, we've not heard any of the blasts now at the moment. But as we already said, that there have been multiple blasts across Srinagar city that we've heard in the last 15 to 20 minutes. The city is completely under a blackout. People have gone back taking shelter into their homes. They've been, as advised yesterday, they've been told to go into ground floors preferably and shut all the lights, no inverters, and no traffic on the road as well. We're not seeing anyone moving out on the main road. Security forces definitely on the ground, making sure that people should not go into the panic zone, but people are in panic, let me tell you, because of the sound. People were really not expecting this. They were happy that the ceasefire has been, the agreement has been agreed upon by both the countries, and suddenly everyone was out on the streets enjoying, happy and back to the normal life. But just like 20 minutes ago, we started hearing these blasts yet again. We still have no confirmation where these were coming from and what was their target, but we heard the sound. We're very close to the airport in Srinagar. The sound was coming from that side, and there was the other sound was coming from the southern part of the city, which could be Pampora or Avantipora. On the other hand, we're also getting reports confirmed to us by top Jammu and Kashmir sightings in northern part of Kashmir as well, especially in the Baramulla district, and similar kind of sound, similar blasting. So the air defense system seems to be working fine. There seems to be a drone attack from across the border, but at the moment no confirmation. But a lot of panic yet again all across Jammu and Kashmir. We're also getting news from the line of control, but it's not been confirmed by the security forces, by the Indian Army at the moment. But there has been some movement on the line of control. We're hearing that gunfire has been heard at various places, especially in the Jammu division, but that is unconfirmed and it's not been confirmed by the Indian Army. But the whole Jammu and Kashmir slowly getting into a blackout. We're at the moment, it's Srinagar, it's Baramulla, and it's Jammu city. We've been told that 3 places are completely under blackout, but there could be more places now. Since people have heard these blasts again, security forces are up again, and the advisories might be issued yet again, and people might be asked to stay indoors, and the blackout might continue for a couple of hours. Nobody knows what has happened. There's complete silence from the authorities at the moment, whether the ceasefire has not worked, what has happened exactly. So there's no information on that. But at the moment, a lot of panic across Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, stay with us, Idris. A blackout being reported in Barmer, Firozpur, Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Arispura, Jammu, apart from the other areas. Let's go back across now to our correspondent, Siddhant Sibal, who's also been getting us more on these developments. Siddhant, what can you share with us? What are you gathering?
Hello?
Siddhant, if my voice is going through to you, what are you picking up at this point?
Well, one thing is for sure that this incident is something that has been closely watched here in Delhi, and here authorities in Delhi are very much aware of the development which is happening, as Civic pointed out, to the situation in Kashmir, in Srinagar, and also we are getting reports of other parts of Western India. There are questions being raised about many things as well, because just hours before we saw India and Pakistan agreeing to understanding on the situation, and it looked like both sides are looking forward towards seizing any kind of facilities. But it looks like with this incident, there are questions being raised. We are also waiting for developments in terms of what has happened on the ground. The Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has also tweeted about the incident as well. And we also know that the focus right now is to deal with the developing situation.
Right. Siddhant, as of now, we do know that a blackout has been reported in the border areas of Rajasthan, blackout reported in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan and Punjab. Are you picking up any additional inputs on that front?
Well, right now, the only input we are getting is that there is a blackout in Jammu, there is a blackout in Pathankot in Punjab, there are reports of red street seen and heard even as India is intercepting the Pakistani drones in Srinagar, and Rajasthan also is witnessing a blackout as well in Jaisalmer bordering area. So all in all, the focus is right now to understand what is happening and why is it happening, because as we know that the understanding was achieved, and there were global comments also coming. The EU side had commented, the Bangladesh side had welcomed it, the UAE had welcomed it, and now it looks like there is complete change or reversal in the position.
All right, stay with us, Siddhant. Let's just go back across now to Idris Lone, who's been getting us those latest details as well, and getting us a sense of what things are looking like on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Idris, going back across to you, what are you picking up at this point?
Well, Molly, complete blackout all across Srinagar and North Kashmir's Baramulla district, in South Kashmir as well. It seems like the whole Jammu and Kashmir is slowly getting into the blackout zone again, as we were witnessing in the last 2 days. We thought that it was over, honestly, as people were back on the streets, happy, and there was a sigh of relief that it won't happen tonight, and everybody was planning things again. Things were getting back to normal, and suddenly, just like 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, we heard these big blasts in Srinagar city. Mostly the sound was coming from the southern part of the city, closer to the airport or to the Pampore area. And then there was panic. Then there was panic again. People started calling each other. People were getting back into their houses. The traffic was again off the roads. We did see a lot of people coming out in huge numbers. The tourists were out on the streets yet again. We were in Lal Chowk just a couple of hours ago, and there was huge rush. The shops have started to open again in the evening time. But suddenly, these blasts have created a lot of panic all across Srinagar city. People are back again taking shelter in their homes. There's pitch dark blackout all across Srinagar city, and people are following exactly the same rule book they've been following from the last 2 to 3 days. They've been going into the ground floors of the buildings in houses, and they've been asked to stay in dark places, not to even switch on the inverter lights or any other kind of light. Just stay calm. And as we know that the Chief Minister also tweeted just a while ago, he also tweeted as if he really doesn't know what is happening. So do most of the people across Jammu and Kashmir, because everybody thought it's over, especially the people who live close to the line of control. In northern part of Kashmir, in Baramulla, there have been drone sightings there as well, the same kind of blast taking place there as well. It seems the air defense system is up and it is working, and that's why we are hearing these blasts. But it seems like there is a drone attack from across the border yet again, and people in across the Kashmir division in the panic mode. We are hearing same stories from Jammu as well. The locals who are in Jammu at the moment, some of them we've spoken to, have said the same thing, that it seems like exactly the similar pattern. What we've seen in the last 3 days is being followed yet again. There has been some movement on the line of control as well, but there is that's unconfirmed. The Indian Army has not really given out any release at the moment, whether there is a violation or not. But in the cities, I can tell you, in Baramulla, in Srinagar, in southern part of Kashmir, as well as in Jammu, there have been drone sightings and there have been blasts that we've heard for at least 20 minutes. In Srinagar city, in the last 2 days, we did hear these blast sounds, but they were like 2 to 3 blasts that we were hearing, and they were at interval, like there was a break of 2 to 3 hours.
Right.
But at this time, we heard multiple
All
blasts.
right.
There were more than...
All right, Idris, sorry to interrupt you there. I'll just come back to you. There are further developments that we're getting our viewers right this minute, where these are developments coming in from Gujarat. In fact, a statement, an update that's been put out by the Gujarat minister there about drones being spotted in Gujarat. I'm quoting from that statement. Several drones have been spotted in the Kutch district. A complete blackout will be implemented now. Please stay safe. Don't panic. That's the message coming in from the Gujarat minister about several drones that have been spotted, specifically in the Kutch district. And the word coming in, the message coming in is do not panic. And that's also something that we have been putting across to our viewers. Extremely important at this sensitive time as we piece together the latest developments coming in from different parts of the country. Let's also get our viewers a better sense of how blackouts have been reported at different parts. So while we tell you about the situation and the way it's unfolding with the help of our correspondents, let's also get in a quick reaction from Major General SVP Singh, who has been with us on the broadcast. Thanks very much, sir, for your patience. I just want to come to you at this point for your comments on what we are seeing unfolding. Of course, we are awaiting further clarity and information on what exactly is happening, but these are the inputs that we have been getting our viewers from different parts of the country, and you also have been listening in to what our correspondent just shared with us.
Molly, I started by saying the nature of the state of Pakistan is a big question mark. And as we started the show, right came up Chief Minister J&K's tweet, which speaks a lot. So that is where my military mind dictates to me how careful, how cautious India has to be. Listen, Pakistan, if they have definitely violated this ceasefire. It was effective from 1700 hours today. At 1530 hours, the DGMO had spoken to our DGMO requesting for a ceasefire. So that means the communication would have started going right down to the troops at the forward level, the tactical level, and Pakistani communication system would have conveyed that the ceasefire is coming. That it has been broken is very clear now. It's very clear, right from Gujarat. Kutch, drones are being seen, so it's not coming from thin air. Now, what happens? Look, Pakistan already fell deeper into the ditch, deeper from grace by showing that funeral ceremony in Bhavalpur, where the terrorists have been saluted and given a state-level funeral. Second, their DG ISPR press review, which came in the beginning, admitted that the terrorist hub centers had been attacked by us, starting right from POK right up to Bhavalpur, which was an acceptance of the terrorist state of affairs. Now, thirdly, this one, where the President of the United States, he tweets, their Secretary of State has spoken to both the heads of state here and to their General Munir. So what happens? What is the credibility of Pakistan? And where do they stand? Look, India now comes out with this event of the last few hours very high on the moral ground, very high in the world. Not only in the world, but the communities or the organizations which may be little indirectly or soft on Pakistan supporting them. For example, OIC, the United Nations, who's been very soft in this Palgram resolution which they passed. Then US, the Western countries, they're going to view Pakistan as a real threat, a threat which India has been mirroring and echoing to the world. Listen, that we are here fighting terrorism. It is not our cause alone. it is the cause of the world, the Western powers, who get exposed to all terrorist action, whose epicenter is found to be Pakistan. Now, this is a great message, and I think Indian statesmanship is now climbing a ladder or two more with this, a step or two more with what Pakistan has done this evening. When we broke off that communication, I had mentioned to you a couple of points, which was that, the internal state of Pakistan. You see, the internal state of Pakistan, as I said, Baluchistan and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and they were still showing a bold face towards our borders, coming across missiles and drone attacks on us, whereas they were having a dagger in their back from Baluchis as well as the KP, the Taliban. Now, still, their madness of leadership, lack of any strategic thought, lack of any strategic intelligence made them do what they have done.
Major General SVP Singh. Yes, I request you to just hold that thought there. Just a quick reminder to our viewers of what we are gathering at this point and the latest information that's been coming in from different parts of the country, and a reiteration also that there is no need to panic. India has asserted that everything is under control. Just a quick word coming in from different parts about the blackouts that have been reported at this time, but a reiteration that we are awaiting further clarity on what exactly is happening. We are awaiting further information, but we have been telling our viewers about the inputs coming in from different parts of the country, and as our correspondents also have been outlining for us what they are seeing and what they are picking up at this point. But at the same time, the message from India and the important message to the viewers at this point is that there is no need to panic. Major General SVP Singh, go ahead, please.
Yes, so that is one part of it. Second is the turmoil in Pakistan is of waters within themselves. Punjab and Sindh, in the sharing of the waters, recently they cancelled their canal network out of 6 canals which are to come up. 5 of them through, I think, the IMF loan fund, and one they were trying to fund themselves, which they had to cancel because Punjab was gaining more, Sindh and the other province was getting much lesser. So that is another turmoil which is existing between them. Then it is the army versus the public, army versus the political leaders of their country. I think the public has to rise. The political parties have to unite to convey to the army thus far and no more. And in this connection, I think time is up for Munir. The leadership now should ask him to step down. He was looking for extension. I think now he should de-escalate forthwith. I hope that the ceasefire can be worked to the advantage of Pakistan, if not India. Because India, what have we achieved? We have achieved partial aim of ours. That is, we wanted to eliminate the total terrorist hubs, the ideologues, the ideology after that. So we came a few steps ahead only in that, but we accepted in the higher interests of world peace, the regional peace. And United States, being a special strategic partner, definitely would have appealed to us to go
Major
ahead
General
with it.
SVP Singh, yes. I'll just come back to you, request you to please hold that thought. Just a quick update coming in, and important to remind our viewers about the situation and also the message that's been coming in. India is asserting everything is under control and there is no need to panic. That's the message going out to our viewers. And also from the DC Amritsar at this point, that's the latest that we have. This is a message going out to the people saying, I'm quoting from it, dear citizens, a siren will sound shortly and thereafter we shall implement the blackout. This is by way of abundant precaution. Please stay indoors and away from windows. Please don't panic. Important to highlight here that the word coming in from the authorities at this point is there is no need to panic, and this is the update coming in from Amritsar, DC Amritsar, saying a siren will sound shortly and thereafter we shall implement the blackout. This is by way of abundant precaution. Please stay indoors and away from windows. Let's get in our correspondent Dharamjot Kaur as well, who has further details at this point.
Well, Molly, a lot of districts have been put under blackout, and district officials are informing everyone to remain calm. Notices are being put out for any sirens they may hear. This is particularly in the state of Punjab, where Amritsar, Batala, Pathankot, Buxar, Firozpur, Jalandhar, and parts of Moga will be experiencing blackouts. Some have already gone partially under blackout. Some is going to be implemented shortly. Sirens are and will be heard in all these areas to ensure that it's a sign for the civilians to remain inside, for residents to stay away from doors and windows, to ensure that they have supplies in place and to not panic. Civic administration is fully active on the ground, as are the armed forces in all the border areas and the cities and towns as well. This is a message coming from the state and the district authorities time and again for India's residents. There is no need to panic. District officials are ensuring that civic peace and stability and law and order remains intact. The armed forces on the borders are ensuring that minimal amount of attacks are taking place and that all bids by Pakistan are being foiled effectively. Molly?
Right, Dharamjot, we'll just come back to you as we get in further inputs coming in from different parts of the country. Going back across now to Major General SVP Singh for a quick reaction. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Molly. You see, I was mentioning about the United States, our special strategic partnership with them. And United States having appealed to India, not dictated to India. I'm differentiating the two words. Because we have stood our ground, we have stood firmly on our feet with broad shoulders, and we have conveyed to the world that our strategic autonomy is there to stay. US perhaps has appealed to us because it is in US interest that South Asia, where India is the pivot, is not at war. They are seeing what is happening in Israel, which is their staunch ally. They are seeing what is happening in Ukraine, which within 100 days, the president had expected to get peace. It's not worked out. United States also doesn't want to get into this. With China also, it is shaky. So I think they want to take India along. And it is in this factor which I'm putting across, it is in India's interest also to go along with the United States. It matters to us. It matters very dearly to us because the China factor also can be in our favor. This one point I had to convey. This ceasefire, the government is giving assurance, is a very good thing. But I will advise and I will convey, let's be very cautious. Let's take it with a pinch of salt.
All right.
Yes, I can only say sometimes the ceasefire agreements, when it comes, there is a slip between the lip and the cup. It takes place and communication suffers. Maybe that is there, but most unlikely the last part what I'm saying. So thank you very much. I will take your permission to dim it now.
And we thank you for sharing your perspectives at such a sensitive time. We're leaving it there. Thanks very much for your time. Going back across now to Dharamjot Kaur, who's been piecing together for us the developments that are coming in at this point. Important to remind our viewers about the inputs about blackouts coming in from different parts and the word coming in from the authorities. It's important to not panic. India is asserting that all is under control. Going back across now to Dharamjot. Dharamjot, what else are you gathering at this point?
Well, Molly, a few areas in Rajasthan have also been put under blackout, Barmer and Jaisalmer, for example. Again, a similar sentiment is being echoed in the state of Rajasthan as well. Civic administration is sending out notifications to ensure that citizens remain inside, especially in the border towns and border villages of areas that share an international border with Pakistan. In Gujarat as well, the area of Kutch, a blackout is going to be implemented after a drone sighting over there. Srinagar, again, we've heard from correspondents earlier in just a few minutes ago, drone sighted in Srinagar, sounds of explosion over there. Other parts of Jammu, Udhampur, Katwa as well. Punjab, like I repeated, there are several areas under blackouts. Firozpur, Moga, Pathankot, Buxar, Jalandhar, Batala. Again, authorities are saying there is no need to panic. Civic administration have things under control. Armed forces are all hands on deck. They also have things in control at the LOC and also the international border that India shares with Pakistan. So again, we're putting this out to our viewers and to the country's citizens and residents again and again. There is no need to panic, but everybody needs to ensure that all the areas which are being talked about, please ensure that you remain in your homes. Please ensure that you adhere to the blackout. Earlier also, business administrations had been asked for blackouts from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Those orders still stand in place in several districts, for example, in Ambala and in Panchkula. So businesses are also to adhere to all the civic administration regulations that are being put out, and also by all the residents. Do not step out unless it is absolutely necessary and a situation of emergency. Please keep a few days worth of supplies at home, and please ensure that your government notifications are activated on your mobile. Please ensure you're only following official statements and official websites and handles that are putting out formal information, and please do not give in to any rumors. This is the standard message that is being put out by the government of India, by the state and district administrations across Western India's flank molecules.
Let's also remind our viewers about the situation that is unfolding. Remember, we have been getting you updates from on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir and different parts of the country. We are also telling you about this statement that's been put out by the Gujarat minister, where he talks about several drones being spotted in the Kutch district, a complete blackout being implemented, and once again urging the people to not panic. We also told you about the statement coming in from DC Amritsar, talking about a siren that will sound shortly, and thereafter a blackout will be implemented by way of abundant precaution, and urging the citizens there to stay indoors and away from windows. That's the word coming in. That's the update coming in at this point from Amritsar, and across different parts of the country. We've been telling you about the inputs and the developments that have been coming in at this point. But the common thread that runs through is that only official updates are to be watched out for. Given that it is a sensitive time, there is no need to panic, and only relying on the official information or official instructions coming in from the authorities. Like we just told you, those are some of the statements, and those are some of the updates that have been put out by the authorities or those from the government itself. So that's the update as of now. That's how things are looking at this point in different parts as we piece together for you. Remember, just a short while back, as our correspondent Idris Lone was also getting us a better sense of what things look like in Jammu and Kashmir on the ground, where a blackout has been reported in different parts as well. A blackout has been reported, in fact, in border areas. We're talking about a blackout that's been reported in parts like Jaisalmer, Firozpur, Barmer, Rajouri, Arispura, Jammu, just to mention some of the areas where the blackouts have been reported. It is important to remind our viewers to only rely on official information coming in at this point and to not panic. And as we continue to keep a close eye on the latest coming in at this point, we also know in the latest from Srinagar that we are getting inputs of electricity coming back in Srinagar. So that again is a significant development. We've been telling you about what things have looked like on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. So electricity back in Srinagar is another crucial update that's coming in. And we will be getting in further details on that front from our correspondent on the ground as well. At the same time, a blackout that's been reported in some parts of Rajasthan, a blackout in Jammu and Kashmir, in Jammu, Rajouri, Arispura, just to list out some of the areas where the blackouts have been reported. Blackout in parts of Punjab, Jalandhar, and we also know the blackout in Moga, Pathankot. In fact, India's message at this point, and what we are gathering, is that all is under control. We've been telling you about the drones being sighted in in the state of Gujarat as well. That's the word coming in at this point. Going back across now to our correspondent Dharamjot, who's been getting us more details. Dharamjot, what's the latest that you have?
Well, Molly, different districts are now putting out more notifications. I'm currently going to read you out one from Jalandhar at the moment. Over there, full blackout has not been implemented. The district administration in Jalandhar is saying that street lights are being turned off in some parts of Jalandhar as a precautionary measure. The old practice of keeping businesses not open till late is what is still going to be intact. However, a full blackout for all residences has not been implemented at this point. The district authorities are also asking residents again to be calm. They're saying Jalandhar at this point is unaffected. So we need to all remain calm. We need to ensure that all of these SMSs, all of these public information notices that are coming out, these have to be adhered to strictly. As we've just heard, electricity is back in Srinagar. So a lot is going on actively in terms of civic administration, Molly. That is something that I think we need to keep putting out again and again. Civic administration across Jammu and Kashmir, across Punjab, Rajasthan and parts of Gujarat. These 4 regions specifically are very actively monitoring what is happening with respect to any kind of situation. And they are tightly coordinating with the armed forces to ensure that no kind of misinformation is getting trickled into the residents and to the normal people of the country. They're ensuring that whatever is happening at the borders, on the basis of that, civic administration is taking due measures to ensure that people stay in as and when it is required. Blackout is implemented only when district administration is actively putting out the notice. So this is where things are standing at the moment. A lot of preventive orders are being put in place. But as of now, Molly, this is where things are at right now. A couple of districts in Rajasthan, as you mentioned, Barmer, for example, where blackout will be implemented. And also for the fact that 4 to 5 districts in Punjab also blackout will be implemented, but some will only see a restrained amount of blackout in terms of street lights being turned off and businesses being asked to shut a little early. But this is where things are right now, Molly.
Absolutely, indeed, Dharamjot. This is Mohammed Saleh here now. We're getting you all the details in terms of what is happening at this moment. According to reports that are coming in, electricity is now reported to be back in Srinagar. And Dharamjot, looking at what is unfolded in just the last 1 hour or so, it is still a developing situation. But do we know at this point of time about the nature of these drones that have obviously come from across the border? Are these drones in the nature of those, unarmed drones that are used more for surveillance or decoys? At this moment, information, has anything been said about this by the authorities?
Well, Saleh, drone sighting has been reported in a few areas, like Kutch we mentioned, for example, where the state government has officially said that there has been a drone sighting also, because of which there will be a blackout which will be implemented given the nature of the situation. But then again, officials are also saying there is no need to panic. Indian armed forces are being able to intercept everything that's coming in from across the LOC or the international border that we're sharing with Pakistan. However, all these notifications are being updated by the minute, Saleh. Like I just said, a few minutes ago, there are some areas that will go under blackout, some which will not have complete blackout. Again, these are all depending on whether or not there has been any drone sightings or any sort of intrusion from the Pakistani side. Jalandhar, for example, remains unaffected at the moment. However, Jalandhar is taking precautionary measures by switching off street lights, and they're ensuring that district administration takes a step-by-step process depending on what the situation is like. Now, there are updates coming in every second, Saleh, so we need to keep reminding our viewers that this is a developing situation. Things are changing every few minutes and every few hours, which is why district administration is putting out information on the basis of what the armed forces is sharing in terms of any kind of activity that is being reported across the LOC or across the international border with Pakistan.
Absolutely, indeed, Dharamjot Kaur. Do continue to stay on with this. This, of course, is the latest in terms of what is happening, where there's a blackout that's been imposed in several areas. There are projectiles that were spotted, and the Indian Army has said that these projectiles are all being taken down. There were multiple drones that are being spotted. There are blackouts that are being imposed. This is what the scene looks like in several of the areas, in the areas adjacent to the line of control. And at this moment, it is not very clear as to what is the objective that is driving the Pakistani military establishment to have resorted to this kind of an attack just in less than 4 hours since the ceasefire came into effect. Remember, the ceasefire came into effect at 1700 hours, and by about 8:30 p.m. it was pretty clear and it was evident that there were drones that were being sighted in several areas along the line of control on the Indian side. Now, Dharamjot, this is at this moment a developing story, so the details at this moment are still very sketchy. But the fact that a ceasefire agreement that had been negotiated by the United States of America, mediated by the United States, has broken down so quickly means that things are really very, very serious. At this point of time, have you heard anything at all from the authorities in terms of what has actually resulted in this? Why is it that we are witnessing drones in less than 3.5 hours since the Pakistanis agreed to a ceasefire?
Well, Saleh, this is a very precarious situation, and I think any kind of speculation at this point is going to be very difficult. Any kind of analysis is going to be very difficult unless we fully understand from the armed forces with respect to what actually went down. Because it's very important for us to be able to bifurcate the fact that there is a diplomatic channel and then there is a military channel. So irrespective of what is going on diplomatically, the military and the armed forces are at all times, under all scenarios, expected to be vigilant and expected to take proportionately measurable actions with respect to any incoming from the other side of the border. So that's one thing. The other thing is, well, there's a history that we have with Pakistan, Saleh, and that has not changed, as unfortunate as that may sound. We can keep going back to the statement that was made by our Foreign Secretary multiple times, Vikram Misri, where he said that, well, this entire escalation did not begin with India taking targeted strikes on terror camps. This began on April 22nd with the Pahalgam terror attack. And so India's response will keep being proportionate and will keep being measured with respect to what the armed forces decide is the best and proportionate act that needs to be taken militarily. But having said that, diplomatic channels can be very active stream, Saleh. What goes on over there need not necessarily translated into what happens militarily between India and Pakistan. That's the call for the government and the Indian armed forces to take at this point.
All right. Do continue to stay on with this, Dharamjot Kaur. This, of course, is a developing situation. It's a very volatile situation. It now remains to be seen as to how things, of course, pan out, because there are things that are happening as we speak. But this, of course, is the reality in so many of the areas along the line of control at the moment. There is blackout in parts of Rajasthan, parts of Punjab and parts of Jammu and Kashmir that is now being imposed. And we, of course, need to find out more in terms of how things are progressing. Because remember, the ceasefire came into existence at about 5 p.m. local time here in India. And the fact that we are spotting drones in less than 3.5 hours after that ceasefire agreement that was mediated by the Americans is going to raise a number of different questions. And also joining us in the broadcast, we have with us retired Lieutenant General D.R. Soni, the former GOC in ATRAC and Southern Command of the Indian Army. General Soni, thank you very much indeed, sir, for joining us here on WION. Now, at this moment, this is what the reality is. There was a ceasefire that was agreed upon that came into effect at 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And less than 3.5 hours after that, we are seeing these drones over the Indian airspace. What are we to make of this?
Thank you, Mohammed Salah, for having me on your show. The first thing I want to say through your channel to everyone is that, firstly, please have patience. Don't be alarmist. And do not panic, because whenever a ceasefire has been announced, it's a diplomatic announcement, it's a national announcement, but if you go back to the 71 war, it takes even up to 48 hours for the last round to be fired, the last shell to be fired across the IB, or in this case, maybe the LC. So it is nothing to worry about. Decisions have been taken at a very high level. If you remember, Pakistan, the DGMO actually called up ours at about 1535, 1545. And then at 1700, this decision was taken at a national level, at both the national level and possibly at an international level. What I'm trying to say is, it's only 3 hours.
Right.
There are drones. Yes, there will be drones. So we need not panic, because nothing has stood down. And trust me, Mohammed Salah, nothing will stand down. Even on the Indian side, we will remain on high alert. Our forces will be wherever they are, posturing in the manner they are, till a very long time. Even after the next, say, 48 hours, 72 hours, they will stay there. Their standing down will be a conscious decision taken after the situation on ground across the international boundary, across the LC, is studied by our government. So we really do not have to worry, and we need not panic. And please, from the media, please do not try and generate panic amongst the press, because also, Mohammed Salah, the Indian population in today's India has not seen a war. The 71 war, we are all elder. And the majority of the population don't really know what to expect. We are the people who should bring a bit of a balance, a bit of a peaceful, non-panic situation and feeling amongst our population. You're doing a good job as a television channel, and that's why I'm speaking on your channel.
Absolutely.
So keep doing the good work and keep assuaging the fears of our public.
That indeed is true, General. It is important not to panic even in a difficult situation. I think your words are, of course, very reassuring, because the Indian armed forces are, of course, there on guard, and they, of course, would not have, brought their guard lower. That's an important point that you've made. And this is not to create panic, but this is a situation that a lot of people along the line of control are being confronted with. The fact that we are witnessing drones over the Indian airspace less than 3.5 hours after this agreement was agreed upon. You mentioned that it takes time for a ceasefire to completely take hold. With that being the case, is this about, instructions from the top command, not going down to the soldiers on the ground? Is that what is happening here?
No. Well, you could view it in any way, but just remember, when you announce a ceasefire politically, everyone wants to get his last round in. Everyone wants that, I know it's ceasefire now, so what can I do in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Right.
It's a human thing. Just remember, 2 boxers in a ring, the bell rings, before the referee stops the last punch, one of these guys is going to try and make the last punch land. Just for physical effect, just for moral ascendancy, just for any kind of effect which says, okay, ceasefire, I've been asked to stop, but I can still do this. Let's not worry too much about it. Let's watch. Nothing has changed on ground again. Let it stop itself.
Right.
Then we will talk. Okay, Mohammed?
Absolutely. No, your point is totally valid, General. The fact that there needs to be more time that needs to be given to this, that's a valid point that you're raising. But this is something that, needs to be said over and over again. Anytime Pakistanis make a claim, India must not just take Pakistan at its word, but needs to verify this. In your assessment, the fact that they have agreed upon for a ceasefire, how is the Indian military establishment approaching this?
With a lot of caution. Pakistan is a duplicitous country. I have no hesitation in saying so. Their military, I do not trust. And we should not trust. Why should we trust their adversaries? I mean, imagine they consider themselves and they shout it out from the rooftops that we are the saviors of Kashmir. We want to save Kashmir and Kashmiris. And they're bombing the hell out of places in Kashmir, in JNK. It is rhetoric, but with a duplicitous intent. Now look at our Prime Minister when he said that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Politically, if you view this, he has left the door open for any kind of reaction that India would plan to take in the future. Have you seen it? It's not that we are going to fight against terrorism. We are going to fight against terror, the international war against terror. It is leaving the door open for any kind of reaction we might want to take at any point of time.
Right.
Now, that is the way that we need to keep thinking. We need to keep preparing that whenever a trigger does take place, firstly, do we consider it a trigger? Number two, do we consider it the apt moment for taking X, Y, or Z option? And then let's do it. Now, with that in mind,
right,
I personally believe, and I'm reiterating it again, let's wait and watch. Nothing has stood down as far as the military is concerned. The population of India must be secure. We know what we are doing. The military knows what it's doing. The Army, Navy, and Air Force. We know what we are doing. We know our enemy. We've studied our enemy over years, and we are ready. So we are not going to stand down.
Absolutely. Absolutely, General. Your words are, of course, very reassuring for all the people who are, of course, listening to what you're saying. But just out of curiosity, because a lot of people would also want to know this tactic that Pakistan seems to be employing over the course of the last 3-4 odd days, where they're firing a number of these drones that are said to be unarmed, and that is what had happened over the course of the last 4 days. And what we are witnessing today are these drones that are flying over the Indian airspace. What is the military logic behind something like this?
Okay, the first logic. There are a couple of them. The first logic, we can. It's possible. We can send in multiple drones across. Number two, drones are not only weaponized, they are for surveillance too. So that could be a possible reason for surveillance. We talk about switching off the lights and stuff like that. That was applicable probably in 1971. Today, our surveillance, our technology permits us to look through the night.
Right.
It's daylight in our vision devices sitting thousands of kilometers or miles away. But it is a mental thing to be prepared, and it's a mental thing to be able to tell somebody we are sending in drones. Frankly, it would not be so much of an issue about these drones, maybe the numbers that are coming in. Otherwise, frankly, you in your news channel, you would know, Pakistan has been sending drones regularly across the IB in Rajasthan, everywhere, for various purposes, for drugs, for surveillance, for so many things. It's just that at a point of time right now when we are a little touchy, when we are suspicious, very suspicious about what could be the possibly military reason for sending in so many drones, that we are a little worried. Again, I would say, let's read it, let's study it, and let's record it, that this is happening. So what can we do about these?
Indeed. General Soni, you mentioned that, this generation has not seen war. The last time blackouts of this nature were witnessed, it goes all the way back to 1971. That is 54 years ago. And also because of technology, the nature of warfare changes. Even if there is a blackout, as you pointed out, there are cameras, there are night vision cameras where they can see things as if it is daylight. So what is the point of having these complete blackouts in areas where these drones have been spotted?
Yes. So you need night vision devices to actually target a specific target. But to look into an area, you actually need daylight or sunlight or some kind of a light. It is good that you're blacking out an area because now that drone has to actually search. And when that drone is searching with its night vision capability, it is going to be subject to enemy fire. That means Indian fire. It is susceptible to being brought down. And hence, despite the advances in technology, I'm okay, and I believe that it is good that you actually conduct these blackouts. One, that you are not showing a huge city. Frankly, when you're landing in an airport, when you're approaching, say, Delhi, when you're approaching any city, Amritsar,
right,
it is lit up. It is lit up so massively that thereafter it's just a matter of time for a specific selection of a target based on your intelligence. But that ability to look at that huge lit up city is on a platter. That is what should not be given. Make it as difficult for the enemy, despite technology, despite all the capabilities he may have, make it as difficult as possible for him to cause damage to your people, your establishment, and your country. That is the point.
I think that's a crucial point that you're making there. My final question to you, General Soni, is this. At this moment, we want to reassure all our viewers, people who are watching us from the length and breadth of the country, of what is happening at this moment along the line of control. Everything is under control. And even though these drones have been spotted over the skies in some areas, a lot of them have, of course, been neutralized with the systems that we've got in place. But General, I want to give you the last word in terms of, how people should be at this moment, looking at how things are unfolding. The fact that these drones have appeared less than 3.5 hours since that ceasefire has been in place, what should we make of this, and what should the common public actually do?
Okay. So firstly, just remember, I must add here, in continuation of what I was saying earlier, it's very difficult to shoot down a drone. You see, your air defense is capable at a certain height. Below that, you need certain different weaponry to take out a drone. A swarm of drones is that much tougher to take out. So yes, it's going to be tough to take out drones. The point that must be remembered is it's nothing to worry about right now. Again, 3 hours, 4 hours, it is early days. People who actually should make the difference are sitting there ready, weapons cocked, and in highest degree of alertness. We have to trust them because they are actually the saviors of this nation at this point of time. We must support them not by generating panic from the rare areas where their families and children are, but by generating a lot of support, saying that we're with you, we believe in you, and we believe you'll do the best. And that is what our people sitting in our cities, especially the social media shooters who kick off and pass on everything. I mean, like my friends and everyone telling me, oh, Karachi is burning, this is shut up, this is destroyed. No, relax. Trust your military, trust your government, trust the people who are leading your country. On this note, can I just say one more thing?
Go ahead, General Soni, please, go ahead.
What I want to say is, we always say that we want somebody else to come and sort out our problem. We want someone to get Pakistan to do this to us or hand over someone to us. I would have a little something to say on this. Maybe it is time to consider, let's do this ourselves.
Absolutely.
Let's take out somebody ourselves. I quoted this thrice in your program. The wrath of God was done a couple of years ago by the Israelis. Take out people who have harmed you one by one. It will take time. Be patient. Again, I'll say the vulture is a patient bird. Take out these guys, show the world. We are not interested in sorting out a nation. We're not interested in territory. We are interested in sorting out any individual who harms an Indian on Indian soil or elsewhere, and we will take him out. So it's time that we also stood up as a nation and stopped saying that somebody else should come and help us do something with somebody else. No.
I think you're touching upon a very, very important point there. And this is exactly what India has also now decided to do. Because, a little before the ceasefire agreement was, of course, announced publicly, Government of India sources had stated very, very clearly that any act of terror by the Pakistanis will be viewed as an act of war by India. And the cost that Pakistanis will have to pay will be much higher. Your assessment of that?
Yeah. He's left the door open, you see. He said, you do this much. So far from 1989, we've been taking this act of terror that you're doing, or these acts of terror that you're doing, and we've been taking them in a very, very muted response, a graded response, etc., etc. But hereinafter, it is up to us to choose what will be the grade, the standard, the state of response that we have to any future such acts. It will not be as per what you've seen so far. It may be. But the option to select the level of response is ours, is with me and my country and the population of my country. However, what is also so reassuring is that as far as the people who matter and the people in government, and there is entire lack of jingoism and the attitude that we'll sort them out, we'll do this, whatever be the public local opinion. We've been very responsible, very mature. That is true. And I'm really proud at this point of time to be an Indian and having served for so long in the Indian Army, where every life matters.
That indeed is true. Every life matters. Every life of an Indian matters. And terror attack is something that we simply will not take lying down. But General Soni, I want you to also weigh in on what some people have been saying in the past as well. Very quickly, if I could just ask you this. The fact that the likes of Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, they get state patronage. They're seen as assets of the Pakistani deep state. Why do you think so far India has not actually taken down these individuals who've been heading these terror outfits and fomenting so much trouble in India?
Okay, firstly, we can never legislate what the other person thinks, says, or does. So if he's giving somebody the importance, we have no choice but to let it go, because frankly, that's his perspective and his prerogative. As far as us doing whatever we're doing, we have been measured so far. We've been measured in our response. We've been measured in our approach to such a set of people. Maybe that's exactly what I'm saying. Maybe rather than letting off an all-out offensive, an all-out action, an entire nation action and war, is war by a nation, not by the military, not by a formation, not by a set of people. It's by the nation. Maybe there is another option of dealing with such individuals. Maybe it requires a little bit of planning, a little bit of strength inside yourself, to undertake such an operation, because you know that every action has a consequence. All right. So you need to be very, very clear in your mind that this is what you want to do. However, Mohammed Salah, tell me something. Frankly, one or two individuals, what they're doing, there are people even in the West who are talking about separatist issues with other states of our country. How much does it really affect an Indian? We are Indians. Caste, creed, color of skin, political, background, whatsoever, doesn't make a difference. We're Indian. So is it necessary to actually undertake resources other than to thump your chest that, look, I've done this? Is it necessary to go there? We are a nation on the move. We are developing. Our economy is flourishing. It's going to grow. Let's concentrate in one direction. Let people do what they want to do. Let's go there.
Right. No, I think the point is, the point that you're making is indeed very, very important, General Soni. We are a nation of 1.4 billion people who are on the move. And the fact that these individuals, they cannot come and destabilize and disturb the harmony in India, because the Pahalgam terror attack was done with one stated intention, and that was to create a rift between the Hindus and the Muslims in India, because that is what the terrorists wanted to happen. But of course, they have completely failed. And India's response in ensuring that terrorists cannot come and have a free game in India, that any terror activity, there will be a price that will have to be paid by the terrorists, I am pretty sure is a message that has been well received. But we're completely out of time, General Soni. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Yes, one quick point, very quickly. Yeah.
I was so proud, and I am still so proud, that despite the efforts to create a rift within our country, within the countrymen, the brethren that we have, whichever, again, I'm saying caste, creed, religion, nothing worked, because everyone stood together. The three-wheeler auto driver, the pawn shop seller, the political person, the industrialist, the businessman, everyone of whichever caste creed felt this is wrong for India. It should not be permitted to happen to my country. And you know, it's their country, it's our country. For everyone, they believe this is true. And I think that is something which is very, very important, which Pakistan has to know, that irrespective of what you try, we are Indians. We will remain Indians. And it'll not happen that you can ever cause rift of this nature.
Absolutely, indeed, General. I think that's a very valid point that you've made. No one can affect the unity and fraternity and strength of this nation, and definitely not the terrorists. Thank you very much indeed, General Soni, for joining us with that perspective there.
Wonderful speaking to you. Wonderful.
Wonderful speaking
Have a nice
with you.
day.
Thank you.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. All right, my colleague Dharamjot Kaur has, of course, been very patiently waiting with us, and she's, of course, joining us with more information, because remember, this is what the scene looks like in some areas along the line of control at this moment. The security is, of course, at its level where it is meant to be. And Dharamjot, give us a sense of what is happening at this moment with respect to the drones that are being spotted and with the blackouts that we see in some areas.
Well, Saleh, things have calmed down for the moment. Whatever we heard before in the last couple of hours, those were momentary updates with respect to all drone sightings and any potential explosions that we heard. However, things have relatively calmed down. The armed forces are still telling all citizens and all civic administrations to ensure that the public of India only has official real-time information and that they do not panic and they remain indoors. Having said that, civic administration is also ensuring that very real-time updates are given in their districts and their regions with respect to any preventive measures such as partial or complete blackout, or any preventive measures with respect to updated instructions for businesses and updated timings and updated do's and don'ts. Having said that, some regions like Barmer, Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, regions like Pathankot, Firozpur, and other parts of Punjab do have instructions coming in every few minutes, every 30 minutes to an hour with respect to any changes in timings for blackouts. But again, the bottom line is this: district administrations, in complete tandem with the Indian Armed Forces, are trying to ensure that people only have information, correct information, that they need at this point with respect to what their movement should be, for how long they should stay indoors, how long they should maintain their supplies at home, and strict adherence to these official instructions is very, very important, Saleh. That's something we've been saying on the channel, not just today, but for the past few days. With respect to the country keeping calm, I don't think anybody can put it better than General Soni already did.
Absolutely, indeed. Dharamjot, do continue to stay on with us. We'll, of course, come back to you as more details emerge in the story. And on the broadcast at the moment, we are at this moment joined by retired Major General Neeraj Bali, who is an Indian Army veteran and also a director at Gyan Chakra think tank. General Bali, thank you very much indeed, sir, for taking time out and speaking to us here on WION. I first want to ask you, what's your reading of these drones that are being spotted in certain areas over the Indian skies just 3.5 hours since the ceasefire deal was announced between India and Pakistan?
Look, irrational as it is for us to start seeing violations nearly half an hour after the press conference was held. But there can be broadly two explanations for this. One, of course, is that Pakistan is having a